MPL Singapore Season 8 ended with Flash securing a three-peat. But this season, everything changes. With a brand new format, new challenges await. The regular season journey has 4 key stages: Seeded Stage, Challenger Qualifiers, Challenger Stage, and Last Chance Qualifiers, all leading up to the playoffs.
In the Seeded Stage, 5 MPL Singapore teams from last season will compete in a best-of-3 round-robin format. Meanwhile, the Challenger Qualifiers give community teams a shot at the big stage. Over 2 weeks, the top 2 teams from each qualifier will advance to the Challenger Stage. The Challenger Stage will feature the 5 MPL Singapore teams from the Seeded Stage and the 4 community teams from the Challenger Qualifiers.
In the first 2 weeks, MPL Singapore and community teams will compete in a best-of-1 intergroup round-robin format. In the final week, community teams will face off in a best-of-1 round-robin. The MPL Singapore teams will be ranked based on their performance in the Seeded and Challenger stages. The top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, while the bottom-ranked team drops into the Challenger stage rankings for one more shot. In the Challenger stage, the 5 remaining teams are ranked based on their Challenger stage results. The top-ranked team secures the playoff spot, while the remaining 4 will enter the Last Chance Qualifiers.
In the Last Chance Qualifier, one final opportunity awaits: a 2-stage battle to secure the last playoff spot. In Stage 1, community teams get one last shot to qualify. The top 2 teams will advance to Stage 2. In Stage 2, they'll face off against the 4 teams relegated from the Challenger stage in a best-of-1 single elimination bracket. Only one team will survive and claim the final playoff spot.
To summarize, in the MPL Singapore Season 9 format, there will be 5 MPL Singapore teams and 4 community teams qualifying through the Challenger Qualifiers. Based on regular season performance, the top 4 MPL Singapore teams will advance directly to the playoffs, while the 5th-ranked team is relegated to the Challenger stage rankings. In the Challenger stage, the 5th-ranked MPL Singapore team and the 4 community teams will be ranked based on their Challenger stage results. The top-ranked team from this stage will secure a spot in the playoffs, while the remaining 4 teams move into Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2. They will be joined by 2 additional community teams who advance through Last Chance Qualifier Stage 1, which serves as the final entry point for community teams. The winner of the Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2 bracket will secure the final playoff spot.
And then it all comes down to the playoffs. 6 teams, only 1 champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL SG Season 9 championship?
シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。 相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。
We are back for MPL Singapore Season 9. This is week number 2, day number 2. Joining me right here is the handsome Melody. Sanao. Poggy you. Poggy you. Deadeye. And this is Jace. We'll be your casters for today. Today is actually for the Challenger stage. We've concluded the 2 community teams, technically speaking. Yep. So they've graduated from community team into a Challenger team right now. And they'll be battling against the 5 seeded teams for MPL Singapore.
Exactly. Remember, of course, last week we had the first Challenger Qualifiers.
That's right.
It was Absolute Zero. And, of course, King's Sovereign. And they were really pretty good. And now, new 2 Challenger teams going to fight against MPLSG.
Yeah, it's very great to see, you know, we've got like these kind of Challenger teams entering the scene as well. And I cannot stress this enough that I love this format. This format truly shows the hidden gems. We're basically putting a flashlight, a magnifying glass, no, a microscope onto these teams, and we'll be able to break it down to for you these teams for you later on, especially how they'll be performing exactly against the MPL teams. Now, I think we gotta have to clarify a bit of a misconception I'm hearing from the ground is that, technically speaking, you are still gathering points.
True. Yep.
In the Challenger stage for both the the Challenger teams and the MPL seeded teams.
Yeah, but in the Challenger Qualifiers, remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a best of 1 series. So all of the teams will accumulate 1 point each win. So even though it's 1 point, it's still a point.
1 point is still a point, exactly. Exactly like $1 is your dollar. You don't have that dollar to go to the to board the bus. You're not getting on the bus. And ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the schedule of today. We've got plenty of games today. In fact, we've got 10 games for you. Best of 1s all throughout. This is the Challenger stage that we'll be going through. Of course, take this opportunity to let you know MPL Singapore Season 9 is also powered by Muntan, Pulse Nova Entertainment, partner in esports Head and Shoulders, and Singapore Esports Association, official venue partner, Capital Land Malls, as you can see at the bottom. Now, let's go through the schedule.
Exactly, 10 games, a marathon, as we have mentioned it, right? Our first game is going to be Ignite Gaming versus the side here of King's Vanguard. Next is going to be Everlasting Love versus the King's Vanguard. So basically, each community teams will battle on the MPL SG team. So this is going to be next the Kingdom Esports versus the Challenger teams. Team Flash coming up next will be Team Evil, and the last MPL SG team will be RSG SG.
Yeah, so from here you can immediately tell that your Challenger team for today is Ignite Gaming and Everlasting Love. I don't like to spoil. Gojo Satoru dies in the end of the anime. I don't. But for this kind of thing, I don't like to spoil. I want to show you who exactly are they later on, just in case. I mean, you guys can definitely go to an Instagram right now to actually go and take a look at the various teams. But
full
I
roster?
think, definitely. But I think we have to take a look at some of these names. You may find these names very, very familiar if you follow the community team.
Yeah. Most specifically, I mean, Ignite Gaming. There's one. I just saw the roster. There's one Nats there. So I thought that is this Nats from MPL PH, former RSG PH team. So basically, this is a different Nats, but still Filipino import here coming in from Ignite Gaming.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but he is going to be the sub player though.
Yep. If you take a look at Ignite Gaming right
there
now,
you go.
you're right. You just confirmed Nats is not going to be playing. In fact, it's going to be these 5 players. These 5 players are Singaporean players. You've seen some of these names before. In fact, I've interviewed Icon before, so let me go through them. Icon, Jet, Blade, Chu, and Yuta. You can see this is a bit of a mismatch of Asterisk, X, Xco, X, I don't know. They've gone through so many iterations in terms of the names, but you also see Alchemy SG making a comeback. Icon especially, Jet. These 2 players are from Alchemy SG, one of the MPL qualifiers dominating teams for like what, season 7 or season 6. You always see them going into MPL Singapore and then get relegated again this time around. Not too sure how it's going to do, but it's great to see them again. Blade as well, another community player, mid laner mostly, but I think I also need to emphasize on Jet. Jet is a mid laner for Alchemy SG and now going Rome.
Oh, it's a big leap when it comes to the positioning there. But yeah, this team right now we see on the screen, they have the experience already when it comes to competitive esports, especially here in MPL SG. Now, this team is going to be up against the King's Vanguard later on. So this is going to be the roster we have witnessed, of course, yesterday as well. Nandez still going to be on the jungle, Bao on the roam. Mid here is Walker Knuckle, Lichtenstein the gold, and Super Ryan on the EXP. Now they have been, of course, swept away yesterday by RSGSG. But now this is going to be a time for them to face the challenger teams. Again, 1 point is still 1 point. They need to come back, especially on that loss, on that swept yesterday.
Yeah, King's Vanguard, technically speaking, hasn't have a very good performance, to be honest, for week 1 and week 2 as well. Like what I mentioned, there's a bit of a disparity in terms of positioning for Bao and the rest of the team. And that's something I feel like the challenger teams may abuse if they're actually doing their homework.
Yeah, they must take advantage of this one. And we have seen so many surprises on the first Challenger Qualifiers. Now here, this is going to be a challenge indeed, not only for the Challenger teams, but also our MPL SG teams here. And we have mentioned, of course, the King's Vanguard, right? I am looking forward for Nandez and Walker Knuckle really to step up in their game. But we have usually seen that, especially in the jungle, it's going to be Nandez using the fighter jungles there.
Correct. I remember you guys were always talking about in week 1, right? Nandez really likes his Lucas.
Yes.
Technically speaking, yes, Lucas is classified as a fighter, but he acts like an assassin, right? But I really want to see him on more assassin players because it feels like his positioning as a tank jungler, his positioning as a fighter jungler, feels very off. It feels like he wants to go up in there and do damage, and then suddenly he realizes that he's swinging his mighty great sword, and it turns out it's actually a pool noodle.
And the performance there of King's Vanguard usually gets a better result if Nandez has a great game, especially during the early to the mid. And I can notice as well that they are still using the 4 Protect 1 strategy. I mean, Lichtenstein just trying to hold his ground there, trying to farm as much, then pop off in the later stage of the game.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's exactly the MO that I expect for Vanguard Esports. Albeit now, this time around, they kind of had a collaboration with another big team in Indonesia, Kings. That's why they call themselves Kings Vanguard. But, I mean, a lot of eyes on this particular team, right? We want to see Vanguard, or technically speaking, Kings Vanguard, grow as a more solid organization team, right? But then, you know, with some roster changes coming in, you see Nick Stain being replaced by Bao. You see the return of Super Ryan. Super Ryan actually not too bad as an EXP laner as well. Then Walker Knuckle and Nandez. I think you also sang praises for Walker Knuckle of Cars, right?
Yes. I think Walker Knuckle has been, let's just say, his performance is pretty not that I cannot say any more of a mistakes because his KDA is pretty good.
Yeah,
His KDA is pretty good, but his positioning is very good. Especially his Kimi is also popping off when it comes to his performance there, but it still lacks, especially on that fight against SG. I think he lacks something. Do you think it's not individual play or the team itself?
You know what I hate about people? I'm sorry, I will say that out loud. You know what I hate about people? When they tell you, I see something in you, but I don't know what it is. It's like, you're making a mistake right here, but I don't know how to tell you. What are you trying to do? What are you trying to say? Huh?
Gotta say this.
We need to take this off cast. Let's talk off cast.
But I love you, Jace.
Anyway, ladies and gents, we're gonna go into our first draft
Oh, there you
for the
go.
Challenger stage. Take note, this is only a best of one. Best of one.
Yep.
Easily cheesable. And don't forget, even though King's Vanguard, technically speaking, no Ignite Gaming, if you notice Ignite Gaming, you've seen these players before. They do have some information regarding these players. And now, what will King's Vanguard do?
Okay,
What-
they're in the first pick.
Definitely. First pick. First thing that you definitely need to take away is, yes, Icon on the Fanny. Icon is so familiar. He's too comfortable on the Fanny. Next is your Assassins, right? The Hayabusa should also go next. That's something that I personally feel that, Cryptic from the side of Ignite Gaming needs to secure in the first phase of the game.
We have seen also the priority bans on the chip on the Kimi as well.
Yep, definitely.
So meta heroes usually on the top of the table here when it comes to the bans. But you have mentioned, of course, IG should have a great information already here with the side of King's Vanguard. So Moscow also popping up on our last series, right?
Yeah,
So
definitely.
I'm not sure if it is going to be top of the ban list as well here in the series.
I really don't think that Moskov is ban-worthy. I feel like if you're banning the Moskov, it feels like you're going through a burning soil kind of strategy, right? Basically, you just say, I'm going to deny the Moskov. I'm going to deny you and me, the Moskov, which is like S+++++ tier pick because of his mobility around the map, his impact, his splash damage. He can stun. What else let me add on. In almost near very quick dashes, and each dash increases his damage again. So it's like, it's too valuable to basically be banned away.
Or are you really going to afford there to give it away because you are in this pick right now, in the ban phase right now? So it's not ban worthy on the first phase of the draft.
Definitely.
On the second, maybe, yes.
Yeah, so basically, what Blue Side wants to do is really to try to secure the Moscow for themselves, or basically get a prior pick, right? Because I personally feel Moscow is so good unless you manage to find a way to deal with him through your assassins, like Hayabusas, your Fannies as well, which Fanny is being banned away.
Yeah, for sure. For me, right now, especially with the Harith being banned here, Moscow is very valuable here. But it is going to be now KGV going to go for the Clea first pick, okay? Now they have a great initiations here. We've seen so many things with the Flicker, Kalea, isolation plays, burst. Now goes for the 5v5 situation, force the team fight.
Yeah, Kalea feels like a jawhead, right?
Yes, that is
the
correct.
Tsunami Slam feels like, you're just going to ram somebody down with your jawhead and then after that throw somebody. So basically, Tsunami Slam is the one more combo of the ejector unstoppable force by a jawhead. But the best part is for Kalea is that he has an innate regen and is safer as compared to the jawhead.
Correct. And there you go. You have a first face pick marksman that is going to be a Granger. And now, KGV, are they going... I think the pressure... Because on the second phase, you have the ability to ban the Moskov here at this moment in time.
Definitely.
So if you're going to pick the Moskov right now, so at least you have a great chance here to go for a brawl here.
Yeah, I thought the theme earlier just now we were established. We thought that, the desk, we thought that, the Moskov is so prio, it should be picked in the first phase. Seems like, King's Vanguard and also Ignite Gaming is just literally disagreeing with us, right? If you notice, I like how Ignite Gaming is going. This Granger can definitely go into the gold lane and the jungle at the same time. And another way to counter the Moskov is to have a Phobius. Every time he dashes, I will be able to just jump onto you as well. So that's something very invaluable for Ignite Gaming. They're anticipating something like a Moskov being picked up by King's Vanguard instead.
Okay, now looking at the Garakacha here. Garakacha has been 100% picked, I think, on yesterday's game.
Almost, yeah.
Yeah, almost. So this Garakacha is pretty good. There you go. Garakacha with the Phobius. We have seen plenty of times here, Jays, with Phobius on the forward zone of control. Follow up here with that AOG. But On the yesterday's series, we have seen also that Garukacha is the prio pick when it comes to the isolation plays coming in from the Tsunami Slam.
Yeah, because Garukacha's main role is to basically absorb the CCs, right? When you absorb the CCs, that's basically what a roam is, right? So would you... Okay, let me ask you this question, Deadeye. Would you rather throw you or me? Oh, sorry. Would you rather throw roam or a goal lane?
No, they specifically target.
Exactly.
Yeah, specifically target the roam itself.
Yes.
So there's no like, okay, because that is a roam, we're target but specifically the Garukacha, not the roam.
You know why?
Specifically the Garukacha.
Yeah, because they throw you, nobody's is protecting me. Big brain. Yeah, some big brain works. Because it's very hard to get the Tsunami Slam on me. Sorry, the goat laner, because the goat laner's positioning is so far back. That's why, if you notice, Team Flash, what they like to do, they pick on the roam, especially when the roam is still weak, doesn't really have much items yet. Pick the roam, immediately try to literally pour 3 ultimates on the person, make sure that he's dead.
Yeah, my take as well, this AOG, this Garukacha itself, is just very valuable when it comes to team fight. Without Garukacha in the picture as well, so it's going to be a great take for KGV to do this as well.
Yeah, definitely. Garukacha in the early game doesn't really have a lot of defensive mechanisms yet. His items are not in, but he does pack a lot of damage in the early game because of his passive, right? So, and the best part is, if you catch a Garukacha, you can always use the AOG to just get out of there. So that's why it's really a very good pick coming out from IG for now. Now let's take a look at the bans that you notice immediately Cryptic goes away, takes away the carry and the Moskov. This means that IG feels like that Granger feels like a gold laner right now.
Granger, okay. There's Louis.
Yeah, because you usually because you will usually pick the hero in the lane. After that, you start cutting down the gold laners, right?
So the mid laner is missing here for the side of IG. So that's why they're
starts banning away your Loi, your Eve.
Okay, the problem here is the Hayabusa. So they need someone here on the mid laner that could actually take... Usually, I remember last patch, it was Aurora who's been rising with the Hayabusa one, right? Because of the passive coming in from Aurora. So with this combo as well, Aurora has... there you go.
There you go.
I think this is pretty good combo with AOG as well.
And now it feels like, Ignite Gaming has a ton of AoEs.
Yeah.
The Aurora, the Garukacha AOG, you also still had the Phobias, technically speaking, the pull as well. That's definitely going to work really well on top of the CCs. So Aurora was one of the best in stock right here from Ignite Gaming. You mentioned they're lacking the CCs, you're lacking the easy stuns as well. Aurora fits the bill.
Yeah, but these are big ultimates, right? So they must actually just implement or execute this run perfectly. Without these ultimates, they're very vulnerable, especially here with the highly mobile and pick-off oriented KGV lineup.
So let's see right here.
Burst damage, okay.
Irithel, which is
first
good.
time?
Nope, Luxenstein does play a lot of Irithel back in a few seasons ago. When
But
Irithel
here
was
in the series, is it the first time we see Irithel?
It could be. It could be. We can definitely triple check that later because and now there's going to be a high loss coming out from Super Ryan as well. So Super Ryan going to be bringing that brick wall all the way. And there you go.
I miss this guy.
That is such an iconic icon thing. Goes for that Link. The Link actually does quite well against the very immobile targets such as the Juicing, right? Especially when you can bypass a brick wall.
True.
But the thing is, King's Vanguard on this Irithel is quite mobile. So it's really very hard to catch and lock down this particular Irithel unless you stack all your AOGs, your Aurora as well. Unless this Link, but another good point about this Link is that you can take him and split push.
Yeah, split push is one priority, which is Hayabusa could do the same as well. So that's the thing. When it comes to a matchup, though, in the jungle, I think Hayabusa has an upper hand compared to the Ling, just because of the things for this one.
Not only just that,
same both, actually.
Yeah, not only just that, Hayabusa Power Spike comes earlier as compared to the Link. So we shall see, ladies and gents, this is game number 1. Well, technically, only one game for our Challenger stage. This is Ignite Gaming going up against King Vanguard. We're looking at the screen right here. It's a Luxenstein versus Chu. Man, you can tell Chu, having played MPL for 2 seasons in a row, he debuted in Stellark Esports. Man, that was what, season 7 already? All the way back. And he's got a lot of learnings from FMM, and he's can't wait to show it to us in this particular matchup. And
looking back at the matchup of the jungle as well, first time I'm going to see as well, the Ling has been picked here by Ignite Gaming. And remember, guys, last Challenger qualifiers there, the challenger teams really popping up, destroying MPL SG teams. Will Ignite Gaming do the same here with King's Vanguard lineup right now, looking good as well?
Yeah, I love it, man. I love it when we've got new names coming into the MPL scene, right? MPL Singapore scene, and this is where ample opportunities for headhunting to be established, right? Like maybe some of the teams start to pick up, hey, maybe Icon is actually quite strong. He looks good. He understands the game a little bit better as compared to other junglers. Let's pick him. Or maybe Blade this time around. Sorry, no, Jet this time around. Hey, he showed that he can actually do it well, because right now I think MPL Singapore is really lacking in roamers, and it's actually a really big problem right now in the MPL Singapore scene.
Roamers, I mean, I think for me is jungler, assassin, mechanical wise.
I think we do. We do have quite a few. Remember Deck? We also have Icon, who also does that as well. The long lost Bray as well. Bray is like,
I haven't casted Bray's game, man.
like
he's Melody. I took a picture of him.
Yeah, he's so cute, and it's like Bray. By the way, it's like how do I say it? It's like Ang. He's probably also going through an Ang. He's in national service right now, so his head is probably shaven.
So this is shaving his head.
But his hair grew back.
Yeah,
we met him outside.
Hopefully we will see him soon back here.
Yeah, definitely. We miss you so much, Bray. Okay, let's focus on the game right now. We're still in the early vestiges of the game. Not a lot of things. Not a clear line being drawn on sand as of now. Deadeye.
But we have clearly stated there a while ago with regards to the composition here for Ignite Gaming. This composition really relies on those ultimates, big ultimates, and they must be executed pretty well. Without those wombo combo, I don't think that Ignite Gaming can really control the team fights here. Because on the other side, King's Vanguard has plenty of pick-off.
Tagging onto Blade. Here comes Super Ryan with the Glorious Pathway. Walker Nako spreading in. Aurora activating the passive already. And also the ultimate tried to stun, but it feels like King's Vanguard, they're unfazed a little bit. Yuta picking out the first split. Instead, Ignite turning the tide just a little bit. Here comes the Tsunami Slam coming in the nick of time. Bao a little bit too late. Icon finishing the job off. And here comes Nandes with the higher booster. Trying to put some chip damage onto the Jet. That's not the main target. And Ignite Gaming picking up 2 for 1.
That is plenty of action there that we have just witnessed, but that was a choke point there that the side of King's Vanguard trying to initiate the team fight. But that is usually what we are going to see: the flicker, Tsunami Slam, isolation plays. But in that early stages, damage is not yet there. But that is going to be the execution time and time again.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like right now it's just that the King's Vanguard and Ignite Gaming, I think both, especially your first turtle, right? You need a little bit more time. You cannot really rush the first turtle as the turtle spawns, because your roamer doesn't really have your ultimates.
There you go. I think this is now Ignite Gaming trying to initiate this turtle dance. On the outside though, look at the position coming in from Blade, waiting patiently here to go for flanking maneuvers.
Maybe, just maybe. But right now, it feels like both these two teams, just Ignite Gaming trying to put aggression over to the turtle on their side.
I think they are going to give up this challenge here. Their lack of numbers there as well. Prioritizing for the bot side maybe. Okay, this is now going to be Chu under vicinity of heavy fire later on, but waiting for the right moment for now.
Yeah, Chu facing a lot of pressure right there. Definitely, Luxian just shoving Chu all the way back. Does have the Hunter Strike though. Does have his first power spike, but Luxian does have the Heart Force already, so Luxian, is more than happy to take the fight against the Ranger.
I think we're looking Liechtenstein here on the bottom side. Look at the position coming in from Ignite Gaming, initiating the
catching onto Bao right there. Bao down slow by the damage from the Rhapsody, and now it's going to be Jet being flung into the sky. The damage coming up from Walker Knuckle. Jet forces the Revitalize.
Wow, I'm surprised in that one. Damage coming in from Liechtenstein as well. So Revitalize has been popped. This is going to be a perfect timing here for King's Vanguard to actually push through. They have ultimates available here, and especially if they want to dive, Super Ryan must join in the fray.
Yep, right now Walker Knuckle zoning out the members of Jet and Chu at the same time. Nandes and Bao, the rotations are starting from the side of King's Vanguard. They're more active around the map.
Wow, speaking of rotations, I thought Super Ryan will join these rotations. Instead, it is going to be Liechtenstein now trying to force, actually King's Vanguard is trying to force this middle lane, but it's not much.
Yep. We're all good right here, ladies and gents. In terms of Kings Vanguard and Ignite Gaming, a very slow-paced game, right? You're not a lot of depth this round, but this time around, Jet flung up into the sky. Nobody from the side of Ignite Gaming is there to support him. He goes down, and Blade, on the other hand, receives so much damage from Nandes. Doesn't even require the Shadow Kill to secure the kill. He knows just in case his Blade's passive is up.
Wow, great pick off there for King's Vanguard, and you want that more into their team because, of course, the turtle will going to spawn under 5 seconds moment in time. But Super Ryan has been really locked in here in this lane. That Chloris pathway, I think, is very helpful when it comes to the team fight. So now he recalls back, but Ignite Gaming forcing this one in the turtle pit.
Oh. Yuta goes on ham. There's going to be an Inferno pursuit, and Jet also going in. Nandes steals away to the turtle, unfortunately, for the side of Ignite Gaming. They worked so hard for it, and Walker Knuckle all the way back. Flickers committed by 2, giving him a killing shot onto the King's Vanguard. Ignite Gaming is starting to snowball just a little bit.
Wow, 2 kills for the turtle. Why not? Ignite Gaming, for me, winning that team fight there. Now pressuring here on the bot side as well. Are they going to die, though? That is a 3 versus 1.
Yeah, definitely. The King's Vanguard doesn't really have a Vanguard at all. Look, Stain, another kill, another Sky Piercer stack for Chu.
That's great momentum building up here for IG right now. Ladies and gentlemen, look at the accusations here. Now, hold the thoughts.
Yep, holding that thought just a little bit. Shadow Q already committed on to the Phobias at the same time. Yuta being just absorbing so much damage from King's Vanguard. No way that he can survive that one.
Now we're seeing a Sky Piercer there for Chu. Icon or Chu, if I'm not mistaken. So they have the advantage when it comes to kills. And now they have opened up the lane also on the bot side. Ignite Gaming will continue to pressure here, going for this mid turret right now.
Yeah, Denai, but just asking you in terms of these 2 teams, right? Who's gonna have a better game going into the later parts?
Oh, for me, it's for sure. No one can beat the damage coming in from Luxian Stain, especially having the great optimizations. And look at this one. This is just the early game we're seeing here, but look at the damage dish out.
Yeah, Nandes being taunted right here, revitalized by Jet, supporting Chu right here. He just needs a clean shot from the ultimate onto Nandes. Hopefully, the Black Sky Piercer stacks will proc, but nothing could be done there on top.
Yeah, the advantage only for Ignite Gaming here is the team fight. So when it comes to the later stage of the game, they must utilize this one.
Yeah, Glorious pathway from the side, Super Ryan. He gets frozen. Blade goes on, committing the ultimate, trying to zone the members. From the side, King's Vanguard here. Nothing could be done here from the side of Ignite Gaming. No objectives, no kills at all.
I think there's a timer here for the side of Ignite Gaming. They must really control the map, put holes here, especially on the turret takedowns against King's Vanguard. If not, late game will surely coming into the King's Vanguard advantage here.
Yeah, they have to really try to end up this game for now. Yuta just tagging onto Walker's Knuckle just a little bit more, but Nandes, unfazed currently. Right now, the first Lord is up. It feels like we really don't know what's going to be happening between these 2 teams. There's still a little bit of stalemate right now.
Yeah, stalemate for now. But now I think this is going to be a priority here for KGV to take on the Lord. They have the numbers advantage as well. Look at the icon on the bot side, trying to pressure here. If this is going to be a Lord given to the side of King's Vanguard, make sure this bottom turret will be out right now.
The cross-map plays, what I mentioned, starting the show, Icon using that link, abusing his mobility around the map. King's Vanguard, on the other hand, is going on a massive death ball right here. The junglers on the other side of the map, not too sure who's going to go in towards the Lord Pit first.
Oh, there you go. Icon prioritized first the blue buff. I think they're ready for a team fight here. Anyone can initiate the team fight. Jet has the ultimate pretty much available here.
Yep.
And I think Nandes is joining the fray as well. This is a long Lord dance we're seeing here, Jace. And look at Bao trying to go for a pickoff.
Bao extended just a little bit more, trying to catch it onto Chu, but Chu's putting damage.
OG!
With the AOG, landing on top of the members of King's Vanguard. The Glorious Fire with Super Ryan calls for a retreat, but a higher booster coming in for the flank for Nandes. The Shadow Kill. Not enough damage coming out from King's Vanguard for now, and Ignite Gaming will be taking down both the roamer and gold laner of King's Vanguard.
Oh, that was great positioning there for the side of Ignite Gaming. They know that Bao was really off the course there, and unfortunately for him, he did not manage to pick off anyone. The bush was there for the safety coming in from Ignite Gaming. Now they had the opportunity to go for the counter punch, and they did.
Yep, let's take a look at a replay right here. Then I take us through what happened, what went so well for Ignite Gaming.
This one I think is way back, or this. I think this is now the Lordans we're seeing here.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
this is
just the
actual.
lower
Yeah,
decks.
this is the actual game we're now seeing.
Oh wait, hold on a second. This is
This is
actually
actual,
happening
yeah,
right
this is
now.
actual one.
Oh my goodness! Hold on a second. I thought that was a replay, but
Yeah.
it's going to be Blake going down for the count for now. Juicin will be there picking up the kill, but before Blake goes down, that's going to be a frozen. You can see Walker Nako just outputting so much CC, so much damage, just pulling people back after another.
Oh, just like that, and they managed to really recover in that loss. But this is with 3 kills now against the side of Ignite Gaming. This is the best you can do. I can go for the split push on the bot side, but that was a surprise attack. I didn't really expect this one from King's Vanguard to actually regain momentum.
Yeah, that's really great, right? I thought, you know, Ignite Gaming, they're still struggling to go all the way back to the later part of the game, but Luxenstein is coming online. You can start to see the damage from Luxenstein and Walker Knuckle, as well as a crack open mid lane.
Yeah, perfect gun has been secured already for the Liechtenstein. Oh, there you go.
Oh, true. That's a damage. Just absorbs, just outputting so much damage onto none. There's no way that he could survive that one. Blade as well, going down for the count.
AOG.
And now here comes the AOG for the engage. Luxenstein will be able to sidestep that away. But you can see Nokanako just pulling the members for Ignite Gaming all the way back. Wakanako outputting the damage. Icon going on ham. Will be able to tag onto Luxenstein. And now it's just Wakanako left from the side of King's Vanguard as the Ignite Gaming tried to output the damage against his Juicing. The Juicing goes into ultimate, shuts down Chu, and now play coming off of King's Vanguard, but Ignite Gaming does have the better team fight.
Oh man, that was an outplay there coming in from Walker Knuckle. But then another seesaw battle we are seeing here. This time around, Ignite Gaming recovered their losses in this situation. That was a questionable play coming in from the side there of Nandes. Maybe the pickup is there. He did not manage to escape though. There's so many players there against him on the top side. Without Nandes in that situation, that's the time Ignite Gaming called for a forced team fight, which they did win.
Yeah, it's a 4th straight coming up from Ignite Gaming and King's Vanguard. Even though Ignite Gaming was able to basically win that team fight, there's nothing that, you know, they could convert out of it. King's Vanguard, technically speaking, still in such a momentous lead, but you can see Icon, his damage is starting to show.
Yeah, it's starting to show, especially with that. He need more kills, especially if he has this Sky Piercer itemizations that we have seen earlier here. So he has 2 kills right now. So far his priority is to go for the split push. But now, in the current state of the game, both can really win this situation. One thing, King's Vanguard has just won a while ago. The major team fights go for the push, but the great defense with the counter attack coming from Ignite Gaming.
Yep, a wise man. Remember the wise man story?
Yeah, the wise man. Wise man.
The wise man story. Another of his phrase. This is still a coin toss right now. Coin toss. He mispronounced that last time. Gonna call him out to give him a cute shout out. Yeah, this is still a coin toss right now between these two teams, right? You don't really know what's gonna really happen. Technically speaking, King's Vanguard does have a significant lead, but I'm still banking on the fact that, you know, Icon and Yuta, these are late game monsters from the side of Ignite Gaming, where Chu currently is starting to fall off a little bit in terms of prio.
Yeah, damage is there. They have the team fight capability as well. The only concern is if they manage to pull through a great execution, which they did a while ago on the defense on the middle lane. The AOG coming in from Aurora's ultimate as well. That was beautiful. And the cleanup coming in from Icon and Yuta.
Yeah, Wind of Nature secured by Luxenstein. That's really wonderful damage. Some defensive items against Icon, especially when Icon must try to assassinate Luxenstein, albeit Walker Knuckle. But for the problem about Walker Knuckle is if you're trying to assassinate this Juicin, you need burst. But Icon, technically speaking, is mostly more on DPS. And here he goes. It's going to be Yuta. Bao getting slammed all the way up, left, right, center. You can see Bao going into the air over and over again. And Yuta could be saying the same as well. But look at the damage coming out. Walker Knuckle is starting to show. But Yuta on this moment is also here. And Icon coming in. Wind of Nature already proc by the side of Luxenstein. Icon going and look at Walker Knuckle instead. But Chu will be able to take down Nandes. 2 members from the side of King's Vanguard going down, walking into the Lord Pit.
2 for 1, but I have to recognize Walker Knuckle's decision there to provide the zone. That was beautiful there, as he had gained some attention for the side of Ignite Gaming.
Yep, definitely. Ooh, you can see the bombs, the ultimates from Chu starting to show. Super Ryan will go into Glorious Pathway, try to ping down Chu, but Chu flickers away into safety, and here comes the outplay as well. Walker Knuckle picks up a mega kill as well. Jet will be the target this time round. The Lord is already 1/5 of the HP right here. Walker Knuckle and Liechtenstein needs to try to make this work. Blade does have the passive right here. Icon goes into the temples of Blade. Liechtenstein! He steals away the Lord. What a lucky guy! And Ignite Gaming right here has to do a little bit of a damage control, but Icon, he's so alone, and Bow peels for Walker Knuckle.
Another outplay, and this time around it is gonna be Liechtenstein, the savior in the team fight. How in the world did he manage to steal the lore there?
Dude,
that was clutch.
That was, I don't know whether it is just luck or maybe it's Liechtenstein timing onto Icon's misretry. That was crazy coming over King's Vanguard, and now they have even more of an edge, and you can start to see the scales tipping towards King's Vanguard.
Again, the seesaw battle, and this is what I highlight when it comes to the later stage of game. Even though it was luck, the damage coming in from Liechtenstein should be put into consideration. He is one of the best high damage dealers hero in the later stage of the game, and as you can see with this Lord pushing through here on the bot side, Ignite Gaming on the verge of defense here at the top side as well.
Yeah, Ignite Gaming, is this the kind of roster you do for defense though, Deadeye?
Okay, ultimates are up. They need to have a proper defense here. AOG was the key for their initiations as well. If they manage to go for a perfect AOG plus the follow-up coming from Aurora, they could have a great defense.
There we go. Super Ryan will activate the Glorious Pathway, just a fake one, just to try to slow down Ignite's Gaming defense. Nobody from the side of King's Vanguard is actually pushing through. They're using the Lord. The Lord cleaves. Bottom lane turret cracked open.
I didn't expect that, Jace. I thought they are going to defend that inhibitor turret, but they playing it safe.
Yeah,
I thought they had the kit, man. They had the kit.
You can see how Super Ryan just lands down the green carpet, even though they're not walking on that one. Ignite Gaming doesn't even dare to go ahead and actually clear off the Lord because of the threat of King's Vanguard.
Oh no, so without Glorious Pathway, but still King's Vanguard still continuing the siege here. They must defend this inhibitor turret now, or not. This is going to be difficult for them.
Yeah, another Glorious Pathway once again. It feels like a rinse and repeat, but Liechtenstein this time around getting tagged onto Yuta. Yuta the punching bag this time. AOG coming off on Jet, and here comes the Tsunami Slam onto Icon. Icon goes into Tempest of Blades, but Chu is outputting damage all the way in the backline. He gets tagged onto Nandes as well. Walker Knuckle flickers also right into the target, and Ignite Gaming turned it around. A wonderful defense by Ignite Gaming.
What a dive. I was surprised with the dive coming from Walker Knuckle there. And we thought he has the damage to had a pick off in that situation. But that's what I'm saying. They had a kit there. They had the ability to really defend. But with that opening on the inhibitor chart on the bot side, it's going to be difficult there.
Yeah, this we will instant replay of the game earlier just now. And yes, even though, you know, King's Vanguard does have that 3k gold lead, Nandes, that positioning right on there, while Chu is activating the Wind of Nature, he's not outputting damage towards the team, leaving the members from the side of Ignite Gaming, just Icon and Yuta right there, just outputting damage in the back lines of King's Vanguard.
So the thing, I think the Glorious Pathway has been the threat always coming against the side there of IG. So they're waiting for this Glorious Pathway to actually stop on that duration, then that's the time they are going to attack. But I haven't seen that. It's always the side there of King's Vanguard who initiates the team fight.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, there's a bit of a fear factor coming out from the side of Ignite Gaming, right? They're afraid to engage onto King's Vanguard, but that's understandable, right? Do you engage right into Walker Knuckle on that cracked juicing?
They had a hit though. I mean, they can possibly, if that combo could be properly handled there by the side of Ignite Gaming. And well, we saw that one on the top side. I think the Walker Knuckle is not the threat. For me, the threat is Liechtenstein. For me, Liechtenstein is really the threat. His
the
damage is
the 0.01% of stain that nobody from the side of Ignite Gaming can kill or cleanse, and that is Liechtenstein on that Erythel. But we also have to focus on Walker Knuckle, because Walker Knuckle is just making sure that Ignite Gaming cannot pull off the combo. He is literally the combo breaker.
Yeah. I do believe he also provides the zone of control as well. We see that flicker behind the enemy lines there for Walker Knuckle, just for the rest of the Ignite Gaming could not follow through, as you have mentioned, the combo breaker here. But two assassins, of course, know about this one, the split push on the bottom side. I think this is going to be a long lower dance we are going to expect, Jace. But with this kit right now, we're seeing right now, Yuta is in the heavy engage.
Yuta engaging right here, will be able to jump onto Walker Knuckle as well. Liechtenstein all the way in the back line. Icon will be there and try to output the damage. Nandez a little bit slow to fight. He's looking for a flank instead, and here comes the Tsunami Slam from the side of Jed. The damage outputting on Jed. Jed gets left alone right here, and Yuta as well. Sacrifice for King's Vanguard, served up to them on a silver platter.
Unfortunately there, Yuta has been picked off as early in the team fight goes. And without Yuta on the front line, and we've seen, of course, the follow-up there coming in from Jet is not that more efficient there for the side of Ignite Gaming. It was King's Vanguard now. Time to control with this Lord right now is really difficult here for Ignite Gaming.
Definitely. Two members down for the side of Ignite Gaming. As you take a look at this instant replay, how did it happen?
There you go. I think Yuta was really been picked off as early there. With the help of the AOG and Super Ryan's heavy sustainability there, Glorious Pathway and the rest of the Immortality as well, the rest of the Ignite Gaming just crams back.
Yeah, you can see the backlines from the side of Ignite Gaming just retreats, whereas Jet is still absorbing so much aggression for King's Vanguard, and that also because apart from the fact that you got Walker Knuckle breaking the combo, number one. Number two, Walker Knuckle can also drag members, pulling, shifting the frontliners of Ignite Gaming even further, and Bao to make the icing on the cake. Tsunami Slams, isolates one person. The damage coming up from Nandez is right there, and Icon has to burn the ultimate.
Oh, this is going to be difficult for Ignite Gaming without now the Tempest of Blades. Look at the damage coming in from the side of King's Vanguard. Here we go, the late game indeed.
Yuta burning the flicker already as well. Super Ryan, man, the damage coming up from the side of Liechtenstein is just so painful. On top of that, on top of the Walker Knuckles lantern, but here it goes. It's going to be also the lantern being separated. Nandez coming in for the shadow kill. Will be able to tag onto True as well. And now the core being threatened by the Lord Pit as the members of King's Vanguard just deals with Ignite Gaming, pulling them outside the safety of their base. Blade, that's going to be the Hail Mary, the ultimate, and Bao activating the ultimate onto Icon at the same time. Icon got him Temple of Blade, trying to outplay, but then again, they forgot the defense. It's going to be King's Vanguard taking this game.
That is just too much. Too much already to handle for the side of Ignite Gaming. King's Vanguard just finished it with style, especially with the damage output. And Nandez, as you have mentioned, Nandez and Walker Knuckle just zoning off the follow-through of the side of Ignite Gaming. Even though they Utah and Jet did their best to prolong the team fight, there's no follow-up in the backlines.
Yeah, it feels like very two disjointed fights, and that's not because of the miscommunication coming out from Ignite Gaming. I assure you, Ignite Gaming is definitely communicating among each other, but how would you dare to step forward when there's a Bao Tsunami Slam coming in, when there's Walker Knuckle with the Juicing Lantern to constantly drag the front lines even towards the back lines, right? That's what I realize is that the backlines of Ignite Gaming doesn't really dare to step forward because of these threats.
The threats indeed. Even the Glorious Pathway alone can really disrupt the formation there coming in from the side of Ignite Gaming. But man, King's Vanguard, I think they need these points here, especially with that loss yesterday against RSG SG. Now this 1 point is really indeed necessary for them to really step up in their ranks.
Yeah, and also another person to call out from the side of King's Vanguard, Nandez, right? He's actually really good on Hayabusa. His flanks was accurate.
Assassin. Look at that. In the last sequence on that Ling versus Hayabusa, I was surprised with the damage. I was really surprised with that damage. What was that damage, man? It was forced the side there of the Ling to the Tempest of Blaze and recall back to defend the base.
And if I'm not mistaken, right, that is basically the power of Nandez, right? And if you recall, Nandez didn't even use a shadow kill as well. That's just the pure one slash, and then after that the shuriken, and then after that, and that's because of his endless battle that he secured at the last moment.
That's the life remaining there for the side of the Ling. But anyway, of course, that was incredible game coming in from King's Vanguard.
Definitely.
That's the thing. If Nandez pops up, everyone, I mean, the junglers pops up, and then Liechtenstein can really step up in the later stage of the game.
Remember the whole point of King's Vanguard, right? We have to make sure Liechtenstein have a good game. Liechtenstein's have a good game, he steals your Lord. Number one. Number two, the attention is being taken away from Liechtenstein.
Correct.
He can really do damage at the from the back end. Like what I mentioned, he is that silent fart in the lift. Silent but deadly.
Silent but deadly.
You never know when he will pop up to do the damage, but when he's there, he will do serious damage.
Yeah. We're going to see the stats here in a while, and as you can see here, man, the itemization is coming in from the side of Chu with the Sky Piercer. We've seen the damage, but as we have mentioned, the follow through, the back line damage could not really follow up there, with even though Jet and Utah is in the front lines.
And I like how Nandes is playing this Hayabusa, if you notice. Every sequence, every team fight that you see, Nandes is always cutting and drawing the line in the sand between Ignite Gaming's front line and back line, right? Causing Chu, even though with this stacked items that we're looking at, Sky Piercer stacks must be crazy on this kid right now. He's not able to reach the front line to do the damage because Bao and Wakanako zoning them out and also pulling the front lines further and further from the back lines of IG.
Not only that, the Glorious Pathway coming in from Super Ryan as well. But I really do believe that this composition coming in from IG is enough to have a major team fight. The only you mentioned the zone, right? The Bao, Walker Knuckle. Even though the damage is there coming in from Chu, they cannot burst down as easily compared here to the side of KGV.
Yeah, and that's also enabled by the fact that Super Ryan with high loss, right? Your green carpet, when you actually push down, put down that Glorious Pathway, you actually gain movement speed, but your enemies get slowed.
Yeah.
So you're unable to reinforce your front line, even though they're peeling for you. They're literally peeling onions for you, and they're crying. Your backline cannot do the damage.
Yeah, positioning is the key here as well. And how would you ever... they're using Purify there on the side of IG. So I think we have seen the counter for the Tsunami Slam as well. If I'm not mistaken, on the previous game, whenever they see the Kalea being locked in, Purify was everywhere.
Everybody
and,
goes to Purify. Yep.
Correct. So this is one thing also to need to consider if you are up against Kalea there.
Definitely, right? But if you notice from the side of Ignite Gaming, they kind of disrespected the Kalia just a little bit, right?
Yep.
Not a lot of Purifiers all aboard. It's mostly Ficus for Chu and also Blade, and even to a certain extent Utah as well. Utah needs that. I don't think he needs that Purify, technically speaking, because he's a tanky boy on that Phobius. But then again, it's a really wonderful game from the side of King's Vanguard that needed this point, and they got it.
Yeah, they got it. I think the next game we are going to highlight later on, it's going to be another team,
another
challenger team there. But as we have seen right now for the side of Ignite Gaming, I think they must really have a how to say, a great strategy on how to pull through in this kind of situations right now.
Yeah.
Chu has been pretty phenomenal when it comes to his graveyard there.
Chu actually was able to actually outplay, not say outplay, but like he has a lead in the early parts of the game against Luxian Singh. Luxian Singh was the one that's actually kind of struggling a little bit, right? But then, when Nandes start to show up to cut the front lines from the back line, when you also have the threat of Walker Knuckle, just suddenly I could just literally flicker in ultimate, and now all of a sudden everybody's on retreat. I think one of the things that we could also hope to see from Chu is that he knows how to kite backwards while also doing damage.
Correct.
And that's what Kimi really truly shines. And can you imagine Chu on that Kimi? He will be absolutely broken.
Oh, on the gold lane. But so far, Kimi on the gold lane here, until now, it's not that much of a high gold laner.
Laner.
But it's on the mid lane. Mid lane, Kimi has been performing very well there. But we are in this series right now. Kimi has been banned, so I'm also looking forward for that Lucas as well. So it has been banned.
Permaban. I know we've been talking about Lucas so much. Like brother right here that I has been massive fan of Lucas in the jungle. He has never seen one. We out of three series yesterday, the best of three. Some of the games even went to the full-on game number 3, but Lucas is almost 100% banned.
Yeah, 100% banned. And now, in this series, of course, we're going to mention that Walker Knuckle has been maybe the MVP as well when it comes to a team fight there.
Yep.
His performance, his decision-making as well, to zone out enemy Ignite Gaming. We've seen their team fight on the top, on the Lord Pit, on the Siege as well.
Yep.
He knows his role.
And what I love about the King's Vanguard is as compared to yesterday's games, remember we always pointed out that there's a distinct lack of trust from Bao onto Bao, but now they managed to close in that gap just a little bit more. And you start to see, Bao roaming with Luxian Saint, albeit, yeah, I mean, they got killed on the top lane earlier just now in that sequence, but hey, that is good improvement, and that's what we're all about. We want to see improvements from the team. That's why we're critical.
Plus Nandes on the jungle. Looking forward for more of that one.
Yes.
So let's see on here on their next series against another challenger team if we are going to see Nandes on the Hayabusa on the
On his Ling.
Ling.
No, not Lings, but Fanny's. Ling is
Fanny.
actually, I'm actually kind of surprised that Ling actually went through because Ling was not really prevalent in this particular patch. But he's still around,
I mean, yeah, the
if
mechanics, the skill, the role of the Ling is same thing as a Hayabusa one. Like they go
definitely,
to the
if
split
Kyrie
push.
can still pull off the Lancelot in one of the games, I mean,
Lancelot.
why not?
I
Albeit,
haven't seen Lancelot in a while.
yeah,
also,
because
Jace.
Lancelot is so broken. Well, used to be broken.
Kyrie.
Yeah, Carrie used to be a Carrie fanboy.
Yeah,
No,
this is it.
I'm also a Carrie fanboy as well. Really want to see more out of him. But of course, looking at this, we love what we're seeing right now from the challenger teams.
Yeah, KGV right now, King's Vanguard looking pretty good. I love how they execute this one. Their draft, their roles, the heroes they use as well. This is what we want to see for King's Vanguard here. But the next, of course, challenger team we're to witness, it's going to be Everlasting Love.
Everlasting Love. Now, Everlasting Love is a couple of... I don't really recall... we don't really see them much often in both MPL's qualifiers and also community scene. I think I recognize Fake Cutie as well, another name that we usually see in the community teams, other community teams in Singapore. So looking forward to what Everlasting Love can show against King's Vanguard.
Okay, prior to this challenger qualifiers, right, there's an off stream battle between two challenger teams. So
Hey, we don't spoil that.
yeah.
Don't wanna spoil
I
that.
think this is part of their point system as well.
Yeah,
right?
it does. It does go into the
Yeah.
point system. So I think that's something that you also need to take note of. As much as I like what Ignite Gaming is showing us, I'm really glad to see Yuta coming back into MPL because I really look up to him in terms of his personality as a gamer, as an esports player. Man, I feel that he will go miles if he meets a good team.
And hopefully this is now the challenge coming in from the side of challenger teams. They must have the points needed in order for them to continue here. Remember, all battles is going to be a best of one and will accumulate 1 point each only. So every match is at stake. So KGV will now face later on the second team.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to go into that second game very, very soon. Of course,
Everlasting Love, though, Jace. You mentioned about the players, right? Everlasting Love. This is the first time also I hear this team name.
Yeah, I mean, this is where because of this qualifier, because of this tournament format, this is really a good showing, and this is a good place to showcase hidden gems, like what I mentioned yesterday, right? Hidden gems. Singaporeans like to use this word. I don't know why.
Everlasting Love or Hidden Gems?
Hidden gems.
Okay.
Definitely. Show me all your hidden gems, right? Yeah, and it's really grateful to see these new players coming in, showing and actually trying out against these seeded teams.
Yeah, this is what I mentioned as well. This format really is important, especially for aspiring esports players. And this biggest challenge as well is MPL SG teams they're facing up against.
And the best part is this is not the end for some of these challenger teams, right? Even if you're unable to make it into the challenger teams, there's also another last chance qualifier happening next week. So please go ahead and check out more information on the side of the Instagram as we take you through the MVP of that particular team.
Wakanako.
Definitely it's going to be Wakanako and this juice in, man. His zoning, his damage, 89% kill, participation, everything you need.
Yeah, this is what I'm looking forward for this player, especially Nandes as well. Their combo as a jungle and a mid laner is really good, especially if they are being aggressive of this one. We've seen aggressiveness coming in from Wakanako as well, right? The flicker and then Crimson Beacon out of nowhere behind enemy lines. And what's the great thing about this one? He survives. There's one team fight on the top side. The team
we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that one. We don't want to talk about that.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, but it's too disgusting, the fact that he knows the limits of the juicing. And I really like what we're seeing right here.
Yeah, and I think this is now going to be the time for the side of KGV to fight up against the next challenger team, Everlasting Love here. So Everlasting Love, looking forward for that one.
Oh, are we going straight into the next game? It feels like we are because we do have the graphics ready for the next Challenger team. If the production will gladly show it, because Everlasting Love is something that we are also definitely looking at. Let's take a look at the roster for the next Challenger team. This is Everlasting Love. Fake
There
Cutie,
you go.
Kyushu, Sasbomba, Akashi, and Willy.
You familiar with the faces?
Not at all.
James?
I only recognize Fake Cutie's IGN.
Okay.
Not at all. So this is totally a brand new team, a brand new faces joining MPL Singapore. And I think it definitely looks good on the books, right? Like, imagine if your resume, hey, I played in MPL Singapore,
Yeah. This is actually a confidence boost as well. I mean, as a pro player, this is what you want. So you are now here, and you are up against MPL SG esports team here. And looking forward for Everlasting Love on how they are going to perform in this Challenger Qualifiers here. And look at the Sas Bomba. So I think this is a reference to Kid Bomba.
Yeah, definitely.
Love this IGN.
Yeah, a small little shout out over to Sasbom,
Kid
Bomba as well.
Bomba,
Kid Bomba
yeah.
as well. So I think, okay, this is really good. You know, in terms of the roster, we don't really have a lot of information as of yet, but I know Fake Cutie does wonders on his assassins earlier just now.
Okay, so we are just looking forward for this one, and of course their opponent still is gonna be KGV. This one, Nandes, Bao, Walker Knuckle, Liechtenstein, and Super Ryan. So we have talked about also with regards to the stamina, right? But these are already fully experienced players. They are get used to this kind of situation. But the momentum, winning, of course, the previous series is in advantage into their side. And now looking forward for, again, we have talked about looking forward for Nandes to go for an assassin hero here as well. And Liechtenstein will be the same safe gold laner, just farming all up and pop up out of nowhere in the later stage of the game.
Yep. I don't know whether it's a good thing to call someone a silent fart or something. It's good. It's good if you're doing damage.
Good reference.
It's a good it's a good you do good damage. You win the game if you can use silent fire to basically kill everybody. I mean, it's like a Captain America scene from. Do you watch Avengers?
Avengers. Again.
Okay, we need to have some cultural exchange for our dear Deadeye right here after this. Anyways, ladies and gents, this is really exciting. So we're actually going to hold on to and show you the draft when it's ready. But what are you expecting from the side of Everlasting Love?
Just
throw out something, anything for now.
Okay, whenever casted community teams, like I don't know, usually teams like that goes for the meta hero. So gonna expect, of course, the same thing, right? If ever chip is open, they're gonna party the chip there or same bands here. But since we do not know the players themselves, we got to know them later on if this hero is their specialty or not. So we are going to witness Everlasting Love. Is this a team love to go for a pickoff? Is this a team love to go for a team fight? Or is this team love to draft or counter draft their enemies here? So we are going to experience that later on. But for KGV though, looking for Fernandez really on that assassin. He shines well. That Hayabusa, what we have witnessed on the previous game, and also the side of Walker Knuckle. I love his gameplay, to be honest. I love his gameplay, his aggressiveness there on that mage. So Kimi Walker Knuckle, we've seen him. Kimi Walker Knuckle, we've seen him. On the Zushin, very aggressive, but I haven't seen him really on that bursty mage lineup like Farsa. I haven't seen him doing that one, Dexana or.
I feel like looking at how he plays the Jushin as well. I feel like he's a perfect fit for Farsa, right? Like long range, burst, Reaper kind of play style. You know, you've seen him. He has this bloodlust in his eyes when he plays this game. He just wants to go in and kill, and I think it works wonders, right? For a Farsa. So excited to see him even more mages. But don't forget, this is the best of one. So as you go from one team to another, unless the other team specifically bans out this Jushin, you might see him on some of the regular majors that we always see.
I think the side here of the Challenger team, since they have witnessed the first game, most likely they are going to go for their spec bans here. But on the last Challenger qualifiers, there's some cheesy picks like the Baksha and the Estes. So I'm not sure also if we have some pocket picks here coming in from Everlasting Love.
Especially best of one. There we go. Everlasting Love. Don't forget, ladies and gents, we are going this blind, technically speaking. Yes, we do have a little bit of sneak peek of his game. One of this game earlier just now, but then again, we're not going to spoil because one game you really can't tell a lot of things out of one game.
And now there's going to be King's Vanguard still on the first pick. So we've seen, of course, the Kalea has been first pick on the previous game. Most likely, they are going to go on the same route here. But Everlasting Love, all still... we're still is a mystery when it comes to their picks here. But as expected, of course, meta bands, meta heroes will be the priority here for the side of Everlasting Love. So it's going to be the same. You know, Kalea, remember, Kalea, Kimi is still pretty much open here. Louis, we've seen the Louis being banned the previous here as well. So I'm looking forward if Everlasting Love loves to go team fight or they love to go for a pickoff.
Yep. King's Vanguard, as of now, you know, they always have that 4 protect 1 comp. But earlier just now, if you noticed how King's Vanguard is actually taking, especially from the side of Joe H, instructing Nandes on this Hayabusa to basically start split pushing. You always see Nandes coming in split push, and then after that, you know, to work against Icon's split pushing, right?
Yeah.
So that's actually kind of good adaptation coming up from King's Vanguard, but we shall see. The bans from the side of Drew H will be taking away the Fanny, the Fanny, the Chip, and the Harif. And what is that name from Everlasting Love's coach?
Hey?
Can you read it?
OMG! Now that you have...
User 27918273645. Is that his credit card number?
Can you say it in a...
No,
In
I
a
don't.
rap-
I don't think. I'm gonna call his coach number. Coach number for now. Coach number. All right. Coach number going for.
Coach number. Okay.
Going for the
Coach
Matilda
number.
band, Lucas band, and the Kimi band. They are absolutely afraid of these big, scary heroes. And now King's Vanguard are going to go for the Kalia first pick once again.
Okay, Zushin has been stolen here for the side of Everlasting Love. And we have mentioned it on the previous series, right? Once Kalea has been picked, usually Purify Battle Spell has been prioritized here. So we're looking forward for Everlasting Love here. Because once that Flicker, Tsunami Slam, Isolation play has been committed already, and that's going to be a one-man down for you. So Everlasting Love should priority, of course, on how to counter this Kalea here. And that's going to be a Phobia's being picked here. There you go, the Violet team again.
Hey, you know, imagine, okay, maybe that's not his credit card number. That's probably his MLBB IGN account number, right? So what do is go to MLBB,
To try to hack
search his name, and find his history.
Hey!
Don't dox yourself, ladies and gents. Don't dox yourself, and there you go. King's Vanguard.
Walker Naka heard you, man.
Walker Naka going for the Farsa. Hayabusa for Nandes once again. This is almost same but different as compared to the earlier game just now against Ignite Gaming. Everlasting Love going for the Suyo, the Phobias, and the Juicin.
Okay, when it comes to crowd control, yes, of course, you have here for KGV when it comes to a single target. But they need a good follow-up, which is Garokacha again. I'm expecting Garokacha will be in the ranks either here on KGV or Everlasting Love. So Kari has been banned, though. Okay, Kari has been banned just because, of course, they are afraid for this true damage against their frontliner, which is the Phobius in the side of Everlasting Love. But on the side of Everlasting Love, I think you need to ban out those secondary. Okay, they are prioritizing actually gold laners here.
They're really trimming down the gold laners right here. I'm actually expecting Joe H to start to ban the Gato Kacha because the Gato Kacha is the massive problem against the likes of Farsas, right? And also the Valentina, that's something that... Oh, sorry, Valentina, you don't really need to care about the Valentina because Everlasting Love has already selected the Juicin for themselves. So cancel that.
So they need a frontliner who can have the crowd control. Of course, Garokacha is pretty much open here. Maybe Hylos again on the front line here. Okay, Hylos been banned on the other side. KGV though, will they ban the Garokacha?
I think they really need to ban away the Garokacha because it's one of its counters against the Farsas, and especially when right now you do have the Irithel for the side of Luxian Stain to pick up once again. Garokacha can easily gap close onto the Irithel, and basically your kiting advantage is gone.
Did Luxian Stain also play Beatrix, right? If not, haven't seen
that. I think, but Beatrix right now is in a very weird position because her kit relies on physical damage. There you go. Joe H takes away the Gato Kacha.
But it's a good combo though for the Kalea. The Bennett's Rage with the isolation plays can use that one, but there's so many things. Granger can also be one. We have seen...
the Granger. Still available.
Still available here. So this is going to be a battle for the gold lane here. Harriet now has been taken out as well.
I think Ranger is really good, super prevalent in this meta, but okay, Everlasting Love, counter picks, Luxion, stains, everything.
Actually, I love it.
feel like they've been doing the homework just a little bit. They were watching King's Vanguard's game as well. That shows adaptation. I love it. And now King's Vanguard's forced to pick something else. The Bruno gets picked up instead.
Only concerning here for the side of Everlasting Love that this Irithel is very weak in the early stage of the game, especially heavy dives lineup coming in from KGV. Claire can dive, Hayabusa can dive, even this Hilda can dive. So this is very vulnerable here for this Irithel play.
Yeah, Hilda, technically speaking, is like a good replacement for Hylos. Is tanky, but only if the Hilda is in the bush. Everlasting Love finishes the roster with a Jawhead pick. Jawhead going into Rome, and it's pretty nice. It's the same idea as your Gadakacha or even your Kalia, right? You can dive right onto the Farsa. Your main goal as Everlasting Love right now is to disable the Feather Airstrike.
Yes, that's the priority indeed. The damage coming in from the Farsa. Remember the game of Team Flash that Cortese just owned the early game using the Farsa? It could probably be the same here. And Zushin, remember when it comes to a range battle between Zushin and a Farsa can really outrange Zushin there. Especially the burst damage as well.
Yep, so now let's take a look at the game. As we go into the game, well, technically game number 1, of course, this is just a best of 1. But this is the game in between King's Vanguard and Everlasting Love. Deadeye, can you run us through in terms of the laning phase? Which lane are you looking for as a priority?
For the King's Vanguard, I prioritize the gold lane here. I mean, they need to shut down Akashi as early as possible. Plus, they do have the kits. With this diving composition coming in from King's Vanguard, I do believe they have the harassment or the kit to do that as much. Everlasting Love, on the other side, you have a Suyo here. So we know Suyo is very aggressive in the early level 3. They can go for the pick off. They can actually go for it all in, especially with the Jawhead. Suyo is very, very strong in the early game. They do have the damage. So this is a battle between who is going to initiate first or who is going to control the early game.
Yeah, I really like what I'm seeing here from Everlasting Love. Look at it. They don't really care about King's Vanguard having the MPL tag. They are walking into the Challenger stage firmly believing they have the better gameplay and start invading hard because like what you mentioned, Jawhead and Suyo pops off early.
Yeah, as you can see right now, invading the enemy jungle here. But look at this one. Okay, Nandez. They're trying actually themselves to invade Everlasting Love jungle.
There's an ejector as well onto Nandez. Kushu picking up first blood. Everlasting Love walks into this game with no fear at all.
Just like that, Jace. As expected, the damage is just insane here for Everlasting Love with the Jawhead and Suyo combo. And I'm expecting, of course, that Akashi will be having a hard time. But with this control coming in from Everlasting Love, they're pretty good shape.
Looking for another one right here, but not enough burst damage coming outside from Sus.
But
here comes Suyo as well. Kyushu. Man, this guy is starting to become an assassin, Jawhead.
Yeah, indeed. And they're not stopping here, Jace.
And this is the Roma the Chaos.
Exactly. Oh. Exactly. But this is an aggressive Romo, so then okay. I'll give you this ticket to go for the kills here. And Super Ryan has the vision, and I don't think King's Vanguard can afford to go for this turtle, but instead targeting the gold lane.
I love how Everlasting Love is playing this, right? It feels like they do have a bit of macro play. Just look at the positioning of Kyushu, picking up the turtle, securing for themselves, and Nandez, coming up for the assassination. Akashi, oh, that's not a very good place for you to back off. But now is combo revenge. Kyushu right here, unstoppable force onto Nandez. Nandez on being chased right here, and Bao just leaving him to his own wits. Nandez has to try to outplay that one.
Oh, Nandez, he needs to go back away. Look at the control here. Oh, he's dead.
No way that he can actually get on Kyushu and Sus Bomba chasing, but maybe that opens a little bit more space for Walker Knuckle, but Fake Cutie is on the job right there. Walker Knuckle goes in for the Feather Airstrike a little bit too close. Bao will pull him right all the way back to the edge of the Feather Airstrike, giving a kill over to Walker Knuckle.
Beautiful combo, and that is what you want for the side of King's Vanguard. But on the exchanges that we have just witnessed, right, it is going to be King's Vanguard priority on the bot side. But hold on, this is going to be a team fight once again.
Kyushu looking for a pickup right here. Bao, the subject right there once again, allowing Sus Bomba to fling him all the way into the air. Not enough damage coming off of Everlasting Love to end off Bao.
They need to continue this kind of aggression for Everlasting Love. So luckily, of course, they survived that onslaught coming in from the side of King's Vanguard, but they must need to continue. They cannot really give away the space, especially now Akashi is still very vulnerable here on the lane. We have seen King's Vanguard trying to harass this Irithel on the bot side. So far on the top side here, Willie and Super Ryan just doing their thing. It's just easy peasy for them, just trying to farm all out. But when it comes to rotations though, Everlasting Love, they must find a way to pick off once again.
I like how the pick-off coming up from Everlasting Love, right? Even though, yes, Kyushu was able to pick up 2 kills, but those 2 kills are not going into Fake Cutie.
Oh, I think they need that one to funnel the Fate QT here, especially on the Suyo. So Kyushu has the 2 kills here, and they need some more. I think this is going to be a contest once again. Turtle this time around. King's Vanguard is ready.
I like the tag team coming off from Everlasting Love, right? Sasbomba and Kyushu walking together, and they kind of complement each other, right? Kyushu allows Sasbomba to tag on the passive of Jusin over and over again, allowing that one person to receive all the damage. Bao on the Kalia, unfortunately, is still a little bit more regen-y, but Kyushu, unstoppable before, zoning out Nandez, for the airstrike coming out from Walker Knuckle. At the same time, Bao brings Fake Cutie all the way down to death. Super Ryan credited for the kill right here. Willie goes on the chase right here, goes into Inferno pursuit, and Super Ryan has to run away. Nandez still surviving, even though after Kyushu activating the ultimate.
Kyushu targeting, of course, Nandez in that situation. I think that is not the priority target. I think the priority target here is going to be Walker Knuckle. So far, the unstoppable force against Nanda's Shadows here, he was way out into the team positioning here. But still, the turtle dance continues at this moment.
Yeah, Fake QT not having a very good game right here. Kyushu once again ejecting
There you go.
Walker all the way back. Has to go to the wing by wing, but Inferno pursuit from Willie chases him down. Super Ryan goes for the pursuit as well. Onto Fake QT, trying to zone him away. Sasuke will be able to retreat. And so Bomba trying to kite all the way back. Willie coming in for the peel. Fake QT does have Akashi trying to join the fight right here, but gets cut off by Bao, and Bao receiving damage coming up from the Willie, and also Fake Cutie and Akashi riding on the bicycle. Now they're joining in the fray, so Shadow Kill will be activated, but doesn't really have the shuriken for him to actually pop off the damage. So as Bomba continue on the kill, but Everlasting Love, that is a wonderful sequence of gameplay.
Yeah, indeed. And that was the target already coming in from Kyushu. Just mentioning, right, that it is going to be Walker Knuckle. Should be the priority target here. As you can see, ejector onto Walker Knuckle without now the mage with the damage. It's going to be now Everlasting Love having a long brawl here. So far, Kyushu has been taken out, but Walker Knuckle was the target indeed.
Yep.
The damage coming in from Everlasting Love when it comes to prolonged team fight is actually into their favor here. And Luxianstein at this stage doesn't have yet the damage. And I love how they covered Akashi in this sequence right.
You can start to see how Everlasting Love knows how to balance the aggression. And that's amazing coming up from this Challenger team.
And now the split push continues here coming in from Nandez on the bot side. Now, this is one of the things that they need to consider here for the side of Everlasting Love.
Tsunami Slam coming in. Willie will be dragged all the way back. That's one pick-off coming out from King's Vanguard.
Oh, okay, 4 versus 5 situation. Now this is going to be King's Vanguard pushing on the top here. And look at Nandez taking attention for the side of Everlasting Love. I love how they do the macro plays here. Look at on the top side here, Luxianstein going to push, putting pressure, while the rest of Everlasting Love just finding anyone here for the pickup, but they're on the wrong side of the map here.
A lot of over-aggressive plays, hyper-aggression coming out of Everlasting Love, but however, they're unable to convert into more objectives right there. If you notice, Luxianstein is just split pushing like nobody's business.
Yeah, this is the threat, right? Remember the previous game, right? Luxianstein having a free farm of his life is going to be a threat in the later stage of game. Okay, the turtle right now on the side of Everlasting Love. This is going to be a brawl.
Yeah, just definitely. Bao goes on in the air, trying to airstrike as well. Kyushu tags onto them, but Walker Knuckle, the absolute strike damage is huge onto Kyushu. And now Willie joining on the fight, tags onto Walker Knuckle at the same time. Super Riot on the run. And now the Everlasting Love concealed play as well, trying to go on chase, but a little bit of miscom. They will back off, but they're happy with Bao pick, but they lose Fake Cutie though.
Fake Cutie is out. That is going to be the jungler. Oh, no kills yet for the side of Fake Cutie there, but they are still continuing to push through here in the middle lane.
The damage, Kyushu down low just a little bit more. Luxianstein, the balls will kick right at his face, taking him down in the mid lane.
Ooh, that is not what you want there with the side of Everlasting Love. Underestimating the power there coming in from Liechtenstein. First kill for Liechtenstein, and they want to feed him more here in this kind of situation. But remember, the split push coming in from King's Vanguard there on the top side really gave them a lot of breathing space. Now King's Vanguard is still in an advantage here at this moment in time.
Everlasting Love, though. Like, I like what I'm seeing in terms of macro
Yeah.
play, but then again, you know, all of a sudden they throw that hyper aggression in, and then after that they start just focusing on micro. If you take a look how King's Vanguard is slowly dissecting Everlasting Love apart, that's another side lane gone for the side of Everlasting Love.
Now the only outer tard standing here is in the middle lane. Everlasting Love here. On the early stage of the game, they have been very aggressive. Now this aggression has been stopped already by King's Vanguard. They're now in the tempo. They're dictating the tempo here in this game. And look at the vision coming in from Super Ryan and the rest of Everlasting Love here. They must go for the pickoff. Kyushu was always the initiator here.
Oh, look at Walker Naka once again on the far side. The feather airstrike, Everlasting Love never even dared to step into that one, allowing Liechtenstein to do some chip damage towards the mid lane turret.
They cannot reach her. They cannot reach this
at all.
Farsa. Oh, this is going to be really difficult here. I think Fate QT must find a way to go for the flanks there in order to catch Walker Nako. And as you can see, Kyushu is also one of the players here who can do the unstoppable force, reaching Walker Nako into the back lines. But at this moment, the damage is just insane already.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? How, you know, King's Vanguard was able to abuse that fact.
Bam.
But hold on a second, that's going to be a tsunami step from Bao. Catching Willy once again, and Kyushu try to chase after that. So nice stun coming out. Sus Bomba goes into the ultimate. Will be able to pull Super Ryan all the way back. Vengeance already activated as Bao just zones out Everlasting Love. He's looking for Fake Cutie right here. Now the jungler gets zoned out, and Super Ryan tries to make something play right there. Sus Bomba trying to drag. That's going to be a killing spree. Goes over the side of Sus Bomba, but Lord will be taken down by Nundes and King's Vanguard as well. Everlasting Love, a good gameplay, but they lose 2 members and the Lord.
Oh man, Super Ryan sacrifice is okay. It's really worth it there, but Everlasting Love. You see the Phobias, man. Just a single tsunami slam and bursted down less than a second or 2 seconds there, and it only shows there that this pick off this combo coming in from a Kalea is indeed really a threat. But so far here on the other side, Everlasting Love, they could not afford this kind of losses. Without, of course, Wheelie on the front line, the only thing is Kyushu on the next. So Kyushu cannot really handle all the damage, especially right now Liechtenstein is looking good at his itemizations.
Yeah, just Bruno is starting to pick up, you know, necessary items. He's already packing
left
damage.
gun.
He's already packing a lot of heat on the Berserker's Fury and also the Malefic Gun. Going into next should be the Windtalker as well. He's doing a lot of damage, and now Everlasting Love, I think they need to prioritize onto Liechtenstein. If not, he's gonna just start kicking balls right at your face, and you don't even have the goalkeeper for that one.
So many things to consider here. Before, it was Walker Knuckles going to be the prior target. Now Liechtenstein is the threat here. So on the other side, damage is still there. Don't get me wrong. Akashi here, he needs the itemizations also to deal as much damage. But Nanda's going to go for the split push here, and the Lord is also on the top side.
Further airstrike from the side of Walker Naka once again, just spamming the damage right over there. Once again, zoning the members of Everlasting Love. They know not to deal with Walker Naka because he does have a lot of damage.
How can you do this one? I think concealed play can also be one, but it's kind of risky at this moment here. Everlasting Love trying to defend their base. Sus Bomba trying to provide vision as well. How can you catch Walker Knuckle here? Flicker is pretty much available for Kyushu, but they need to execute it properly. Oh, the damage!
The feather airstrike once again, allowing Liechtenstein of 1 or 2 kicks. The chip damage coming up from the side of King's Vanguard onto the top lane. Everlasting Love is losing ground.
Slowly but surely here, Inhibitor Tired's gone, and they're not going back here, Jays. They're not planning to retreat. Time and time again, the same strategy they are going to take. Walker Knuckle bombardment. No one's going after him here. Everlasting Love, there you go. Inhibitor Chart gone.
That's the top side from Everlasting Love. Really vulnerable right there. Sus Bomba, yes, he can be the person with the bombs, but Walker Knuckles has the artillery.
Oh, man. We've seen on the previous game, right? The Zushin has been used as a zone controlling the zone of the backlines, using the flicker, but this time around it is going to be a purified. This is one of the factors we are going to consider here. So it's not going to be easy for Sus Bomba to follow through as well at this moment. But this strategy coming in from King's Vanguard, it's slow, but it's very effective here. But Everlasting Love, though, they must find a way on how to counter this kind of situation.
Yeah, I think Walker Knuckle, the Feather Airstrike is just way too prominent, right? Everlasting Love does have the kit inside a Kyushu, in the form of Kyushu, in the form of Fake Cutie, to basically try to find Walker Knuckle. But I don't think they're able to find it because they're starting to feel a little bit fear. The hyper-aggression being halted by King's Vanguard.
I think Kyushu this is... Oh, look at the damage. That's a Phobius, man.
That's a Phobius. The Feather Airstrike damage from King's Vanguard is truly showing. Man, King's Vanguard, what a game.
They're just going very defensive here. No risk action. And I thought Kyushu is going to go for the conceal or just going to have a flanking maneuvers at this moment. But with this Lord pushing through, they have no choice. They're back against the wall.
I think right now the problem is Kyushu was a very greedy one. The horse is right here. That's going to be the Bao jumping in, picking Fake Cutie. Fake Cutie is not able to play the game at all. And Kyushu going down next. Here comes Willie going into the Phobias. Inferno retreat as well. But look at Walker Knuckle. Easily just flies away. Outputting damage onto Kyushu as well. Sus Bomba goes into the ultimate, trying to look for a play right here. But look at the balls from Luxian Stain. And there's so much damage from the side of King Vanguard. And it's going to be them picking up this game.
Just too much, man. The bombardment coming in from far side. We just mentioned we haven't seen Walker Knuckle on the far side. There you go.
There's so many nukes coming up from King's Vanguard, right? Yeah. It feels like Oppenheimer once again from the side of King's Vanguard. The Feather Airstrike over and over again. And don't forget, it's also the Bruno on the kick. Correct. Just one or two kicks. Juicing cannot even deal with the damage.
There's no counter there for Everlasting Love. It's difficult for them to really go for a flanking maneuver. Just trying to have this advice coming in from Everlasting Love, but it's really difficult. If you're on the side, I think you have no choice but just to hunker down on the situation.
But you can start to see, you can start to see the comfort of Nandes already on this Hayabusa, right? His angles are starting to get a little bit more creative. He's not coming in at 360 degrees. He's coming in at 720 degrees, right? He can be anywhere. And because and you can start to see in this game and the previous game as well, he's so confident.
Correct.
If you give him somebody that's so much mobility. As you take a look at the stats, ladies and gents, let me run you through. It's just such a beautiful game from Everlasting Love and King's Vanguard. Everlasting Love, their hyper-aggression early game makes sense. They've got, the Jawhead, they've got Fake Cutie, but however, because Kyushu was holding on and hoarding on all the kills, mind you, Fake Cutie wasn't able to scale, and that's also because Bao was just targeting Fake Cutie over and over and over again.
Yeah, it cannot escape that kind of isolation plays time and time again. They're really also, I'm expecting Willie to have a great defense, but look at this one. We only see here one magical defensive item coming in from Willie. The damage coming from the Feather Airstrike is just too much. He's way too squishy as well. And Kyushu cannot handle that kind of damage here. They haven't prioritized the magic damage reduction items here for the side of Everlasting Love.
And I feel like that in terms of storyline perspective, Everlasting Love in the early game, they know what to do in the early game. They know what to do in the early to mid game, the first turtle, the second turtle. But when it comes to the later parts of the game, it feels like they forgot how to do and what to do, and King's Vanguard abused that fact. Walker Knuckle starts picking up the items. The glowing one starts to go in. The genius one starts to go in as well. And I don't know how many ones does Harry Potter needs, but man, he's picking up all the ones and he's outputting the damage.
And speaking of damage here, Nandes also did a pretty good job zoning out anyone to follow through here. Akashi haven't recovered also when it comes to his positioning on the team fight as well. He's been the favorite target of Nandes time and time again. And Sus Bomba, without, of course, the flicker, we have seen the Purify here. And that was actually, don't get me wrong, that the battle spell Purify is really one of the priority when you are up against the pick-off composition here coming in from KGV. The only thing is you have no follow-through whenever Kyushu or Willie is on the front lines, especially during the mid into the later stage of the game. Early game, yes, they have the damage, but they cannot really sustain or continue this kind of strategy as the game goes on.
Yeah, so it's the adaptability in terms of the fights, right? In terms of the storyline, like like early game, what do you do? Mid game, what do you do?
Yes,
Late game,
yes.
what do you do? And that could also go into the coach difference, right? Don't forget, community teams don't really have. Oh, sorry, teams from the community doesn't really have a coach. This is the first time where they're blessed to have a coach at the very least. But and then again, being a coach is not easy. You've
It
seen
is. It's
you've
not
seen
easy.
some teams, right?
is
The
not
coach diff is obvious. Their role is not just the draft.
Correct.
It also dictates, okay, I'm going to pick this draft. What do you do in early? What do you do in mid? What do you do in late?
The strategy itself, not only picking the one. And we have seen how the draft really works as well. Remember of the draft. Nandez was fighter jungler way back. Now the draft changes here for the side of KGV, going for the assassin types, which is very effective now for KGV. And they would really love to see them continue this kind of draft or this kind of composition here. And Everlasting Love on the other side, they have been great in the early on. As you have mentioned, of course, Jays, they just need to find a way to finish the game.
Yeah. And I really like what I'm seeing right here in terms of the stats, right? You look at Bao, 9k damage, but his presence was felt. 62% team fight participation. Not only just that, he's always picking up the right targets. Fake Cutie couldn't even play MLBB because of Bao.
The chain stun as well, and the burst coming in from Walker Knuckle. Imagine Phobius has been picked off less than 2 seconds. Same thing as Fate QT is just incredible damage. 41, almost half of all the damage output came from Walker Knuckle.
Yeah, and not just that, right? Lucianstein as well.
Yeah,
the
of
solid
course.
backline that is constantly outputting damage. If he's not being targeted by, the likes of Fake Cutie or Kyushu, right? Lucianstein would just output the damage over and over again. Just take a look at his damage to turrets as well. He's the main person that's kicking down turrets. If you notice, Everlasting Love, the macro in the mid part of games, I feel like they need some work on that because they're losing turrets left and right, and they don't know what to do about it.
Yeah, speaking of turrets being taken down left and right, the mobility coming in from Everlasting Love, they have been there all throughout, especially during the early stage of the game, right? After the pick-off, they go out top, and then after the pick-off, they go mid. But then again, it's just being stopped there. I think Nandez did a wonderful job in going for the pick-offs, just taking the attention, that aggression coming in from Everlasting Love.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you on that one. And I feel like it's just... Remember, there's a few sequences from the side of Everlasting Love, and it was like, okay, you got a team fight, you got to kill. What do you do next? Right? There's no what's next. It's like, hey, mom, I've got to kill. That's it. Are you going to become a doctor after that? It's like you're getting A+ in biology, and then after that, hey, mom, I got A+. Congratulations. Are you going to be a doctor? No. That sort of idea.
But so far right now, we're seeing, of course, the side of Everlasting Love. They have a chance still to at least adjust on how they are going to pull through here. So far, first impression for Everlasting Love, they love being aggressive in the early game.
Hyper-aggression in the early game. Kyushu is a greedy roamer.
With a jaw head.
Yeah.
So maybe expecting Kalea roam also.
Saber.
Is this the next Beloyski we're seeing?
Maybe it feels like it. Feels like it. It does have that. It does have that hinting. I'm not surprised if he goes in like weird roamers after this because his jawhead was wonderful. He knows and knows how to abuse the early game.
Yeah. And now I think this we're going to see the MVP for who do you think is the MVP here for Walker Knuckle again?
I personally feel like
Walker Knuckle.
either Walker Knuckle or it's gonna be Bao because Bao, I think I like what he's doing with his Tsunami Slam, picking up the main target priorities as well, and then after that just slam people to the ground. I think let's take a look at the MVP. Going to give it back to Walker Knuckle once again. His zoning on the feather airstrike though is just wonderful. It opens up so much space for Lucianstein to do Lucianstein things.
Twice in a row. You've mentioned, of course, that the Kyushu has been one of the aggressive roamer right now. Here in the screen, Walker Knuckle I consider as one of the most aggressive mid laners as well here in the game. With his Farsa just bombarding everyone here. No one can ever reach him here in this game. I love his positioning. I love how he controls the game when it comes to team fights as well. And looking forward for this guy to really shine up the next of the matches.
Yeah, and it feels like this is slightly different King's Vanguard as compared to day number 1 of week 2, right?
Yes.
It feels like there's a little bit of an improvement, and that's exactly what we live for, improvement.
Yeah. Okay, King's Vanguard right now. So they have 2 wins. in this game. So I think they have recovered with 2 points here in this match. So next in the series for a Challenger Qualifiers is going to be Kingdom Esports, right? Kingdom Esports will be up next against the side of Challenger teams there.
Yep,
If I'm
but
not mistaken.
yeah, definitely. But of course, the main thing that I would like to also see that is that I hope the other seeded teams are also watching these these challenger teams coming in, right? Because hey, they're not too shabby either.
True. We've seen already Absolute Zero has been a menace here, but this is still the first game for our challenger teams to face against MPL SG teams here. So we have seen first Ignite Gaming there in the first match. Now here the second is the side of Everlasting Love. So few points to consider also for the challenger teams here. That when it comes to facing MPL SG teams, they may consider the macro plays as well. As you mentioned, strategy is one of the things they have to consider. You have an early game comp, you must control this one, and need to have find a strategy to finish the game itself.
Yep. That said, ladies and gents, it is wonderful to have to be able to at least see a little bit of snippets of Ignite Gaming and also Everlasting Love. With that said, we're going to go on a short break. Don't go away. More challenger teams coming up next.
Minna! 渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ! Kurama! 力を貸してくれ! Yoっしゃ! 第7班ここに復活だってばよ! みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる. さよなら! 今度は背中合わせでいくわよ.
MPL Singapore Season 8 ended with Flash securing a three-peat. But this season, everything changes. With a brand new format, new challenges await. The regular season journey has 4 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifiers, Challenger Stage, and Last Chance Qualifiers, all leading up to the playoffs.
In the seeded stage, 5 MPL Singapore teams from last season will compete in a best-of-3 round-robin format. Meanwhile, the Challenger Qualifiers give community teams a shot at the big stage. Over 2 weeks, the top 2 teams from each qualifier will advance to the Challenger stage. The Challenger stage will feature the 5 MPL Singapore teams from the seeded stage and the 4 community teams from the Challenger Qualifiers.
In the first 2 weeks, MPL Singapore and community teams will compete in a best-of-1 intergroup round-robin format. In the final week, community teams will face off in a best-of-1 round-robin. The MPL Singapore teams will be ranked based on their performance in the seeded and challenger stages. The top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, while the bottom-ranked team drops into the challenger stage rankings for 1 more shot. In the challenger stage, the 5 remaining teams are ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team secures the playoff spot, while the remaining 4 will enter the last chance qualifiers.
In the last chance qualifier, 1 final opportunity awaits: a 2-stage battle to secure the last playoff spot. In stage 1, community teams get 1 last shot to qualify. The top 2 teams will advance to stage 2. In stage 2, they'll face off against the 4 teams relegated from the challenger stage in a best-of-1 single elimination bracket. Only 1 team will survive and claim the final playoff spot.
To summarize, in the MPL Singapore Season 9 format, there will be 5 MPL Singapore teams and 4 community teams qualifying through the Challenger Qualifiers. Based on regular season performance, the top 4 MPL Singapore teams will advance directly to the playoffs, while the 5th-ranked team is relegated to the Challenger stage rankings. In the Challenger stage, the 5th-ranked MPL Singapore team and the 4 community teams will be ranked based on their Challenger stage results. The top-ranked team from this stage will secure a spot in the playoffs, while the remaining 4 teams move into Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2. They will be joined by 2 additional community teams who advance through Last Chance Qualifier Stage 1, which serves as the final entry point for community teams. The winner of the Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2 bracket will secure the final playoff spot.
And then it all comes down to the playoffs. 6 teams, only 1 champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL SG Season 9 championship?
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。 相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. This is going to be going. We're still in the Challenger stage right here, Jedi, and my name is Jace. We're bringing you the action, and I love what we're seeing for our Challenger teams already. And hopefully, we can get to see a lot more adaptation and growth in just one day.
Yeah, speaking of growth, we also need to see some adjustments coming in from our Challenger teams right now, especially for Ignite Gaming and Everlasting Love. Now, they are up against Kingdom Esports this time around.
Right.
So KGV has been wonderfully succeeding, winning those games against our Challenger teams. Now, next challenge is going to be Kingdom Esports. So Kingdom Esports actually pretty good yesterday's game.
Yeah, definitely, right? Kingdom Esports making a dent against Team Flash as well. And not only just that, remember we always talk about how, you know, you got FMM, you got a Bear, you never take out the Bear, you don't get trapped into the Bear. Bear is such a momentum-driven kind of player.
Badang.
His badangs, his Hail Mary plays are just so amazing, and that's the power. That's why I'm also paying attention to Bear's growth in MLBB as well, because I assure you, if he's able to resolve the fact that he's such momentum driven, I think he can be a very good player.
Don't get me wrong, Jace. I think Bear has come from a community team also way back, right?
Way back.
Now he's in
He's an MPL player now.
Yes, exactly. So most of our aspiring esports players right now from our Challenger teams is having the same dream as well. So I think we are going to look out specific players who can do the same thing or the growth that we have mentioned.
Yes, definitely. I think the more important thing that we have to look at is we need to try to basically grow and groom these players, right? Especially for these rosters that you'll be seeing up next in this screen. It is none other than Everlasting Love. I love what they're doing right now. I feel like there's a lot of potential, especially for Kyushu as a roamer being so aggressive. But I want to see him as I want to see more like initiator kind of roamers from him.
Let's see, Kalea can also be one. We've seen the aggressive Jawhead, which can also be respected here for the side of Everlasting Love. So far, our first impression coming in from this team, they love to be very aggressive in the early stage of game, but they just need to find a way to finish the match itself.
Yeah, definitely. Apart from being so aggressive in the early game, I think another thing is they need a storyline. They need a strategy, right? Not only just we do this in the early game. What's next?
Yeah, you mentioned that is very, very important indeed, especially going up against an MPL SG team that is Kingdom Esports. Loisa here on the jungle, FMM on the roam, Melon in the mid, Malik TZ on the gold, and Bear on the EXP. As I mentioned, Bear's been popping up yesterday's game. Incredible team fights, incredible decision makings all throughout as well for the totality here for the Kingdom Esports.
Definitely, right? Like Kingdom Esports' biggest issue is that if they falter, they would just dissipate. They would just evaporate, right? I think now I want to see their growth in mentally. They're strong micro. They have strong micro. They have strong macro decisions. But I want to see them, not being easily being discouraged when the games are not on their favor, because there's never a perfect world. We live in a very imperfect world. We live in a world where things can happen. Things can happen, and you just need to learn how to grow with it and work around with it. And that's applicable in MLBB.
Indeed, esports scene has so many takes on that one, how they are going to bounce back. But in this case, Jace, this is just a best of one match. So simple mistakes can really cost you.
Oh, yes.
And yeah, this is the thing where all the teams must need to consider as well. So it just for the roster as well, for the side of Kingdom Esports, Malik TZ and Loisa were from MDL PH teams way back. So they are the imports here for Kingdom Esports. So far, they're looking pretty sleeky here. And I think Kingdom Esports, if they continue their momentum, especially they have taken out the reigning champions Team Flash yesterday, could be really good for this team.
Yeah, it feels like right now all the teams are looking to basically measure themselves against Team Flash. Right?
Yeah, you mentioned
how the measure stick, right? The measuring stick, right?
Yeah.
But now it feels like, you know, two teams has already defeated Team Flash. So I think that's also a good inspiration over to these challenger teams that they can potentially beat Team Flash as well.
Yes.
Step over onto Team Flash and then, you know, seek greater heights, right?
Yeah.
And now I think they have to take this first step, which is to beat the seeded teams, right? As of now, the challenger teams have not done really well against the seeded teams as of now. So maybe, well, Kingdom Esports, I think it's also quite hard to beat. So now we have to start from scratch, especially from Team Everlasting Love and Kingdom Esports. Everlasting Love coming in first pick under the coach user number. I'm not going to be able to read
User
the number
number
all the time. And then Coach DJ as well.
Yeah, speaking of which, Everlasting Love, since they have the priority pick here, will they go for their usual or their comfort picks here? We've mentioned, of course, how aggressive they can be. Will they go for the clear first pick or the anything that seems to control the early game? Zushin also is to be considered as one of the higher priority picks here in the game.
Yep, Justin, you saw the impact that Walker Nako used. You can see that even Everlasting Love earlier just now under Bomba, yes, he is actually playing a very good and decent Justin, but the fact is you still got someone that has super long range, like artillery strikes, like your Farsas, your real world manipulation, your Yves as well, right? These bursts don't fare well for Juicin. And another thing that Juicin players also fail to do is sometimes when they play a little bit too safe, right? They thought that they're a little bit too squishy, but when you go into the ultimate and you got that additional shield, the potential outplay is just way too much.
That's in this case, maybe Flicker could be very potential being picked here over the side of Everlasting Love if they're ever going to use that Zushin here. But the Kimi is still being banned, Lucas being banned. We've seen so many priority bans for both teams here. But Kingdom Esports, talking about this team, right? Especially Bear. Actually, I'm happy for Bear because I witnessed his performance on the community events now on the season 8 and how he just called out those specific gameplay that can really turn the battle around. Shows really his growth indeed as a player. Yeah,
he has the micro, he has the macro, he has good game sense. And I feel like he's one of these people that are blessed with the talent. Not everybody has that. That's why we're here, talking instead of playing. Yeah, but it's just the fact that he just needs to fix the mental fortitude. I think that has always been his downfall. He doesn't have a very strong self-esteem, and
I see.
And I want to see him being a little bit more, you know, egoistic when it comes to gameplay, and that's make him really shine, right? He's like looking up this mountain, he just self-defeats himself. I think that's just literally one of the biggest problems, not only just for Bear, but also a lot of aspiring players in Singapore.
I think when it comes to an esports player, there should be some pride as well, right? Some ego. You cannot really take it away because I think in a good way. I mean, having those confident to call the shots at the right moment at the right time, you really need those kind of situations there. So of course, yourself to call out those shots should be very important as well.
Definitely. Let's take a look at the draft once again. Everlasting Love goes on the ban for Joy and also the Phobias, and also Coach DJ bans away the Fanny. It's still same old. I think a bit of a respect over the fake cutie. I think you're more than happy to leak out the Suyo, but right now Hayabusa is also on prime pick coming out of these teams.
Correct. Chip is pretty much open here. Kimi is pretty much open as well, and we have seen, of course, the first phase bans of the Harith as well. So far, the gold laner has been the priority for both teams. For Everlasting Love, rather, they have chosen the Irithel last time, right? So they want to have a gold laner who can really scale in the later stages here. Okay, Lucas out.
Lucas out. I'm expecting Kimi to be that slot as well for the side of Kingdom Esports.
Chip
cut that
as well.
away. Chip also wide open. Kalia feels like it's always been the first pick.
Correct.
For
So-
today, especially by the previous coach Joe H from King's Vanguard.
If I'm not mistaken, 2 games in a row, Clay has been first picked. So this is a potential first pick also at this series against the side of Kingdom Esports. So Matilda, okay, I think we're going to see if Chip is not going to be banned. Most likely, it's also gonna be the prior pick here. So we haven't seen yet because on the previous game, Everlasting Love showed us heavy aggression, like on the pick-off.
Yeah.
Not really the team fight itself, but with the Chip, it's gonna change all throughout the gameplay coming in from Everlasting Love.
Chips does have a lot of strong early game damage as well, right? The fact that you can just crash course, you can just jump from one place to another. Your mobility is just way too nutty.
There you go. Chip is open, Jace.
Chip is open, but I feel like Kimi should be the main prior ban. So I agree with Coach DJ on this one.
Yep.
But this also opens up Kalia,
Okay.
the Chip. Which one do you pick? It feels like Everlasting Love will secure the Kalia for themselves first.
Yeah, because they love a pick-off composition, which
Pick-off.
they showed us on
They
that.
like the pick-off.
Yeah, so they're going to go for this Clay instead, and Kingdom Esports has the chance to choose this Chip instead. So speaking of the roam, okay.
Takes the Suyo for himself. Passing over to Loisa. Loisa also a very strong assassin jungler.
Yeah.
But I also want to look out for, of course, FMN goes back to his default Gatakacha. If we have a stat to basically track how many Gatakacha games have FMN played, I would argue 4 to 5 games just this week alone.
Yeah.
Ish.
And all throughout the series, I think 100% most contested hero Gatakacha. Pick or ban.
Yeah, it is. It is because of the AOG, his sustainability in the early game,
True.
and it's just so annoying.
Okay, there you go. The heart has been picked for now. On the other side, of course, Moscow is pretty much open as well. No one is prioritizing the Chip. Okay, then.
Yeah.
So Chip is... I think this is one of the games that I have seen that Chip has not been banned and not being priority picked.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's why this is very interesting here for me to see that one. But Kingdom Esports right now, they have got a catch up, but they need a secondary or a primary initiator here. Oh, no way. That's a Zask I see.
Zax is really good against the likes of the Harif, right? Because especially
as well,
when
yep.
And Kalia as well, because
Yep.
you go into your ultimate,
Dominator's
you're basically
descent,
safe,
yeah.
and then after that you also zone out everybody. You zone out the Harif outside the Zaman force. You don't allow that proc over and over again.
Okay.
And that's wonderful against a Harif.
Wow. Okay. So, can I say this is a pocket pick here, Jace? Because pocket pick here for the side of Kingdom Esports going to go for the Zac itself. So more of this, let's just say, counter or defensive here for Kingdom Esports. But as you mentioned, it can also go into the back lines here just to pick up the Zushin or anyone could disrupt the team formation here.
Yep.
So, but when it comes to team fight though, especially for the Wombo combo, I think Gatakacha still needs the primary initiator here.
Yeah, you can definitely initiate with Gatakacha. Heck, you can also even initiate with Zaz Dominated Descent as well. So that's also wonderful in terms of the flexibility that, Melon is offering to Kingdom Esports. Right now, let's take a look at the bans. Coach DJ takes away the Hayabusa first. Hayabusa means that, you're going for a very vulnerable marksman. I'm thinking something maybe like a Bruno to a certain extent.
Okay.
You can even take away the Moskov, which is also not ignored completely.
There you go. It's banned now.
Unless right now Coach Numbers decides to ban it away.
Yeah, so no Moskov so far right now. So usually in the gold lane we see Urthel, Bruno, and we haven't seen yet
Granger?
the green. Oh, we have seen the Granger
Yep.
also, right? So okay, there's so many options here as this moment, but Harith for sure could own the lane when it comes to the early stages of the game.
Definitely, Harif does have a lot of burst damage in the early game, does have shields, you can regen a little bit, sustain a little bit more. Need something like a lane bully to push Harif out of the lane. Either you match him in the early game, but Harif is one of the biggest lane bullies in the gold lane in this meta right now.
Can dive as well with the Zaman Force. Can only think of a Beatrix, to be honest, Jace, when laning against a
Clint?
Clint can be one as well,
Granger?
right?
Irithel?
But Granger, you need to have a certain distance, which Harris loves. So, yeah, for this one.
No, here you go. DJ takes away that Nolan.
Okay.
Which is really rare because Nolan was not even even mentioned in MPL Singapore
No.
in terms of the statistics. This is probably the first ban that we will be able to record.
Do they
Coming in
have
for
any
this one.
information here against Everlasting Love? Fate Cutie did some Nolan thingy here before.
Yeah, it
so
feels
you,
like it. Uh-huh.
you're familiar with Fate Cutie, right? But
Mhm.
I'm not also sure if this is one of the comfort picks of Fate Cutie.
It
the
could
Nolan
be.
one.
It could be. It could be a comfort pick because, to be honest, I don't know whether it's okay to mention that earlier.
Yeah,
Just now we were actually discussing but I think let's just let the cat loose a
Yeah.
little bit. Actually, there's another game being played on site as well. But this also encourages you to please come on site. We're actually at Westgate right now. A good, nice little segue so that at least I can actually review. Fake Cutie actually play a very crazy Nolan against Icon's Fanny.
Oh, there you go. So that's the thing. And
Mhm.
speaking of the last bans, these two going for respect bans,
Yep.
I can say. So
Yep.
they are going to respect ban Nolan here against Everlasting Love and respect bans Badang of Bear.
And now going into Kingdom Esports theme, it feels like they have a lot of its own control, right?
Yep.
You've got the Gato Gacha AOG, you also got the Taunt.
Oh.
I was waiting for
Pocket
this.
pick.
I was
Jeez.
waiting for this.
The
I was waiting
Leomord.
for some Leomord. And on top of that, let's go. It's going to be a Freya.
What?
Freya Gold. No, that's not a Freya Gold lane. That's a Freya EXP lane. Unless they bring the Freya into the jungle. Because, no, actually, Leomord jungle and then Freya going to EXP lane. This is absolutely interesting. Not a lot of frontline. They're just going to go on brawl in the early game and they're just going to fight. I was expecting this kind of cheese. It's kind of smelly.
Now this is the
smelly
cheese that we've
cheese.
been waiting for, Jays.
Man.
3 heavy two fighters. But
Yeah.
the scaling,
There's a lot of scaling. If they allow the snowball, that's it.
if they allow this to be snowball.
Yeah,
but
and
okay,
remember I was
glue.
talking about Kingdom Esports. They wanted more zone control. There you go. The glue fits perfectly in the draft of Kingdom Esports.
Exactly, and the Garukacha, to be honest. I mean, because the lineup coming in from Everlasting Love loves to really go all in, which Garukacha is welcoming this kind of strategy here. Oh, okay then. This is really unusual, but I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward for Everlasting Love and how they be able to pull through here. But it comes to range, when it comes to, let's just say scaling, in a way, both teams scale the same way. They have the marksman here on the side of Kingdom Esports. It can poke really when it comes to range advantage against these two fighters.
And I'm only on top of that. I'm actually looking forward to this one because, man, the scaling, if Everlasting Love was allowed to snowball as compared to Kingdom Esports, Everlasting Love was snowball hard.
Yeah. The Barbiel is out.
The Barbie is out. What the heck is that sound? What have you blessed my ears with?
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Everlasting Love versus Kingdom Esports. Now, again, this is a best of one series. First time we're going to see a Leomord and a Freya in a game.
Yep, Freya going into the EXP lane, as I mentioned. Had Akashi did not pick that Harif, that would be the age-old cheese of a Freya in the gold lane. With the war cry and also the Inspire is going to do a lot of damage, especially if Bear decides to handshake any form of team fights.
For sure, but yeah, I rarely see a matchup here with a glue against a Freya. But Freya, we know, is very strong in the early game.
Yep, FMM right here. Ooh, lots of damage by Q-Shit on top of Sus Bomba once again. This is the early game power spike that we're talking about from the side of Everlasting Love. But no kills as of now.
Yeah, a revitalized vital spell. But when it comes to team composition, right, so many fighters here on the side of Everlasting Love. FMM, he has really the advantage. Garukacha really welcomes this kind of strategy here against Everlasting Love. So no revitalize at this moment in time, but still they are trying to be very aggressive here in the middle lane.
Lots of movements already. Loisa showing himself. Sus Bomba outputting the damage. We'll be able to clear. I'm actually excited about the bottom lane matchup though. As you
Yeah,
can see,
to be
Bear
honest.
and also Willy. There's not a lot of wiggle room, technically speaking. But if Willy doesn't really go into, if Bear controls the team fight, Bear can just easily regen from the pokes of Willy.
Okay, the Freya is a momentum-based hero here. Same thing as a Leomord, right? So they need some early kills here. I think this is the perfect opportunity for them, for Everlasting Love, to actually sell a score here against Kingdom Esports here in the Turtle Pit. But the question is, do they have the kit here? Willie must be on the front lines at this moment.
Kyushu doesn't really have the ultimate as of now. Maybe Kingdom Esports can do something. Same could be said about FMM, but FMM does have some critical taunting as well. And Bear goes out of the back line. Fake Cutie now in a spot of trouble. Here comes Bear going to the split. FMM right here goes all the way in. Bear picking up Turtle instead. What a misretry, but Willie taking down Moisa. What a brawl as Everlasting Love punishes the takedown of the Turtle from Kingdom Esports.
Oh, look at the chase. Melon cannot escape there, and Bear still survives amidst of it all.
Yeah.
But that is a big win coming in from Everlasting Love. But the turtle is in the hands of Kingdom Esports.
Yeah, definitely. Fake Cutie is very hard to kill, and every time he kills with the killing spree, he heals. So right now it's just Kingdom Esports. How do you practice against a Leoma? That's one thing. Second thing is, how is Everlasting Love able to have this early game edge? It's just crazy.
You've seen Willie, right? He's targeting Loisa in that exchange, plus chasing as well Melon in that moment. So they need to find a way to control, or even had a great positioning to escape Willie's area of attack here. Because once Freya is on a roll, he's gonna really wreck you.
Malitizi takes the Tsunami Slam. 2 ultimates taken onto Melitisi, but he's still alive though. FMM still around the vicinity to put a little bit pressure onto Akashi and Kyushu.
So we've seen, of course, Bear doing his best to provide this attention as well. His sustainability is incredible. They're just ignoring Bear, to be honest. in that sequence, they're just ignoring Bear, going to the back lines here. But the positioning here for Loisa and Melon should be also immaculate here, because they're the favorite targets here from Everlasting Love.
Yep, I think Kingdom Esports, if you're watching game number 1, they just need to drag this game a little bit longer towards the later part of the game. Hopefully Everlasting Love is unable to adapt as quickly as possible towards the mid game.
I'm expecting here Akashi to be really owning the top side, but Malik Tizi is doing a pretty good job holding his lane there. Same thing here on the bot side. Bear also holding against Willie. But look at this positioning here. I think Everlasting Love, they do have very aggressive lineup. They can go for invasion if they want to, but look at Bear. He is now on this rotations, going for this turtle dance once again.
Yep, good rotations as well. Kyushu and Fake Cutie working on the turtle for now. Sus Bomba dragging Bear all the way to the side. FMM fronting, try to find a taunt target. Will not be able to find anything. Kyushu all the way will be able to tag onto Melik TZ at the same time. Akashi as well. And whole AOG onto FMM. Try to get on the way. And here comes Barbiel chasing out the Melik TZ. He does a lot of crit damage. Melik TZ gets mauled down. Looking for the next one. The Sus next target. But inside Loisa and FMM. Kingdom Esports is crumbling.
Wow, what was that? The damage, the fighter lineup, the chase is there as well. Kingdom Esports, early game, has been harassed time and time again by Everlasting Love. I did not expect, but no one died from Everlasting Love there.
Yeah.
Kingdom Esports just been wrecked.
Right, exactly. Like Kingdom Esports, 0 kills as well. So nobody is able to kill off anybody from Everlasting Love. It's a perfect early game. And like what I mentioned, they need to try to try to hunker down and extend the game just a little bit longer, because remember we talked about it. Everlasting Love don't really know what to do in the mid part of the game, but it seems like they're stabilizing right here in the mid game.
Yeah, that's the thing. Great point, Jace. I think this is where right now we've seen how the characteristics of Everlasting Love.
Willie now gets tagged onto Bear. That's finally the first kill given over to Kingdom Esports. That's a shutdown onto Willie.
Oh, shutdown gold indeed. And now look at the formation coming in from Kingdom Esports. This is where the time we're looking that Kingdom Esports regain their momentum. Everlasting Love wouldn't allow, must not allow this kind of a situation to be against them. They must continue to be very aggressive here.
They need to hold down the snowball, and the way the Kingdom Esports is doing it is the top and one member at a time. Fake Cutie right here gets dragged right all the way back to his death. Loisa picking up that kill.
And now, as you mentioned, they're scrambling here, going bot and now going in the mid. I think they need to find a way for the takeoff. They need to find a split push or just going for the trade on that objective. They must think about this one.
I love how Kingdom Esports is going into this game. Remember, we talk about how Everlasting Love is a massive snowball. They're about to become an avalanche. In fact, 1 more kill or 2 more kills, Everlasting Love will be unstoppable. But Kingdom Esports, they're holding down the fort just yet, for now.
Yeah. Now this is going to be a turtle dance once again. We've seen 2 turtle dance taken away by Everlasting Love. They must continue to have this momentum, and they did whatsoever. Now, this is where their decision-making comes through. Will they go for the pickoff, or will they go for this push in the mid, which is likely they will not go.
Yeah, Everlasting Love walking on like a death ball right here. Not able to find anything as of now. The turtle slain, but it's not Everlasting Love. Just a little bit. The goal lead not too far away, Deadeye.
Not too far indeed. It's as if we've seen a great tsunami coming in, but Kingdom Esports quickly created a dam there, just stopping this aggressive wave against them. And Kingdom Esports right now trying to go for the pick off, looking to find here weakness on the bot side.
Yeah, it's just Kingdom Esports rotating S5 right now.
There you go.
Trying to look at they're trying to handshake any form of team fights. Everlasting Love Sus Bomba picking up Baron, and Baron right here just taking so much damage, free outputting that damage with the help of the Warcry.
There you go. They stopped the 5-man formation against Kingdom Esports.
Kyoshu? Ooh, okay, that's Dominator, the one of the Nightmare spawn, right?
Yeah, I think I love the split push here from the bot side coming from Fate QG. This is what you want. After converting the kill, go for the objective or push pressure here. And this is what Everlasting Love must do. And Kingdom Esports here must be wary. We've seen great pickoffs coming in from Kingdom Esports. They need to continue to find openings here. But I think Everlasting Love is very aware already of what's happening across the map.
Yeah, that's really great, right? We talk about, adaptations in game. We talk about adaptations in the macro, which is like, over the course of the game. We also talk about adaptation across the games.
Clock of Destiny is here, coming in from the Zushin Glowing Wand, also been secured by the Zushin. There you go, I love it. So 2 turrets already been destroyed here for Everlasting Love. Kingdom Esports, I think this is a 5-man composition that can really shine on the team fight. However, they have to be on the lookout against Willy, against Fate QT. Those ultimates are a danger against them if they are going to prolong really the team fight there. FMM has the ultimate.
Yeah, but do you use it right now? Sus Bomba zoning as if nobody's business. They know that Kingdom Esports cannot, but nice call on FMM, but Barry gets picked up once again by Sus Bomba. Kyushu right here looking for the Tsunami Slam target, but Sus Bomba goes into the ultimate at the same time. Akashi, Zaman Force all the way in the backline, try to put down damage into the front line of Kingdom Esports, but the damage from Sus Bomba just picking up members of Kingdom Esports one after another, making it super hard for Kingdom Esports to do anything. Finally, Malik Tizi picks up the double kill. This is exactly the opening. They're looking out for Effect QT on Barbia right here. Malik Tizi picking up a triple kill already. And now Effect QT turning it around with a shutdown. But before that, he takes 2, along with him making a triple. And Fake QT is still alive. Bear possessing him right now. And Melon with the help of the Kashi still taking down at the same time. And Bear walking on Fake QT right now. No more mana for him. He has to back off, and what a massive brawl happening around the Lord Pit as a trade.
Are you kidding me, Jace? I thought that was Kingdom Esports team fight to win, but the turn around, Fate QT on his bar build there just goes on a rampage. Everlasting Love regained their win in that prolonged team fight. This is what we are talking about. When the game or the team fight drags on, it is Everlasting Love fight to win. Unfortunately, there for Kingdom Esports, they have no time to retreat after that win.
Yeah, and it's making it very hard for Kingdom Esports, right? Because take a look, Everlasting Love does have a lot of burst damage, for example, from Akashi, from Sus Bomba, from Willy as well, and Sus Bomba as well. It's making it easy for Fake QT to trigger his passive as he just cut people down one after another from side of Kingdom Esports.
Yeah, Malik TZ had the perfect positioning there. They're just being caught off guard on Fate QT's reinforced attack there against Kingdom Esports. But all throughout the start of the team fight, Kingdom Esports found an opportunity to really win a major 5v5 brawl. But look at this push here on the top side. Now Everlasting Love did their macro game here and now pushing through in the middle lane here as well.
Yeah, mid lane from the side of Kingdom Esports is still up. Everlasting Love laying down siege. Kyushu threatening with the clear Tsunami Slam at any time. Members from the side of Kingdom Esports, once again, this is exactly what we're talking about, right? The self-defeatist kind of mindset, they're falling for it.
Okay, we're going to talk about the late game here. Kingdom Esports has the Granger. We've seen Malik TZ pack a punch already here. But once they need to find a way on how to pick off this Fate QT also in the wheelie. But it's so hard. I mean, Bear, at this moment, Bear should prioritize really, I think, on his ultimate as well. Remember, of course, the grab there can actually stop on how Willie is going to pursue his attack against Kingdom Esports. Gee.
What is Kingdom Esports to do? You said that like they're pushed all the way back. Every team fight, the handshake with Everlasting Love ends in tragedy. What do they do?
So far, they are winning here major, incredible team fights on the objectives. So, they have taken already 3 turtles onto their 2 turtles in their side, plus a Lord takedown. When it comes to a 5v5 brawl, Everlasting Love has the upper hand here. Kingdom Esports may really have to have this micro or to evade those kind of chases coming in from Everlasting Love. The question is, will they again go for this 5v5 brawl here? I think Fate QTN really is just a threat right now. I thought they cannot chase the back lines.
Nope.
But they can actually
can.
with Barbiel coming in from Fate QT as well as Willie's chasing power here.
Yeah, and that's what we're talking about, right? Everlasting Love, this is the massive snowball comp, right? You've got the Freya, you've got Fate Cutie on the Leomord, you've got Akashi. These are very momentum-driven kind of heroes. And oh, Tsunami Slam once again. Bear, the main target, FMN, AOG goes wide though. Kyushu on the chase, focusing onto the Nightmare Spawn. And Sus Bomba still putting up the lanterns. FMN gets dragged all the way back, but no follow-up coming up for now from the side of Everlasting Love.
Okay, so Bomba doesn't have the ultimate. Kashi as well, Kyushu as well. This is going to be the perfect time for them to go for the Lord takedown here. AOG is only missing here, but the rest has the ultimates available. No? Oh, this is going to be a blitz here coming in from Everlasting Love.
Yeah,
no contest?
Yeah, just rush down the Lord, right? Unless, Aloysa has something to do about it. Bear stepping forward, but he seems like Iso wants a handshake.
Oh, no.
That one, Fake Cutie takes down the Lord right here. Kyushu will get possessed by Bear, and now the damage coming out from the side. Kingdom Iso tried to chase, but really coming in for the flank though. Activating the Expire, cutting down Melon where he stands. FMM going down next, and now it's going to be Bear. Just left alone for his devices. The members from the side of Kingdom Esports are routed.
That was a beautiful positioning coming in from Willie out of nowhere. Just walking and taking down the side there of Kingdom Esports. Me, myself, was surprised. I thought they knew Willie was in the bush. But nah, man. Everlasting Love with that single decision, with the surprise attack coming in from Willie, just wins it all.
Yeah, now this Everlasting Snowball has become an avalanche in Kingdom Esports. They cannot hold. There's too much snow.
Wow.
It's creeping into the cabin. It's creeping into the base.
Wow, fighter meta, Jays. This is incredible. Fighter meta. First time I've seen a Freya and a Leomord in a composition, a single composition here. Very effective here right now with the surprises attack coming in from Willie. Oh, the split pushes. This is pretty good macro here from Everlasting Love.
A two-prong attack led by Everlasting Love. Top side already taken down. Mid lane already wide open. Kingdom Esports struggling to stem that bleeding, man.
Okay, we've seen so many defensive or the comeback defense on the previous game. So Kingdom Esports is not yet the end there for them. They just need to find a way really on how to take out this heavy fighters here. Look at the position. Willie, all eyes are here on Willie. I thought they known already that Willie was there. He's just hiding in the bush. See? They had the vision there, Jace. They had the vision there.
They see it all.
They saw it.
Yeah, I think it's just the who expected Freya to have so much damage, right? Especially right now, especially when Melon just walks all the way in. Unable to do so. Once Melon's down, you don't really have enough damage anymore. Don't forget Everlasting Love. You got so many damage, right? From Willie, from Fate, from Sasbomba and Akashi. They're basically throwing defense in the wind. They're saying the best defense is the best offense.
Yeah,
best offense is the best defense.
Best.
Misquoting things. Keep misquoting things.
And now Everlasting Love is really on the offense. This is 100% here. Kingdom Esports right now. Single inhibitor turret left standing on the bot side. So all pressure here is actually on Malik Teasy. He is really the person here who can really turn the battle around with his poke, with his range. And I have mentioned a while ago, when it comes to the later stage of game, Malik Teasy and the Granger has an advantage. When it comes to the poking in here, I think this is it. The pokes. I think Kingdom Esports, before they go all out here, they need to have this slow pokes here against Kingdom Esports before going all out.
The pokes, right? But who's poking from the side of Malik Teasy? Yes, technically speaking, Melon can do it, but I feel like Kingdom Esports, they're trying to play this comp as a dive comp, right? You dive in, you dive in with the Gato Kasha on FMM, and then you figure out the rest from there.
so far it's really difficult for them to penetrate. Again, another blitz.
Another blitz. Once again, this is going to be the Tsunami Slam onto Loisa.
Oh
Loisa down a
my.
bit low. The damage coming out from the Freya. Chasing, but Akashi picking up Bear at the same time. FMM left to his own devices. FMM goes down. The members from the side of Everlasting Love. This avalanche is turning into a blizzard.
No damage coming in from Malik TZ. I just saw that, and Fate QT absorbing all those bullets, and it feels like nothing to him. And now with this Lord pushing through here in the middle lane, will they be able to close this one out? Kingdom Esports on the verge of their defense.
Yeah, the Kingdom Esports needs to buy some time, but there are just only 3 members and the whole army for the side of Everlasting Love Akashi, and one by one, man, they just bursted down the base. There's no defense coming up Kingdom Esports.
What's that? Less than 2 seconds?
Yeah, that was quick.
The end.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. The damage is just way too much. Everybody from the side of Everlasting Love is just focusing their damage onto the base, and this is the adaptation that I was talking about. And I'm really glad to see it coming from Everlasting Love. You can see that they learned from their previous game, and then they took it to heart, and they're improving in this game. And it is scary because they are going through a metamorphosis.
Yeah, and now they're going to a butterfly. No, but
yeah,
but anyway,
yeah, we get it. Continue. Yeah. It's just me just thinking other things.
But the thing is, the Gata Kacha really shines in that kind of draft coming in from Everlasting Love. He can absorb. I expect that Gata Kacha can really absorb those physical damage, those heavy engages. Yeah. No, I was surprised with how incredible it is for Everlasting Love to burst through with that kind of composition.
Yeah, it's just the fact that Everlasting Love just went in for a very massive snowball comp. They're literally saying that, once again, this is like an all-in kind of thing. They will make or break based on their fights. And since they're so hyper-aggressive in the early game, if they actually lose the first 2 team fights in the early game, that's it. There's no way that they can recover. But this gamble finally paid off for Everlasting Love.
Wow, those aggressive plays coming in from Everlasting Love. I myself was surprised with that last 2 picks. Leo Mord and the Freya. It's really incredible on how they be able to pull that one through. In Kingdom Esports, I'm not sure if Kingdom Esports was caught by surprise as well with the kind of picks coming in from Everlasting Love.
I think so. And that's what is so risky, right? Coming up for this kind of format, right? Because it's just way too crazy. Like the fact that how would you practice against Willie? You're expecting Everlasting Love to go into a very balanced kind of strategy, a balanced kind of roster, but they're like, no, I'm just gonna be able to kill you. I don't need a brick wall when I surround my brick wall with tons of spears.
In the mid game, we've seen the recovery there coming in from King Esports, right? They managed to pick off 2 players against Everlasting Love, and I thought that moment in time they could actually control the game, but nah, Everlasting Love, they continued their snowball, they continued their fight. As you look at these itemizations, all damage is the priority here. Damage items, ladies and gents, and they do not care here if there's got a Kasha on the other side here.
Yeah, and I thought, they had Kingdom Esports has enough zone to basically play around Akashi, play against Akashi from his Zaman Force. But the problem is before that even happened, Willie jumps in with a Inspire, targets down your Squishy. Melon has nowhere to run, and then what could you do? Malik TZ is just left alone right here on his own.
Wow, speaking of Melon, right, the Zask as well. So this has been picked prior to the Leo Mord and the Freya. I think it is very good adaptation as well. We've seen coming in from Everlasting Love on how to counter this mage mid. So we've seen, of course, the first picks, right? The Sazbomba going for the Zushin, and they can go for a heavy dive comp here for the side of Kingdom Esports using the Zask. But actually, the Zask, when it comes to the team fight, doesn't really do much with his fighter composition.
But if you notice, right, look at the stats right here. Damage to heroes, Melitizi, and also Melon does a lot of damage, right? But the problem is they couldn't end the fight. If you notice Everlasting Love over and over again, they always escape with just a small little amount of HP. And even though Bear was absorbing so much attention, FMM absorbing so much attention, Willie is just slicing them down with the help of Sazbomba. And if you notice, the damage to heroes from the side of Willie is just way too much. Fake Cutie comes in as a janitor. He is the clean-up crew.
I didn't expect Willie to have this kind of... Well, he has the burst, right? But most of the damage, really, wow. He managed to really reach out also the key members here for the side of Kingdom Esports. And the Bush turnaround play, I was really surprised on how that really came out. I thought the vision was there for the side of Kingdom Esports. They really trying to follow up Bear, but he's out of position every time we've seen that one.
Yeah, and right now it's just what I mentioned, right? It's a very, very tough roster. You know, I thought Everlasting Love is just a little bit too greedy when it comes to their,
It is a greedy
their
lineup.
roster, right? A very greedy lineup, man. But eventually, greed pays off. This is not a very good lesson for you kids. Don't be greedy, all right? But Everlasting Love is super greedy, and you got everything.
Wow, I'm just really wrong on my take. I thought this Garukacha could really stop this kind of lineup already coming in from Everlasting Love.
Maybe,
But wow.
yeah, maybe with a vengeance instead, right? Usually, traditionally, for a Garukacha, you go for a Revitalize. But if you're facing against Willy that's just slashing and dicing like that, maybe a vengeance could actually work wonders against it. Because Willy on the Freya is a glass cannon.
And now Malik TZ has the damage indeed, but the poke, as you have mentioned, I thought the range as well, the damage output, the scaling, the Granger could not really handle it by himself. So Wheelie and Fate QT with his cheese pocket picks, it's actually Everlasting Love just showed us surprises here. So this is the first, Challenger team won against MPL SG here in our second Challenger Qualifiers. Only shows that these Challenger teams in the second qualifier stage is really up par with our MPL SG teams.
Definitely, but you can also argue that this is a cheese, right? You've got a Leomorn and you've got a Freya and you've got a Juicin. But then again, you ask the question, if the MPL players, teams are not ready to face the cheese, they don't have the heat to melt the cheese, what do you do?
That's the thing. That's why the competition is really happier, and Challenger teams are really prepared to face off this, and they're not afraid to show this cheesy picks here. Me myself is really surprised with that one.
Yeah, exactly. Usually what happens in Singapore, especially for the community teams that you see, especially when they meet MPL players in community tournaments, what do? They get scared.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean,
Everlasting Love, they're not scared. You saw in the first game they played against King's Vanguard, they just went ham. Hyper aggression in the early game. You saw them like literally heart invading as if it's nothing. And here they showed no fear, and I think this is a really strong showing of a good MPL team.
Yeah, speaking of strong, I think we can have now the impression that Everlasting Love loves to brawl, loves to fight.
They love to fight.
They very aggressive team.
You know, this reminds me of the old Team Evil.
Okay. I've been in one season.
I'm sorry for calling you out once again. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. The Team Evil he knows is not the Team Evil I know.
But last season, it's with Boyets and Marky, they've been aggressive. But I want to know the.
All right, the old Team Evil is exactly like Everlasting Love. They just love to brawl. That's where the term evil magic coming from. And Everlasting, it feels like they're inheriting the evil magic and inheriting their aberrations. And that's why I called them Team Evil by accident. But let's take a look at the MVP for this particular game. It is none other than Freya, the setter, the engager, the dominator, just slicing and dicing, even though his picture is low res. But his resolution in this kind of particular game is crazy.
Look at the damage, man. 51,000 with Inspire Battle spell. This is just insane coming in from the side of Willy and Freya. Of all the heroes, I did not expect this hero to come out here in our Challenger Qualifiers.
Yeah.
It's insane, man. And how he's positioning himself is just incredible.
And another thing, if you take a look at his equipment, no Heart's Claws. He goes in, he's basically jumping in he doesn't have any kind of regen, right? He goes in, if he dies, he dies. If he goes in and takes somebody with him, he's done his job. If he goes in, even he doesn't get a kill, he managed to weaken the enemy down to half HP. That's where Fate Cutie comes in.
It's really tricky to use a Freya. Have you used a Freya before?
Yes, and not well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, me as well, because
You're
need the
a roamer.
proper. I tried that, and that's a classic, and we lost. we still lost. But that's the thing. I mean, the
uh-huh.
Freya, you need a certain positioning in order to pull through your combo for that
That's right,
one.
that's
You need
right.
a certain range. You need a certain.
You need to know the range of your engage.
Exactly. It's really difficult. But once you're in range, of course, you can wreak havoc time and time again like that one.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So with that said, ladies and gents, we actually loaded up the next the roster for the next part of the game. Of course, it's gonna be Kingdom Esports. That this challenger team will be facing is none other than Ignite
Yes.
Gaming.
Ignite Gaming once again. This team: Icon on the jungle, Jet on the roam, Blade on the mid, Shu on the gold, and Utah here on the EXP. So of course, you mentioned a while ago, right, Jace? The players themselves has the MPL experience already, and now they're up against Kingdom Esports this time around.
Now the question you asked from the side of Ignite Gaming: do they ban away the Freya? Or not, because if you ban away the Freya, you basically just leak yourself out to even more potential scary enemies. And now they're also going to face out their other enemy, which is Kingdom Esports as well. Loisa, FMM, Melon, Malik TZ, and Bear. You saw them before. You witnessed their glory and you witnessed the downfall, and now they're on a downturn once again. This momentum-driven team. What do they do?
Yeah, great backstory. Of course, we have said it a while ago also, Jace, that Bear, right? He is one of the players who has some challenge when it comes to how to control this momentum here. This is the one. This is the one we are going to look out through. Not only Bear, but Kingdom Esports on as a team on how they be able to recover on that kind of surprise composition. You also mentioned if the Freya is going to be banned at around this time. The question is, if Ignite Gaming is comfortable using the Freya themselves.
I don't know why, but I feel like Utah might be comfortable playing that Freya as well. It's like, while you bring up a Freya here, let's go. Let's do something weird, right? Let's do what I don't know why I'm so hyped up for Valir, because I love
Valir.
I love this hero. It's like I tried to play him, but I couldn't play him well. But I've seen how good Valir players, how they play it is just insane. The amount of calculations you need to do because of how slow your projectile of your first skill is, you need precision and you need timing. And if you all did it well, you push 5 men into a firewall and just stun lock them. Literally.
That's the
stun
thing.
locking in MOBA.
I think the Valir, we have highlighted also that yesterday Valir has been buffed as well, right? So Valir is also fits in this kind of meta. Fits in that fighter composition as well, just in case, heavy dive or going forward with a searing turret. It's going to be easy for them to counter that one.
And exactly 1 week ago, remember you guys talked about it, right? There's the Baxia and the Estes one more combo.
Yeah.
This is where, the tournament format actually encourages cheese picks.
Yeah, man.
Especially it's the best of one.
So I think the highlight for the cheese picks last week was the Baxia and Estes. Now it's the Freya and
Freya
Leo
Leomord.
Mort.
Oh,
for
goodness
now,
me.
because we're still on the third game here, the day 2. So there's so many games still. So
Definitely.
gotta expect, of course, more cheesy picks here. But now going to look at Ignite Gaming. So this team, of course, they must also have to have a win because they lost on their previous series here. But the question is this weakness that they have seen on Kingdom Esports, the heavy frontal composition, is it very effective against Kingdom Esports? But for me, Kingdom Esports must be aware of this thing already. Okay.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? It's a best of 1, right? Imagine this goes into a best of 3.
Then okay, we can...
Yeah, Kingdom Esports will be able to fix it, right? But now you only just get 1 game. You gotta go back and fix it, right? And then after that, this becomes an enigma. This becomes like a bad nightmare that Bear and the rest of the team has to live through again. And it's not really ideal for game sense and also game mentality.
We've seen, of course, the respect bans also, especially for Bear. Bear Badang is out already, so we've seen him on the glue on the previous game.
And he was actually very strong on the glue yesterday. That's why he's confident in this glue.
But with that kind of composition, I think they have to really talk about this one. If you have a fighter up against a fighter line up here on the EXP, there's so many things that you can actually pick on the EXP.
You want crazy idea number 1?
I love
Aulus.
Aldous.
Aulus.
Oh yeah. I haven't Speaking of which, it's
Yeah,
one of the
it's-
heroes we're least.
You don't see it in
See.
competitive team because it takes
There's no
too
MPL
long.
game that using the
It's
Aulos for it.
very rare because it takes too long. But I love this hero. It's so fun to
I
play.
haven't played that hero though. I only saw his ultimate is like the glorious pathway.
It's
something
it's
like-
a glorious pathway that hurts people.
that hurts people.
Glorious pathway is a green carpet. He lays down a red carpet.
That's the thing. Something like that. Okay, it's a frontliner dude as well, right?
Same playstyle as the Freya
Okay.
in a sense, but I mean I'm just being like,
Mm.
even though Mintan has tried to rework ours over and over again, he just doesn't see the limelight. I just want to see him if I can. Remember, there's a period of time where everybody's like, oh, we haven't seen Zask in a long time, and boom,
Boom. Oh yeah,
he's
yeah, yeah.
meta. Yeah,
Correct, correct.
Manifesting.
Manifesting. I do believe the players are hearing us. They're seeing all this EXP first time. You know?
Don't you guys there? Don't you guys there?
Looking forward for that one. But now Ignite Gaming on his play style though. I think Ignite Gaming is pretty okay. I mean, it's pretty standard when it comes to their picks as well.
Yeah,
We
they're
haven't
pretty
seen
standard.
some cheesy lineups.
Yeah, and that's what I realized, right? It's these kind of teams that have been through MPL, the way they think about the draft, like for example from Cryptic and from DJ, you cannot say it's single dimensional because it works in MPL setting. But when it comes back to like the challenger stage where it's more brawl, it's like a gritty fist fight, Muay Thai style kind of thing, kick sand into your eyes, even though I know that's illegal in a lot of fights. That's exactly what's happening here.
I think it's more action we're expecting here in the Challenger Qualifiers and the packet picks as well. So I'm not sure if Ignite Gaming has been showing their comfort heroes as of now, but so far the ban's gonna be the same. Matilda, Chip. No, Chip wasn't been banned mostly of our
Actually,
drafts here.
Yeah, apparently Chip in terms of the
Yeah.
pick ban rates, right? If I'm actually referring back to the stats right here, it's 18 pick bans, mostly bans as of now. But yeah,
But
you're right.
here in the Challenger,
We're missing
Challenger-
some. We're missing some games.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're missing some games.
So it's not really a priority here. I mean, because you're mentioning brawls, right? So we're not expecting here some the esports MPL teams, like they go for surprise attacks, they go for the split pushes. It's more of a 5v5 really brawly skirmishes here. And that's why maybe fighter composition really shines.
Yep, definitely. But now let's take a look at the bans right here, right? Cryptic bans away the Mathilda, the Lucas, of course, common suspects. You're expecting, Kingdom Esports to take away the Kimmy. You're also expecting them to take away maybe perhaps another assassin, perhaps.
Yeah.
Kalia, I think it's something that you should also take away because we start to see a lot of Kalia first picks.
First pick, yeah.
Yep.
First pick Kalea. Both teams really doesn't prioritize the Kalea also in the first pick. We've seen the Harith been taken away. Hayabusa and Zushin is also coming into the picks as well. So this Challenger day, it's a different kind of
It's a different kind of beast.
priorities as well when
Yeah.
it comes to their picks.
And I think it's a fallacy kind of thing, right? Like you start to see some MPL seeded teams walking into the challenger stage thinking, hey, you know what? Let's treat it like an MPL, right? We showed them the MPL stripes, but turns out no. They bring the challenger stage, challenger teams bring you down to their level and then beat you up.
Great. Yeah,
Right?
I was about to say, yeah, exactly.
Like a Baxia Estes,
Yeah.
Leomord Freya.
Wow, it's actually the MPL SG teams who are adjusting to these surprises coming in from the challenger teams. Okay,
But that
there we
makes for a strong MPL team. If you're an MPL
Yep.
team, you should be able to adjust
Alright.
accordingly to these kind of matchup. But there you
Okay.
go. Kalia gets banned away this time round. Cryptic takes away the Harith.
go. Okay, Kimi and Chip still pretty much open here. So if Chip isn't going to be banned, so I'll be surprised again if it's not going to be prio picked here.
I'm surprised that Phovius apparently has a very high ban rate actually. 12%, 60% ban as of the stats that I'm looking at, and of course with a 30% pick rate is actually also one of the top pick ban rate because of,
Correct.
you've got your assassins meta being prevalent right here. Now with the Harry being banned away, your Phovius doesn't look very good unless you want to use the Phovius to deal with the Moskov.
Yeah, and we've seen also the Phovius has been great combo with Garakacha. So that's the thing. So once Garukacha is there, usually Phovius is also in the composition. So here again, okay, Fanny has been banned.
Yep.
So is this the first time we're going to see Kimi open here?
No, I think Kingdom Esports has to take over the Kimi.
Yeah.
Because it's just so annoying to deal with a Kimi first pick, especially from the blue side, right? Because of how flexible it is.
Correct.
You just don't want to deal with that kind of uncertainty. So usually you see coaches taking it out.
Let's see. If it's not Kimi, Chip is pretty much open here.
Let
Ignite
Chip be
Gaming.
open. Maybe they'll
Yeah.
open Chip because Chip is easy countered by
Correct.
Agato Kacha or even a Zaz this time around. Actually kind of works against the Chip because once you use
okay.
that, you could just go into the Dominator's Descent.
Oh, but Kimi open.
Oh, Kimi opened this time around. They banned away the Hayabusa. They're locking down Icon. Okay. In that gaming, I think you'd snap pick that
For sure.
that Kimi up first, and then unless they go
Chip.
for the Chip instead, because
Kimi
I
get a
really,
gotcha.
yeah, I want to see. I really haven't seen FMM pick up the Chip this season.
Okay.
Usually, remember back then when Asterisk was a thing. Back then when Asterisk was a thing. Okay, back then in Asterisk, FMM loves to play the Chip.
Okay. So this time around, okay, Joy. How could I forget Joy? Joy has been one of the contested jungler heroes as well. There you go. The Kimi is pretty much open. It will now be secured by the Kingdom Esports. But Garukacha is also open here. So Joy, we've seen also this hero, the jungle hero, loves to have the zone of control onto the backlines. You pick off great chase on their side, but Ignite Gaming, how can you stop this Joy right now? You have Garukacha, you can go for it.
Chip is good against the Joy, I think. You use the ultimate, then after that, it actually stuns everybody after a period of time. So basically, you stop that Joy from actually running around doing the damage. And another thing about Joy that is also good against the Chip, in a sense, is where when people come out from that portal, you basically ensure that everybody comes out from that place, you spread the damage as well. Selena.
Yeah. This. Okay, I'm expecting actually for the Chip in a composition. I'm usually expecting AOE mages to be in their composition here, but this is actually a Selena. They have been picked.
Pretty interesting.
Yeah, indeed. So vision-wise, okay, no question about this one, but. It's more of a pick-up comp compared to a Chip. We'd love to have a hero in your composition to have a team fights oriented skill sets.
Yep. Another thing to look at how Inline Gaming is playing this one is that this could also be a poke comp, right? With the help of the Grandeur, you can poke some and whittle somebody down. Selena going in for the kill, Selena coming in for the poke with the Abyssal Arrow, but where is the cleanup? I think right now IG is looking for more cleanups in terms of the assassin. The cleanups such as Lancelot's, Lynx, which Icon likes to play.
Yeah, assassin types. Hayabusa has been banned, so we
Masha.
can go for that one. Suyo is also
Masha. But turns out DJ is like, yep, I'm not going to be able to find... I'm not dealing with Diablo shenanigans as well, even though Diablo is not here, and DJ feels like he has enigmas about Diablo every night from yesterday onward. Last night he had a nightmare.
That was insane, bro.
Last night he had a nightmare.
that was also surprising.
Yeah, I'm surprised about the Diablo. I'm surprised about the Masha ban right here.
Okay, so I think right now for Ignite Gaming, they do have the Chip. Lu, yeah, this is the thing. I was going to say Louis. They have the Selena already here, so
Yep. Now Coach DJ bans away the Fredrin. Cryptic bans away the Cho. I think it's a way to prevent the pickoffs coming out from the side of IG because poke, technically speaking, works well against pick composition. The Badang is a good ban coming off from Bear, or unless Cryptic is looking at Bear and saying, "Hey, we need to take him out." Put Bear back into his glue, or even Khalid as well, and then at least we deal with some the heroes that he's strong with.
I don't think you think a glue is a better pick here for Kingdom Esports, but for me, I think more of a initiator as well, which can help the Garukacha in control here. Don't get me wrong, the attraction pulse is also one way, but this AOG attraction pulse has a timer in order for them to have this control. So Badang could be one, right, which is being banned already for IG, so they need something clean maybe, or the control Hylos.
Hylos works as well in this particular draft. Any front lines that is really strong in terms of having a lot of HP pool actually works well against IG right now.
Yes,
because you got Granger, you got Selena that doesn't do well. That's what they're lacking, right? DPS. That's what. Ignite Gaming is like, yeah, let's take a look at
Freya.
Let's take a look at Everlasting Love. Let's go for Freya.
Go Freya.
Leomore as well. Add on the Freya as well. Let's make sure Kingdom Esports, let's give them a nightmare. And I told you, right? Exactly what I told you. I feel like Freya is something that Utah plays as well, but instead of that, they go for the Baxia.
Okay. So, wow. Baksha
Alright.
Stun Arrow. They have a plenty of mobility here.
All right,
Jace.
tell me about this. Right? Run me through this. What is Ignite Gaming trying to do with the Baxia final pick?
Actually, what is Ignite Gaming trying to do with a chip with this kind of composition? I mean, chip. Okay,
Bro, I asked you the question. You asked me a question.
Yeah, because
Don't
not
answer
only
a question with a question. I asked you the question. What are they trying to do?
well, for me, okay, Baksha has the Shield Unity who can go for the chase, follow up here, Leo Mord. But there's a thing, I can see that Baksha has a certain strategy into this. Okay, Carmilla, in order for that chip teleport, just in case 5v5, then
Okay,
Carmilla popping
okay,
up,
pretty
then,
interesting,
okay,
pretty
yes.
interesting. Bear coming doing
for
that
sure.
thing as well. Okay, so how I see the chip is that this chip is going to be the one that's picks off. IG feels like a very pick composition, very pick heavy, right? Rather than using the chip for a team fight, massive team fight, I'm going to go for picks. Use that
Okay.
ultimate, stun into one person, and then after that, allow Selena to follow up, allow Granger to output the damage. Now the problem is that I'm asking for the side of IG is that you don't have that burst. Right, you don't unless you talk about the Granger burst, right? But Granger usually can seal the deal because of the Sky Piercer.
Unless also you really targeted that Abyssal Arrow as well. But it takes a lot of skills, mechanics for IG to pull it through.
Exactly. We shall see as we go into game number 1, or technically speaking, the only game, the last game for Kingdom Esports against one of the Challenger teams as well. It's going to be Ignite Gaming going up against Kingdom Esports. Ignite Gaming spawning in the blue, Kingdom Esports in the red.
Wow.
FMM on Carmilla duty. On the flicker instead of what we usually sometimes see. Carmilla sometimes, last time when we saw it on MPL stage, it was a revitalized Carmilla EXP lane with Diablo. Bear picking up the Gatok Kacha instead.
Okay, so interesting picks here we've seen so far for Ignite Gaming once again, and twice in a row the Leo Mord has been picked, and we've seen the power of a Leo Mord, man. The chase, the damage when it comes to prolonged team fight. But remember, with the Carmilla right now for the kind of Kingdom Esports, who really shines for those heavy engager heroes like the Leo Mord.
Yeah, remember we talked about how to deal with the Kimi. It's like you need somebody that basically bypasses the front line and try to dive for that Kimi. Once you have people diving for the Kimi, you basically the Kimi is really, really messed up after that one. Icon as a Leo Mord can do that.
Yeah,
And does have the sustainability to chase. Especially how Kimi is very... Whoa, that was so close. Especially when Kimi is so squishy. And you basically easily proc the passive very quickly.
There you go. That's the thing I'm highlighting right now. This Abyssal Arrows coming in from Blade, he must really need to hit it. If not, it's going to be easy here for Melon to just poke with this Kimi here, as we have seen in the middle lane exchange here.
Yeah, interesting build coming out from Blade as well, right? Look at the emblems. It's and Lethal Ignition Selena. Usually we've seen MPLPH, how they've been playing the Selenas recently is basically they use it like a poke. Right, use the Abyssal Arrow to transfer the trap over to somebody, and that does a lot of damage. You don't need to dive for, you don't need to use Selena like an assassin anymore. Basically, you use it like a Novarian.
Okay, they are now going to the turtle dance here. Utah on the flank maneuver, though. Great positioning coming in from Ignite Gaming and Kingdom Esports. I'm not sure they're going to battle it all out here. They're outnumbered here in this situation.
Yep, Utah is spinning around. The anti-heal is actually hurting bad just a little bit slightly. Here comes the Barbia as well. Icon busting down the turtle, looking for the chase, looking for some other targets. Will not be able to find it as Kingdom Esports disengage, giving the turtle over to Ignite Gaming.
Okay, with this kind of composition we've seen right now for Ignite Gaming, they want to control the early stage of game here. And as you can see, Blade, Selena, Leo Mord, they can do. I mean, the damage is there And Kingdom Esports as the moment. Oh, FMM very low. Look at Jet.
Jet looking for that one. FMM burns the flicker away. The stun managed to land on Melon, but no follow-up because Blake doesn't really have the mana to follow up as well.
Okay. Actually, Kingdom Gaming is kind of very kind of slow compared to what we have witnessed on the previous game of having a Leo Mord. So far, under 3 minutes, there's still no deaths here, which is going to be an advantage here for Kingdom Esports, especially Malik TZ on that Aetherfield.
Yeah, definitely. Kingdom Esports does have a late game scaling as well. Ignite Gaming, on the other hand, they need to make something work in the early game. Maybe the first 3 minutes, I'm already expecting 2 to 3 kills, but unfortunately, Kingdom Esports not allowing them to snowball.
And look at the shields here on the turrets, all going into the Kingdom Esports. Now, we have seen now the disparity between the mid laners here, Kingdom Esports and Ignite Gaming. Kimi really truly shines here. And if you are under Ignite Gaming, you don't want this kind of situation. You need to control the game. You have the Leo Mord, but where's the aggressiveness that you have been looking for?
Yeah. You got a lot of map rotations coming up from the side of Utah, right?
Correct.
You wave clear very quickly, and then after that, you just rotate. Rolling in the deep all the way to the mid lane and then start ganking on the Melon. Melon is actually free farming right now, so that could be a potential problem for Ignite Gaming in the later parts of the game.
Yeah, speaking of rotations, right? Utah. And they're hold the thought.
Melon
teleport.
flickers away to safety, but the stun lands onto Loisa right here. He's in spotted trouble, pops the ultimate, try to get on the way. He will be able to do so. And Malik TZ tried to join the fight right here, but he's all alone. And now the rest of the members from Ignite Gaming just pounces onto Malik TZ right here. Utah on the chase, pops out the revitalize just in time. Malik is trying to basically make a play around here, but FMM blocks the advancement coming out from Utah, and now it's in a spotted trouble. 2 members tagging onto Utah at the same time. The stun lands onto Bear, but Icon takes away the turtle. But Kingdom Esports on the chase right here. Melon up on the damage from by Utah trying to sidestep Bear right here. Trying to slow me down. Melon picking up the kill, but 2 right there picking up a double kill onto Kingdom Esports.
Oh, what was that? That was very chaotic there, and I thought Malik TZ was going to go down with a chase coming in from the side of Utah, and Utah instead has been the casualty in that prolonged team fight. But then again, Ignite Gaming secures the top turret here against Kingdom Esports.
Yeah, not only just top turret, top turret, 1 turtle, 2 kills. So Ignite Gaming finally, this is the early game power spikes that they have, and they need to try to find a way to snowball from this one.
Loisa has been picked there with the stun coming in from Blade. So that was some kind of worrying, and that's a sweet exchange. And I think Ignite Gaming wants this kind of situation. They must now control this heavy aggression, but Kingdom Esports converge here in the middle lane. And I think the rotations we are expecting for Utah in that kind of situation must be frequent. Okay, there's a stun.
Another stun coming in. That's what
Another one?
Blade right here. Not too sure whether Utah wants to follow you up on that one. Traction pull doesn't connect, and the stuns coming up from Blade is actually a bit annoying against Kingdom Esports.
Yeah, okay, these Abyssal Arrows now making its mark, and another turret takedown here. Just secured by the side of Ignite Gaming time and time again. Kingdom Esports still having no answers in this kind of rotations that we are seeing here.
Kingdom Esports losing turrets, the side lanes. Getting taken down means that, Kingdom Esports will find himself in a bit of trouble farming. Want to see more clashes coming out from Kingdom Esports.
Yeah, I'm
right
expecting actually, but this 2 Icon and Utah is on the top side. They're not joining in the team fight here in the middle lane. They're actually controlling this turtle pit for now.
Yeah, Kingdom Esports, I don't think they're in a position to fight right there, but hold on, Spec and FMM, the traction pool will be able to land. Melon lands on a very critical one, but don't forget, 2 is on the double right here on terms of the damage. Loisa tried to chase, goes into the droid, but Utah absorbing most of the damage for now. True continuing onslaught, and Blade jumping, and Bear jumping in, would not be able to last for long as well. Blade absorbing and peeling for True. True just going massive. Danger, picking a shutdown. That's making that a triple. His Sky Pistol stack must be rolling right now.
Wow, I thought that was a free hit already coming in from Malik TZ as well as Melon, but no. Counter attack here for Ignite Gaming, and it's not yet done. I think Kingdom Esports here just to clear the waves here in the middle lane. I do love how Kingdom Esports, Ignite Gaming rather, recognizes their positioning in that situation. And look at this replay here. Look at the Malik TZ and Melon. They're just free hit on the back lines. This was a great control that Kingdom Esports had in the first place. But the damage is not yet there. Look at this one. The proper positioning, the arrow hits, that's the time they go for the counter attack. Malik TZ was the target. And this is just insane. Blade almost been taken out here as well.
Yeah, it's just, how Blade literally becomes the secondary peel for the side. But hold on a second. Okay, we're just jumping straight into another fight right here. Chu, once again, pick up another triple. Make it so easy to play the Grandeur, even though after the nerfs. And Melon left alone on his own. Blade and Yuta tried to go on to the chase, but that's a Kimmy. You don't chase a Kimmy. Icon will lose his life, but he trades for 3.
Wow, no, okay, this is what the Ignite Gaming right now is doing to be very aggressive against Kingdom Esports. Now, as you have mentioned, of course, the teleport, right, is being used to go for the pick off. But wow, this is just insane and how Kingdom Esports try to prolong the team fight, but to no avail.
Yeah, Kingdom Esports is actually doing everything right now, but then again, they're not in a position to basically pick up a fight. Ignite Gaming has started to scale. Kingdom Esports, you saw, you know, that was a very beautiful traction pull, that was a very beautiful stun coming off of FMM, but they're not able to convert it to the kills. They don't really have the damage as of yet. They need the farm. Whereas you look at where True is, a massive lad to a level 13. Maletizi struggling at 9.
Skypiercer with 8 kills. This is insane without a single death. And now we are seeing Chu here just wrecking havoc. And now the Abyssal Arrow. I've seen now the Abyssal Arrow is really doing its thing here, especially for prolonged team fights. The chase is there for Ignite Gaming. On the other side though, Kingdom Esports, they do have Maletizi, they do have Melon, they have the scaling in the later stages of the game, but look at Jet.
Jet punching onto Loisa right there. Bear goes into AOG to try to disengage. Traction pull tracks onto Jet, but you can see the damage poke coming up from Chu is just way too much to deal with.
So that's the thing. You mentioned this one, Jace, a while ago, that the chip is going to be used as a pick-off. Yes, and it is now very effective here in Kingdom Esports right now. Without the Lord, they are going to be defending their base here, but Ignite Gaming controlling the map. No turrets has been secured against them, and this is just very big here advantage for the side of Ignite Gaming.
Yeah, they have to, like, look, Kingdom Esports have to dodge everything, right? The Death Sonata, the Blades Absol Arrow, they also have, you know, Jet to worry about. There's so many things that Kingdom Esports are worrying right here, and they don't know what to do. And in the meantime, you don't forget, Kingdom Esports right now, right? They're looking for any form of clashes, but the Blades Absol Arrow is basically combo breaking everything. All of a sudden, you thought, you know, Kingdom Esports had a very nice engage, got a traction pool and everything's perfect, but Ignite Gaming was able to force their hand because of the EXP difference right here.
Yeah, we've mentioned, of course, the Camilla pick here. Camilla is very good when it comes to a 5v5 close quarter combat here, but with too much damage we are seeing here right now, especially coming in from Chill. Just very difficult for Kingdom Esports to really go head on.
Yeah, Jet doing a drive-by right here with this chip. Yuta spinning for the win right here. Looking at a Melon, it's a two-prong attack. Initiated by Ignite Gaming onto Kingdom Esports. The holy defense is cracked open. FMN getting stunned. So much damage coming off from Ignite Gaming, and you're going for a conceived play. They're trying to look for more, a little bit greedy right here, but they'll be able to shove Kingdom Esports all the way back to the base and crack open mid.
Yeah, still continue to go for the siege here on the top side, and look at Yuta trying to go for the stun.
Another stun will be able to land. The AOG from the side of Bear as well. Yuta down low, goes into those points at the same time. Chu's just sniping down Bear from a mile away, and Chu cracking out mid lane already open, even though Maletizi picking up a double kill. The Berserker Sphere coming into play, but the damage is there. But Ignite Gaming cracks open Kingdom Esports bit by bit.
Just like that, 2 inhibitor tires gone already here on the side of Kingdom Esports. The dive comp, the damage coming in from Chu on the backlights. Icon with a cleanup play as well. Kingdom Esports, they must going to hold here. They must hold this base. You still have Maletizi. Maletizi had 2 kills on that sweet exchange, but at the expense of 2 inhibitor turrets. But they need more funneling here for Maletizi in order for them to have the damage they needed.
Yeah, but Chu is already level 15. Maletizi is only 12. 5 level difference between Chu and FMM as well. FMM is easily going to get busted down by this Grandeur. The Grandeur has snowballed 10-0-1. Max stacks already. I feel like if you're Chu, you could just 1v9.
I think the damage coming in from his Granger is insane as well. Hunter Strike, last item here, Rose Gold Meteor for survivability as well. But on the other side, his counterpart here, Berserker's Fury, Windtalker as well has been used, but it's not enough damage that we are expecting for him yet.
Yeah, definitely. Kingdom Esports struggling to put the nail into wood as of now. It's not even a coffin yet that they're able to build for Ignite Gaming. It is Ignite Gaming that pushing Kingdom Esports right back into that coffin. But don't forget, as time goes on, in terms of hero priority, Kingdom Esports does have it. If Ignite Gaming doesn't end this game right here, Kingdom Esports may start to shine.
Difficult really to contest this Lord here, especially with a chip waiting on the top side. Anytime can go for a teleport there and go for a backdoor strategy. But now, there comes the Lord marching through here in the middle lane. Well, we see some defense here coming in from Kingdom Esports. Now, Bear, his AOG, and the combo coming in from Camila is very crucial here. And Loisa, unfortunately, and Malektizi, their damage is not yet really effective at this moment.
Yep, look, we've been here before. Kingdom Esports was the one that made a crazy turnaround play against Team Flash. They need that miracle, and they need it right here. Yuta spinning around with the conceal. Ignite Gaming breaking away down bot, and now FMN getting caught. So much damage from the Wamba cover from True and Blade as well. And now Ignite Gaming with the Lord in tow. They're actually going to push it against Kingdom Esports. It's a clean wipeout, and True massive on this Granger.
Leo Mord wins games. Leo Mord wins games? I mean, this is
not just, no, it's not the Leo Mord. It's really True just growing out of control. And Blade as well, letting down the critical episodes arrows. And you can see that, you know, Ignite Gaming just making sure that they abuse the fact that Kingdom Esports is a momentum-driven team, emotional team, and they falter right there.
You just highlighted the weakness, and I think it's still visible in how we see it. But on the other side, Ignite Gaming, I really doubted the chip actually, and how this composition.
I actually doubted Ignite Gaming's roster as well.
But it's really effective. I mean,
early game
indeed, and how they pull it through. Also, the arrows in the much earlier of how the match started, it doesn't really hit its mark. But once those team fights, I mean, oh my goodness, Blade. His Abyssal Arrow stuns really turns the tide of a battle, and that's where Chu comes in. Yeah. He knows when to pounce back into the prolonged team fights.
Yeah, and maybe it's just a lack of commitment in terms of engaging these team fights coming out from the side of Kingdom Esports, right? Because you're expecting, you know, this is a very Team Flash comp. They want to clash, right? Just overpower. Don't dance around a pick comp. That's one of the mistakes that you make in the MOBA. Don't dance around a pick comp. If a pick comp keeps picking you and slowly chipping you slowly with the help of True, with the help of Blake, you saw what happened. FMM couldn't even hold the damage at all.
Yeah, and I thought they are going to shine when it comes to a 5v5 brawl, but no, man, those positioning coming in from a Blade, from Chu is incredible here, and the chip actually was a threat when it comes to the map control.
Yes,
so
it is.
They do not know when this teleport will be coming out.
Yeah, just taking a look at the items being built right here. Immediately at a glance, like what I mentioned, if I'll tell you, if Ignite Gaming wasn't able to end the game there, Kingdom Esports will scale. You can start to see scary items coming out from Loisa on the Holy Crystal in the nick of time. Malektizi already pick up the Berserker's Fury. Melon, yes, I think is one Holy Crystal away, but these are very key items that he's already picked up, like your Feather of Heaven and Glowing One, right?
Yeah. But he's actually winning.
Yeah, winning. But True, 1402, has all the items in the world that he needs. The Rose Gold Meteor, just in case if Melon and Loisa, and even to a certain extent Bear, has some other ideas.
Of all the Granger gameplays that we have seen so far, this is the most high performance Granger games that we have witnessed. And on the other side, Garakacha, Carmilla, these heroes actually can really brawl against the Baksha, against the Leomord, against the Selena as well. I'm surprised how Kingdom Esports wouldn't be able to really clash it out here against Ignite Gaming.
Yeah, sorry that but you know, I realized something. I think this is the curse of beating Team Flash. Alright, if you notice, King's Vanguard beats Team Flash.
Yes.
Next thing, they got stomped by community teams. And then Kingdom Esports as well, they beat Flash. They got stomped by these challenger teams. I think it's a curse. You can beat
the champion, huh?
Yeah, you can beat God, but God will lay a curse on you.
Now that you mention it, some kind of
some bad
situation.
jujus I'm feeling right here.
But apparently we see here Kingdom Esports really once their momentum has been shattered, I think there's a domino
Yeah.
effect that we are seeing here right now. Their composition is pretty good, man. You have a
They got
Kimi.
Kimi.
You have a Kimi.
They got Joy.
You have a
Two
Joy.
prior picks.
Exactly. And when
Gato.
it comes to laning here, the Kimi really shines against Blade. They've mentioned that one that when it comes to range and easy as well for Melon to avoid those abyssal arrows. But just what happened? Team fight happened, guys. Team fight happened, and Chu knows his positioning.
Yeah.
He knows his positioning. He wasn't even been picked off once. So that's that. You have so many heroes here who can really go into the back lines. Joy for once, but he hasn't had a chance to go there, the
Yeah.
back line.
Yeah, Loisa, that's because, Blade, right? Blade has been landing all the stunts. You can go all the way to the back line. And actually, most of the damage, if you notice, is actually done by both Blade and Chu. But Blade is a stun master, right?
Yeah.
He's basically literally stunning everybody that's coming towards Chu. Because when you want to target a particular hero, you become very predictable when it comes to your positioning.
Yeah, of course, map control as well. I don't think they had a tart down here for the side of Kingdom Esports. It's all Ignite Gaming. The momentum. I think this is one of the weaknesses we are now highlighting for Kingdom Esports. Early game, if they cannot control, this is going to be difficult for them to really bounce back here. But again, they have miracle defense for the side of Team Flash. Bad juju,
Bad juju, yeah, bad juju. You walk into this place. I got a bad feeling about this. Maybe nah. Let's get out of here. It's like walking into a haunted house. I feel like I don't know. There's a folklore about it, right? Like you beat the god and the god cursed you or something.
Final destination, something. You cheat out, but then it comes back to you.
True. Yeah, there's some kind of find the destination thing happening right here.
Wow.
After you beat Team Flash.
But again, community teams,
True.
challenger
up.
teams rising up again,
rising
beating up Kingdom Esports this time around. Wow, Ignite Gaming. They have shown, of course, this kind of bucket picks like Selena, and they can also use the Leomord also.
Yeah, I think Leomord is starting to be a very scary thing. It feels like it's like, how do you prepare against a Masha, right? How do you prepare against a Leomord Freya? How do you prepare against a Leomord Baxia?
This is the first time we're going to see a Leomord in a MPL stage. Is it?
No, I think other MPL regions did experiment a bit for Leomord. But let's take a look at the MVP of this particular game. We're going to give it over to Grandeur on True. Massive kill, 1402. Max stacks on that Sky Piercer. Everybody on the enemy team is just stacks, just literally numbers on his Sky Piercer.
This is the perfect KDA. You can
100%
really,
kill participation.
100% KDA, 100% kill participation with this kind of KDA and gold as much. This is no words to describe how this guy really did it on the
you just said how. His name used to be Brother How.
Oh,
Was he Brother How? No.
Chu?
Chu used to be Howski, and before that, I think he has another name. Before he actually switched his name to Chu. Yeah.
So Chu, how?
Yeah, I think that's his name.
Okay,
I think that's
so
his
that's
name.
a thing.
You just doxed him. Congratulations. now his driver license is gonna get endangered or something. But anyways, ladies and gents, what a masterful game showing by the side of our challenger teams as well, namely Ignite Gaming and Everlasting Love against Kingdom Esports. Coming up next is gonna be the god himself. It's gonna be Team Flash. They'll be showing up against Ignite Gaming and Everlasting Love. Will Team Flash show weakness today, or will they show us a very different Team Flash? Hopefully they will be able to improve. We'll see you after this break.
4代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっさよなら。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
MPL Singapore Season 8 ended with Flash securing a three-peat. But this season, everything changes. With a brand new format, new challenges await. The regular season journey has 4 key stages: Seeded Stage, Challenger Qualifiers, Challenger Stage, and Last Chance Qualifiers, all leading up to the playoffs.
In the seeded stage, 5 MPL Singapore teams from last season will compete in a best-of-3 round-robin format. Meanwhile, the Challenger Qualifiers give community teams a shot at the big stage. Over 2 weeks, the top 2 teams from each qualifier will advance to the Challenger stage. The Challenger stage will feature the 5 MPL Singapore teams from the seeded stage and the 4 community teams from the Challenger Qualifiers.
In the first 2 weeks, MPL Singapore and community teams will compete in a best-of-1 intergroup round-robin format. In the final week, community teams will face off in a best-of-1 round robin. The MPL Singapore teams will be ranked based on their performance in the seeded and challenger stages. The top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, while the bottom-ranked team drops into the challenger stage rankings for one more shot. In the challenger stage, the 5 remaining teams are ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team secures the playoff spot, while the remaining 4 will enter the last chance qualifiers.
In the last chance qualifier, one final opportunity awaits. A 2-stage battle to secure the last playoff spot. In stage 1, community teams get one last shot to qualify. The top 2 teams will advance to stage 2. In stage 2, they'll face off against the 4 teams relegated from the challenger stage in a best-of-1 single elimination bracket. Only one team will survive and claim the final playoff spot.
To summarize, in the MPL Singapore Season 9 format, there will be 5 MPL Singapore teams and 4 community teams qualifying through the Challenger Qualifiers. Based on regular season performance, the top 4 MPL Singapore teams will advance directly to the playoffs, while the 5th-ranked team is relegated to the Challenger stage rankings. In the Challenger stage, the 5th-ranked MPL Singapore team and the 4 community teams will be ranked based on their Challenger stage results. The top-ranked team from this stage will secure a spot in the playoffs, while the remaining 4 teams move into Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2. They will be joined by 2 additional community teams who advance through Last Chance Qualifier Stage 1, which serves as the final entry point for community teams. The winner of the Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2 bracket will secure the final playoff spot.
And then it all comes down to the playoffs. 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL SG Season 9 championship?
見せてやるよシャリンガンの本当の力をな力が湧いてくる相変わらずやかましい奴らだ 相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
MPL Singapore Season 8 ended with Flash securing a three-peat. But this season, everything changes. With a brand new format, new challenges await. The regular season journey has 4 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifiers, Challenger Stage, and Last Chance Qualifiers, all leading up to the playoffs.
In the seeded stage, 5 MPL Singapore teams from last season will compete in a best-of-3 round-robin format. Meanwhile, the Challenger Qualifiers give community teams a shot at the big stage. Over 2 weeks, the top 2 teams from each qualifier will advance to the Challenger stage. The Challenger stage will feature the 5 MPL Singapore teams from the seeded stage and the 4 community teams from the Challenger Qualifiers.
In the first 2 weeks, MPL Singapore and community teams will compete in a best-of-1 intergroup round-robin format. In the final week, community teams will face off in a best-of-1 round-robin. The MPL Singapore teams will be ranked based on their performance in the seeded and challenger stages. The top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, while the bottom-ranked team drops into the challenger stage rankings for 1 more shot. In the challenger stage, the 5 remaining teams are ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team secures the playoff spot, while the remaining 4 will enter the last chance qualifiers.
In the last chance qualifier, 1 final opportunity awaits: a 2-stage battle to secure the last playoff spot. In stage 1, community teams get 1 last shot to qualify. The top 2 teams will advance to stage 2. In stage 2, they'll face off against the 4 teams relegated from the challenger stage in a best-of-1 single elimination bracket. Only 1 team will survive and claim the final playoff spot.
To summarize, in the MPL Singapore Season 9 format, there will be 5 MPL Singapore teams and 4 community teams qualifying through the Challenger Qualifiers. Based on regular season performance, the top 4 MPL Singapore teams will advance directly to the playoffs, while the 5th-ranked team is relegated to the Challenger stage rankings. In the Challenger stage, the 5th-ranked MPL Singapore team and the 4 community teams will be ranked based on their Challenger stage results. The top-ranked team from this stage will secure a spot in the playoffs, while the remaining 4 teams move into Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2. They will be joined by 2 additional community teams who advance through Last Chance Qualifier Stage 1, which serves as the final entry point for community teams. The winner of the Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2 bracket will secure the final playoff spot.
And then it all comes down to the playoffs. 6 teams, only 1 champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL SG Season 9 championship?
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
Perhaps would the god be bleeding this time around, or would the gods reign supreme? Ladies and gents, my name is Jason, and right here is that I will be your casters for this Challenger stage. We're going to be showcasing two Challenger teams, i.e. Everlasting Love and also Ignite Gaming, and now this time around they'll be going up against the super team of Singapore, i.e. Team Flash.
Yeah, Team Flash has been struggling quite a while. They have their losses and they have also their wins, but they're in a tight spot when it comes to the rankings. So Challenger Qualifiers are very important right now.
Yeah, definitely. Like, right, what we're talking about is that your 2 points right here does add on into your kind of roster. But the best part is, no offense, but the best part is Kingdom Esports did not win any points earlier just now. So this also gives ample opportunity for Team Flash to maybe perhaps climb up the ranks just a little bit in our seeded stage. Because don't forget, when we ended the show yesterday, they were at 3rd place, which is like right behind Kingdom Esports. This 2 points is going to be invaluable for them if they really want to rise to, at the very least, 2nd place.
That is correct. That what makes this match is very crucial for Team Flash. So, you know, Challenger teams, it should be the Challenger Qualifiers, it should be the Challenger teams feeling the pressure, right?
Yeah.
But this time around, Team Flash must secure these 2 wins in order for them to rise up the ranks. And with the performance that we have seen so far, I'm really looking forward on how Team Flash really adjusted this one, because again, the points are very crucial. There's something we need to know, something going on for the side of Team Flash here. But as you can see in our previous matches, these Challenger teams, Everlasting Love and Ignite Gaming, are here to win.
Yeah, definitely, right? I think right now we need to look out for Team Flash. I think Team Flash, like what you mentioned, you started the cast of this particular series in a way that, hey, they're not really feeling like the super team at all. They just feel like their team. Right? And of course, you know, Flash fans, and of course a lot of Singaporean supporters right here, I think they're a little bit of concern in terms of performance. With that said, let's hop all the way into the roster this time around. Whoop!
Oh!
Something big happening.
Something new. And this is going to be a Team Flash roster we're seeing right now in your screens. Hades here in the jungle, JPL on the roam, Cartesi on the mid, Vanix on the gold, and Ken with a triple N this time around on the EXP. So Diablo is out, Ken is in.
Yeah, and switching out Diablo this time around, you know, the Singaporean Dark Prince as well in Team Flash. I think this is telling right now. Team Flash, I never liked it when, you know, teams switch their rosters halfway through the regular season, because you want to make sure that this team or this person gets regular season experience so that, you know, be able to fight in the playoffs. But now, this feels like a band-aid instead of experimentation, knowing what's happening in terms of how Team Flash has been performing.
And we just now witnessing here that, of course, Team Flash knows that there's something wrong, so they need to adjust something here in the roster as well. I'm not saying, of course, Diablo is wrong, right?
Yeah, but of course, you know, looking at the other side of our, you know, Ignite Gaming looking very powerful right here. Finally, after 2 losses, they've managed to secure one, which is against Kingdom Esports. And now, Kingdom Esports was the one that also beat Team Flash as well. Imagine the craziness that Ignite Gaming can do if they manage to beat Team Flash.
Ignite Gaming. They have performed, of course, beautifully there against Kingdom Esports, but against now the champions with Ken joining in as well in the roster. This is going to be something new as well. So the question is, pocket picks, Leomord,
all your cheese picks coming into play, right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, definitely, right? Cheese pick is something that you definitely have to look out for, especially if you're an MPL player. I think another thing is, I think you can also argue, this is a rank pick, boo, but like, hey, if it wins,
it works,
It works. Whatever goes, right? Those points are very important right now for both of these 2 teams. And now, more importantly, for Team Flash, I need to talk about Ken, because Ken is one of the rising stars in terms of EXP laners. In terms of Singapore rosters-wise, in terms of the roles-wise, we have a lot of good EXP laners.
Yeah, correct.
Namely, Jace's back then in Team Evo. You've got Twist as well. You've got Ken is actually one of the rising stars as well. He debuted long ago, and he managed to make a name for himself in Team Evo, and now he's joined the super team. That's how important you are. Like, imagine being picked up by Team Flash as a sub as of now. That is telling.
And this is not going to be the first time of Ken playing with the roster coming in from Team Flash. If I'm not mistaken, prior to MPL SG, they have experience already for the international stage here. So Ken is pretty much ready for it.
Wow, now right off the bat, Moskov getting taken away by Cryptic. Feels like this could be their Achilles heel, right? The fact that if they don't get access to the Moskov, Vanix will not be able to perform. But Vanix, I'm very sure that he's able to show up with other gold laners. So the Beatrix did not really work perfectly because he's technically slightly outside meta, but there's always still the Erythel. There's still also the Bruno that you can potentially go for.
True, but they have witnessed, of course, Team Flash really shines on the strategy of a split push here. But first time we're seeing here, Jay, is that the first phase of the bans, gold laners has been the prio, man, which is technically, it's unusual for us to see.
Yeah, look at that. Even Harif being banned away by Cryptic, Zaze takes away the Grandeur.
Still the gold.
On True, because True on that Grandeur was phenomenal in the previous game, and that basically earned them that win. And another few things to also take a look out for is that Leomore that potentially has been popping up for the past 2 games. So does Zaze have a counter for that Leomore?
That's the question. Zaze have the counter for that Leomore, but this Team Flash, they love also to have this split push. So Ignite Gaming loves to have a team fight. So most likely the chip, if it's open, Team Flash will get it for sure.
Apart from that, I think another key hero that you also want to pick for Team Flash is that Phobius. If you've seen Ken on the Phobius in Team Evil last season, he literally could 1v9 everybody on that Phobius. He's a monster on that, and especially when Phobius is one of the highest pick bans in MPL Singapore. I think if you're Cryptic, you have to take that away.
Especially also if they secure the Gatakacha as well. So Gatakacha, Phobius, pretty strong combo here. And so far, we're not seeing a ban on Kimi. We're not seeing a ban on the Fanny as well.
Yep, that's right.
So this is really... okay, Lucas is being banned. So
okay.
There's many openings here. I'm looking so many openings for the Team Flash to pull this one through.
Yep, Kimi should usually be a second ban, red side ban. Lucas also, surprisingly, also being banned by the blue side instead. Usually you will see it in the red side ban.
Correct.
This also shows that, Icon maybe not really into this kind of, assassin pseudo fighters in a sense. Because you always see him on his Hayabusas, or you see him on his Lancelots, his Fannies, and even to a certain extent Ling, right? Now, Team Flash, what is their last ban right here? Do you leak out the Kimi so that you can also secure a clear for themselves? Because that's what JPL likes to play. There you go. The Baxia gets taken up. They're opening it up. So now Cryptic has to pick. Do you go for the Kimi first pick? Do you go for the Khalil first pick?
Yeah. So this is... If you are going to go for an aggressive one, pick off oriented, then go for the Kalea here. But Kimi also goes for the scaling and the team fight capability.
Yep.
So Team Flash can also go for this. If both of these heroes are gonna be open here, Team Flash will surely get it one. But the chip is still not being considered as one.
Yeah, definitely, right? Chip, okay,
oh,
here
there
we
you
go.
Okay.
Ignite Gaming will have to take that away because JPL also plays a chip. But now this opens up Team Flash. They can get the Kimi. They can
And
even
the
get the Kalia as well. Or even if that's the case, usually we'll also see Team Flash securing the first pick phase with the gold laner. But the best part is both Curtizi and Vanix can play the Kimi.
Yeah, Fanny is open as well. We will not... we have to consider that one, that Fanny, this is also one of the split pushes that Team Flash really shines about. So there you go. The Kalea is pretty much open right now. Kimi. Okay.
Kalia and Kimi. The Team Flash opens up with Kalia and Kimi right here. Now, if you're Ignite Gaming this time around, like what I mentioned, the only way to deal with this Kimi is to basically fly in. The Fanny was not banned away. I'm looking at Icon right now. It looks very enticing if you are the side of Ignite Gaming. And apart from that, maybe you also want to match up with perhaps another mid laner to basically equalize that thing, because going into the second banning phase, rest assured, Zez will start locking down those mid laners.
Speaking of mid laners, they can go and take that Louis, but no...
Oh, I love
for that,
Louis.
yeah,
I
for
love
that,
Louis.
Team Flash wouldn't be able to have this map control anymore. Except, of course, they're going to secure this Fanny themselves. Okay, Hayabusa has been secured here. Great counter to a Fanny, just in case Team Flash is going to secure this one.
Yeah, definitely, right? Ignite Gaming goes ahead. Juice in. Also a prior pick. Hayabusa, in my opinion, I hate Hayabusas because of the quad shadows. The iframes are super annoying, and that's exactly what Icon can do. Now, this iframe is going to work very well against a Kimi. You also ignore the Tsunami Slam as well because you go into your iframes, right?
True. And now the Fanny, I'm looking forward for the Fanny pick here for the side of Team Flash if they are going to secure this one. But Gatakacha is pretty much open as well. A great combo with the Kimi, great combo with the Tsunami Slam here coming in from the Kalea. So Team Flash has so many options to open up this one. So gold laner, okay, we don't have anymore the Granger, we don't have anymore the Moskov here. Most likely Bruno or Benedetta.
Nope.
Okay, there you go. The Fanny is there. So I mentioned a while ago Benedetta and Beatrix. Sorry, Beatrix and the Kalea is a pretty much good combo, but we haven't seen that great performance coming in from Vanix and the Beatrix.
Yeah, I think right now Team Flash, looking at what they're going for, it's either or the Hayabusa or the Fanny, right? For both these two teams, I think definitely is part of it. But right now, going into the bans, I'm looking more for banning away more CCs, because right now this roster coming off from Team Flash is very susceptible for CCs. If Kalia gets stunned, she cannot heal. Yes, the Tsunami Slam works wonders, right? But she needs to be able to continuously brawl to be able to regen.
And the follow-up here, Gatakacha is one of the potential picks here for the side of Team Flash, which can be banned here by Ignite Gaming if they want to.
Don't really need to ban Gatakacha, in my opinion. I think Gatakacha, you can definitely bring an EXP lane, but I feel Gatakacha is a lot stronger in the roam because of your global global passive, right? A global ultimate, right? If you use a Gatakacha in EXP lane, your global will only reach to the mid lane. So that's one of the things that you cannot predict. You just make it predictable, right? So
or you can switch the Kalea to EXP.
This is kind of weird, no?
EXP Kalea is okay. I think, yeah.
Haven't seen a Kalia EXP lane thus far in MPL Singapore.
Oh, yeah.
But of course, the 4v. I think what Ignite Gaming is also telling is that, okay, you know what? We're afraid of the 4vs coming in. So that's why if you notice, these heroes that Ignite Gaming was able to select for themselves doesn't really have a lot of dashes except for the Hayabusa.
Yeah, Louis has been banned here by IG, and now on the other side, Badang also. So this the primary initiators as well. They need someone to. I think this is the prior ban right now we're seeing here in the second phase of the ban. So you need someone like, for me, Gatakacha is priority here. Either pick or ban here at this kind of phase, and both teams can really shine on the Gatakacha and Badang here. Okay, Glue has been taken out here as well on the other side.
A lot of targeting onto the EXP laners, namely Yuta, right? But Yuta, of course, if you notice, the Baxia also getting taken out, which is also pretty interesting, right? You don't expect a Baxia ban, or you don't even see a Baxia ban yesterday except for one game. But now it seems like Team Flash going into the Challenger stage, they're literally making sure that they dot their I's, cross it in their T's, because they don't want to lose any points.
Yeah, exactly. This is very crucial for Team Flash here at this moment in time. So we're still waiting for the last ban here coming in from IG. So yeah, you have a Kimi, Traction Pole is there, or follow up here with the Suns coming in from Tsunami Sam. It's okay already, burst damage. But you still need that initiator here. And if we're looking for the EXP here on the other side for Team Flash, what more? So Hylos can be a pretty safe here bet for the side of Team Flash.
Yep, I agree with you. Hylos really works very well. It allows the Kimi to basically step forward or step back, right? Yes, even though Kimi does have your first skill to be able to gap close or basically to escape, the additional ability to basically gap close for you to land those shots is definitely invaluable. But now I love what IG is going for. The Coach Cryptic right there from IG, banning away the Farsa, which is something that Curtizi likes to play in the early game to kind of abuse. So now you don't really have a lot of mid laners already. Just take a look at the mid lane pool. The Valentina on Curtizi is kind of awkward in my opinion, unless, okay, fine, sorry, scratch that. You can also bring Kimi back into the mid lane, right? Then after that, you go for something else. There you go. Can's Phobias will make a shine here. Basically, they're just forcing that Phobias into the roster, even though IG doesn't really show any form of dashes yet.
Yeah. So far right now, IG, they do have now the assassinate or the surprises that are coming in from this chip as well. Banning that Lu Yi, they don't want that any counter for the teleport coming in from IG. So they just need to have a great follow-up here. Burst damage here for IG. Gold lane, Beatrix, you think? Oh.
I think the Bruno still works. Does the Aerithel also works. I think the Aerithel is a lot better because you're dealing with a Phobius, right? You just need to speed run. And okay, the Pony from Hell being selected by IG right here, going in hands of the EXP lane. That's Yuta that, okay, going in, playing with fire right here, Mr. Chu. Going for a 1-1 against a Phobius, okay. Wow.
This is
it's a massive, like, you just pick your own counter, but okay. You're going to get countered, but in a sense, technically speaking, if you're playing your cards right, especially the Malefic Gun being to play, the 1-1 should be able to kite against the Phobius. But it allows the Phobius to basically proc his skills over and over again even faster.
That's the thing. But the 1-1 also shines when it comes to major team fights with the crossbow tanks, if, of course, executed perfectly. But there you go. The carry Buster, I think we've seen the rise of Curry. So far, 2 Curry games, it was Team Flash.
Yep, carry actually works well for this one, right? You got high loss to deal with. Chip, technically speaking, also can be quite tanky as well. You also got juicing shields to punch through. So the carry with the true damage definitely helps. And with that said, we kind of round up in terms of the roster. In terms of power spikes wise, I'm favoring in terms of Team Flash, not only just because, you know, you got well-known names right there, but it's the fact that you got few prior picks right here. You got decent enough burst as well to allow the Kalia to truly shine. IG, on the other hand, the 1-1 already getting countered by the Phobias. That's something that, you know, IG should be looking out for.
Plus, you have 2 marksmen, literally 2 marksmen here for the side of Team Flash, whose killing is really in their favor here. So let's see how this one goes, ladies and gentlemen. Team Flash versus the side here, Ignite Gaming. Best of 1 series here in our Challenger Qualifiers.
Yep. I like the frog actually looking at the camera as the camera pans around. Just a perfect shot right here, perfect Kodak moment. But let's take a look at this lane matchup, shall we? In terms of Vanix, Vanix should be able to wave clear faster, but True does have killing pressure at level 1. If True wants to ego challenge Vanix right there and then, he can with the Inspire and the Weakness Finder.
And plus, of course, itemization is going to be easy for Chu with regards to the matchup there. But we are going to talk about this Chip as well. Chip has been a threat when it comes to the global presence, right, and map control. So when it comes to the combo, though, is it enough for the Chip with this kind of composition? Okay.
Very heavy aggression.
First blood, indeed.
Yeah, very heavy aggression coming off from Hades. That's really good. Coming off Team Flash, feels like, you know, Hades really want to make things work, especially in this game.
Oh, they are looking for more here. I think on the bot side, Hades going to go for this Icon. Icon gets stunned. Still, the harassment there, cutting off his momentum on this gold lead is incredible here for the side of Team Flash.
Yeah, I'm not too sure whether Icon was still able to secure that creep for himself, but if you take a look at the levels immediately, right, Hades is 1 level ahead, so he has more EXP, and that's just how, you know, Team Flash want to play aggressively. JPL a lot more comfortable on this one.
Stun, double stun, kill once, just instantly there for the side of Team Flash. Now, they are now being very aggressive here.
Yeah, massive good news for the side of Team Flash. This is the Team Flash that we know and love. The aggression from Hades on the Assassins with the help of JPL being a little more comfortable as compared to yesterday.
Oh, JPL is all around the land of Dawn here, Jace. Is not stopping with his Kalea.
Yep.
And now we are seeing here in the middle lane again, prioritizing this pressure across all lanes.
JPL is like basically Dolby, right? All around you. Literally all around the land of Dawn right now against Ignite Gaming. And that's literally how JPL likes to play.
Another stun here. Jet trying to go back away with the Crash Course here. And now they are controlling the Turtle Pit.
Now you talk about retreat levels, right? Hades is level 5. Icon managed to catch up just a little bit more. So with that said, the retreat damage is more or less in the same, but it seems like, you know, Flash SG just gonna try to force it.
Oh, Tsunami Slam there. I think he is alone with the Glorious Pathway, and now the rest of IG is just way back out. And look at Icon trying to go his way here, but Ken now trying to provide the space. Still, it is going to be now Hades securing the Turtle Pit. Still, it is going to be prolonged team fight. The double stun here for JPL. Jets trying to run away, but he has been stopped there, and that's a pickoff once again here for Flash SG.
Man, Ken fits into this roster as if they've been practicing before, because take a look at how, you know, Ken is actually zoning Icon out. No way for him to basically reach the turtle, and yet Icon has to retreat, right? And after that, you know, Team Flash just peeling for each other for Curtisi to output the damage and for JPL to pick up the kill.
They're still continuing this aggressiveness here, actually invading Ignite Gaming jungle area in this kind of situation. So we have highlighted also, right, the map control, the cross-map plays coming in from Flash SG. Even though Moskov is out already here, they just didn't care. Vanix knows to do his job here, while Hades this time around controlling the tempo.
Yep. Curtisi, traction pull would not be able to convert into anything, but don't worry, that's only a 20-second cooldown for him. But then again, you take a look at Flash SG's rotations. It's right now Ignite Gaming that is forced to react.
Yeah, speaking of which, they do have the teleport here. They can actually initiate the team fight themselves, but it's not going to be easy for Ignite Gaming at this moment in time, since Flash SG regained the momentum they want with 4 kills already against none here when it comes to his kill score. I think the teleport should be abused here over the side of Ignite Gaming, especially they have the 1-1 just in case going to teleport, go for a 5v3, 5v4, but it's not happening here.
Oh, Hades missing every single cable for now. But I want to talk about items just a little bit. Vanix has already secured his own corrosive side as compared to True as well. So both of them, more or less, in terms of gold lead, is the same. And of course, don't forget that, you know, Vanix needs to secure the boots for themselves. So technically speaking, Vanix is ahead in gold.
Nothing, no activity yet for now, except JPL initiating the team fight with a Tsunami Slam Jet, trying to back a Wiggler's pathway here, used defensively. Flash SG going to go back, securing the Sturtle area
JPL
around. And Hades here for the surprise attack. JPL with the follow-up of the stun. Jet and Blade backs away. Look at Kenny committing his position there, but Curtizy still trying to blast off on the back lines, and that's going to be now the shadow kills been committed as well. No casualties except for Hades at the moment.
Man, Hades missed so much stuns so much cables right there, and he ultimately got punished a bit about that very easily. And now you start to ask the question, Chip's ultimate actually brought Vanix into that field. If Vanix actually did not join that fight just now, it would be even worse for Flash SG.
JPL right now still trying to provide vision, and Vanix is somehow being harassed here by the side of IG. With a team fight we have witnessed right now, I think Ignite Gaming suddenly had a momentum or the opening here to initiate the team fight. Oh, the turret is gone.
Yeah, turret's gone, bottom lane as well. Right now it's just Flash needs to try to do something.
Flicker, Tsunami Slam. Again, this is going to be JPL been taken down. The Jet on that chip. So this is going to be a perfect opportunity here for Flash SG to push themselves on the bottom side.
Yep. So a tip for tat, right? This is actually how MPL teams like to react. You take something away from me, I also need to react and take something away from you. That's why JPL is forced to burn the Flicker, and then after that drag Jet all the way down, so nobody peels for True. Ignite Gaming doesn't dare to defend, leave that turret away. So that's a wonderful trade. But JPL, if you notice, is already picking up 2 kills. It's so rare to see JPL actually doing the kills.
Actually, this day, Jace, the roamers are very aggressive. We have seen so many kills coming in from the side of roamers. Yeah. And now Flash SG going to control this turtle area around. No contest whatsoever this time around from Ignite Gaming.
Yeah, not going to step forward as well. Icon and Hades, they're still around the same level, but you can tell that a little bit of a stage right happening from the side of Ignite Gaming, right? They're a little bit less confident in facing up against Flash SG. Even though, you know, Icon does have everything in tow in terms of the ultimates and also the retry and even the levels, right? They don't even really want to dare walk into Hades, especially when they have got Chip, right? If Hades get caught off guard, you still have Jet to come in with the ultimate.
Just noticed here the split push coming in from Vanix on the top side as well. No reaction as well coming in from Ignite Gaming. All their positioning was mainly focusing on the bot side. So Flash SG here actually winning when it comes to the map control.
Yeah. Right now, it's just Flash, you know, losing the bottom lane. They at least managed to penetrate through up top. They're slowly regaining the momentum. Remember, if we talk about Ignite Gaming, it seems like they have a great footing into this game. But Jet, okay.
Oh no, they cannot catch Hades, and that is a teleport gone.
Yeah, that's one massive ultimate that Hades decides to burn away. But Hades, what are you trying to do? You got out already.
He's playing around here. He's playing around Ignite Gaming, and look at this one. He's trying to do more.
Hades.
And this is just taking all attention here. Ignite Gaming just spending the time, and there you go. There's gonna be attack right now coming in from Ignite from Flash SG with a Tsunami Slam. But at what cost? This is gonna be now Ken holding his ground, and Hades joining in the team fight as well, trying to clean up the play. And 4-man down, and Chu left alone here. That's gonna be a crossbow tank. JPL down. Still trying to go for more, but that sequence of team fight we have seen, that was very, very chaotic.
No, imagine that if the Hades actually did not burn away the ultimate from Ignite Gaming, that would be disastrous for Team Flash. And don't forget, it's also the fact that Vanix is already starting to scale. So, and because Hades is a fan, he will be able to join the fight very quickly from the base because of his cables. Makes it easy for him to reinforce the mid lane. That's why Ignite Gaming struggled in that team fight.
What? Hey, actually found Hades in that sequence, but yeah, I mean the attention that Hades is just gone. It's just incredible.
Let's take a look at this this replay just a little bit. Even though, yes, that was a wonderful, glorious pathway from the side of Ignite Gaming and also the ultimate, right? But when, you know, Hades comes in to join the cleanup fight just a little bit more, Chu is a little bit slow in that one. When Vanix sees Chu coming in from the back, flickers forward aggressively right underneath the turret, and with the crossbow and tank, it's really nice how, you know, the members of Ignite Gaming actually, Flash actually balances that crossbow of tank aggression.
Oh, man, this is gonna be a game wherein Ignite Gaming must look out for Hades specifically. Hades is, I'm not sure if it is gonna really the important target for them. They cannot catch Hades here. We have seen the surprise attacks coming in from Jet. They must use the ultimates on the right moment, especially for major team fights here.
Yeah, so after that conversion in the mid lane, in that team white technically speaking,
Lord.
they rush for the Lord. So
That's a
MPL,
blitz.
so it's just MPL things, right? For Team Flash, literally that's basically one of the first few chapters in the macro book, and they are able to fulfill that one.
I think we're seeing Jet again trying to go for Hades, or it's the other way around. It's actually Hades going for Jet at the moment, and now the Lord is pushing through on the top side. Still, it is going to be Ignite Gaming just passively trying to hold their ground here in the middle lane.
A bit of heavy, Flash is actually leaning slightly heavier on the top side. The Holy defense will get procced for now. Ignite Gaming is actually sending Jet to the side lanes to kind of wave push just a little bit, and after that, you know, because he's a chip, can easily join the fight. Flash SG cracks open mid, so Team Flash finally regaining a little bit more footing as compared to earlier just now.
There you go, Jet has been found, and now going to use the ultimate as well. There's going to be a brawl right now. Still, it is going to be Curtizi backing away. The follow-up here at JPL and the stun. This is just insane here. Ken doing his things here. Now Vanix with a killing spree. And 4 man down once again for Ignite Gaming.
That's exactly what I was talking about. Hold on. Okay, Icon doesn't really have the shadow kill as well, but ultimately he was just going to be left on the silver pattern, but before that he will take down Curtizi for now, and that's, ladies and gentlemen, a wipeout for the side of Flash SG. And to be honest with you, and that's what we talk about, right? Ken, massive player on the Phobias, 1v4. Ignite Gaming thought they caught Ken, but no, Ken is like, yo, you got caught with me.
Oh, he is one of his signature heroes indeed. And I think this Flash SG right now controlling the game for sure. Now Ignite Gaming on the other side. Look at this replay here.
It all started with Jet, right?
Yeah.
Getting caught by Jet catching Ken, but that was a wonderful second skill from the side of the Phobias. Everybody literally gets knocked up in the air, allowing the Phobias just constantly prod the Inferno Pursuit over and over again, healing back up and regening all the way back up. And after that, you know, it's just the fact that Icon has no choice but to try to make a play right here. At the very least, takes down Curtizi, but Curtizi has only 12 assists. It's not kills. So in terms of gold, he doesn't really have much priority.
Plus, of course, the positioning there for Ignite Gaming is kind of awkward. It forced that teleport coming in from the side of Jet. Now going here in the Lord, again, we're not seeing any contest. Oh, okay, I think they have the vision already here. Is this going to be a blitz coming in from Flash SG? I guess not.
Nah, I don't think they need to for now. Flash is trying to drag some attention all the way to top. Ignite Gaming has to plug that hole in the vote. For now, Traction Pool burns away a ultimate coming out from Blade, and this means that Flash SG will try to strike.
Yeah, 4 versus 5 situation here. That's going to be Tsunami Slam once again. It is going to be Utah falling down. Chu and Jet going to flanking maneuver here in this situation, but they are too late already. There's too much damage coming in from the side of Vanix here. Look at the save coming in from JPL, absorbing all the output coming in from Icon there in that situation. Look at this one, Flash SG, still very healthy. And now, Icon, she's managed to pick off Curtizi and trying to go back away, but this is going to be Ken finishing him up.
Oh, it's Ken is just so massive right here, and that's the reason why you don't give Ken the Phobias. And now Flash is looking to try to end the game. Look at Vanix activating the ultimate already, just launching and trying to end it as quickly as possible, and they managed to do so.
This is the Flash SG that we are looking out for. So I think Ken did a pretty good job on that Phobias.
Definitely, right? Like, Ken, after a while, he just starts to pick up an item. He is literally 1v9, and he's more than happy to handshake these team fights coming out from Jet, right? Jet thought that he was able to catch him, but turns out not. And not only just that, Hades, there's a lot of good storylines coming out from the side of Team Flash, right? Hades was able to secure a very strong early game, put Ignite Gaming down to the ground, make sure that they're a little bit afraid to step up. And then after that, when you thought, like, you know, Ignite Gaming does have a bit of a footing, what who is the next person to show up? JPL on the Kalia. The Tsunami Slams initiation just on Paul.
Well, he's everywhere as well, man. The combo coming in from the side of Team Flash is just incredible. This is the Team Flash that we have been seeing for so many seasons, being aggressive in the early game, non-stop rotations here. Hades and the Fanny. I think this is one of the prior picks, prior bans as well. When you are up against Flash SG, is this Fanny. Hades and the Fanny is not to be ignored in that situation. As you can see, the pick-offs, the team fights, and JPL. Actually, I just asked JPL's hero pool before if he really knows how to use the Kalia, and it shows here. Very aggressive JPL.
Yeah, exactly. Kalia feels like a natural extension of Cho, and sometimes even a strong. Some may argue that it's stronger than Cho because Cho doesn't really have the region that Kalia has. And Kalia, you know, when you bring the Tsunami Slam, it's a massive ultimate that allows you to pick somebody off easily.
So this is what you want if you are on the side of Flash SG. 1 point win against the side here of Ignite Gaming. But on that series, right, Ignite Gaming, they had some, they had the chip onto their side. So I really thought the chip will be the key for them to win this game.
Yeah, let's take a look at the stats, ladies and gentlemen, as we talk about this particular game. I think it's a great a great sigh of relief if you're a Team Flash fan, right? They are finally back on par. Like Hades was the one that actually managed to start off the fights in terms of actually putting up the first few kills against Icon, right? Making sure there's a jungle difference there in terms of the retry battle. Icon doesn't really dare to step up because he's afraid of Hades bursting his members down, right? And not only just that, Hades put Blade a little bit on a little bit of a fear-mongering kind of thing, kind of effect, and Blade is actually afraid to basically step out, right? And that causes a lot of things happening after that. JPL after that, you know, become the second main character of this final fight. Then after that, it becomes Ken. Vanix in the background supporting via damage.
Plus this Phobius, right? The Phobius pick really, it shines against the Hayabusa. It shines against the Chu 1-1 here. So many counters here with this pick coming in from the side of Flash SG. When it comes to the team fight as well, yes, they do have the Hylos here for the sustained team fight, but damage is just insane here coming in from Cartesi as well. And Hades burst damage, and he knows also how to take attention when, against the side of IG. So the map control is truly here in their favor.
Yeah, definitely, right? Like now Cartesi, I love how Cartesi is doing this here. Yes, he's picking up a Kimi. His main goal is to basically peel in terms of damage. Okay, hold on a second. Just look at Ken's damage, right? 25% on the EXP.
He's more than...
It's almost the same as Vanix and Cartesi at the same time. So if you notice how Team Flash is doing it, it's so much because of the AoEs coming out from this one. And to be honest, it's just crazy, right? And not only just that, he already naturally counters Chu. So I'm actually very surprised that IG goes for the 1-1 pick, even in the face of the Phobius.
So when it comes to the laning, though, we haven't seen really Chu popping up, and because on the teleport, I thought there's gonna be a time for them to actually funnel Chu when it comes to team fight, because it's gonna be easy for Chu with a teleport but a spell to go into the battle here compared to the other side. But we haven't seen that one. It's actually all Flash SG controlling all throughout the game. JPL's non-stop rotations, Hades with a follow through as well on his pick off comp, and Ken taking so much absorbing all the damage while dealing much as well.
Yeah, it's really good to see this coming back, right? Especially Team Flash, especially, you know, yesterday's game. Zay's probably is like, you know, let's hit the panic button just a little bit. Let's do a bit of a switcheroo. The decision made was to switch Diablo out for Ken. I mean, technically speaking, Ken cannot play out the roles, but you get the point.
But he is shining. I mean, he's in this particular game, he's actually, for me, the MVP here. I think the Ken right now, not only the hero suits it on this composition, his performance as well is really indeed to be noted for.
Yeah, definitely, right. And to be honest right here, as we go into Everlasting Love is a cheese maker. All right, they like to play cheese. The Leomorn, Freya is something that I feel like Zaze needs to buckle up and basically take a look at how are we going to break this kind of rank kind of draft, right? And don't forget, even though we say that this is a very ranked cheese kind of draft, if you don't see it in MPL, there must be a reason, right?
Yeah.
There must be a weakness to it. So I really want to see how Zays actually break this kind of roster.
So with now you brought out, of course, the Leo Mord and the Freya, right? It's more of a team fight oriented. I think this is well suited to how Team Flash gameplay is because they love cross map plays. They love to avoid major unnecessary team fights. Yeah.
Exactly. If you notice how in the view of them not having that Moskov on the Vinex, what did they do? They used a Fanny to basically do that. And in fact, they prioritized the Fanny right off the bat in the first phase pick.
Correct.
Because the Moskov was banned in the first phase. So it's just basically Zays is like, okay, you know what? Just in case if we're not able to win the game, win the team fights, at the very least we have cross-map plays. At least we put pressure on the side lanes as well.
Well, the pressure did it all actually for the side of Flash SG. It's not going to be easy for Ignite Gaming to actually do the initiations themselves because they have been stopped by the heavy aggression coming in from Hades, coming from JPL as well.
Yep.
So if you are on the side of Ignite Gaming, you have the teleport pretty much available. Will you target the gold laner here? For me, Vanix is very vulnerable at this moment in time, especially during the level 4 where heroes have their ultimates up. But they cannot just easily initiate that one because of the harassment that they have been receiving from JPL and Hades.
Exactly, you just answered your question, right? The fact that is like, how do you land the ultimate on how do you land the chip ultimate onto the onto the carry when there's a clear in nearby? The only way that you can do so is only when Team Flash overextends just a little bit more. And then there's a clear line in the sand, allowing the likes of the Hayabusa, allowing the likes of the chip to go in and land those ultimates onto Vanix. And of course, MVP of the game goes over to JPL on the clear with good reason. He is the bridge between the early game and the late game. He is the bridge between Hades and Ken, allowing them to shine, and even Vanix as well in the late game.
He's everywhere, literally.
Yeah, he's Dolby. He's Dolby.
He's in the mid, now he's in the bot, now he's at the top.
Yeah, he plays Kalia like a chip. without why
Now that you mentioned it, no, feeling this one, he's doing the chip his role here, and
he's everywhere.
He's everywhere, and JPL. This aggressiveness coming in from Flash SG, I'm looking forward for them to be consistent at this moment in time because, of course, we have seen they did the same thing, but you mentioned overextension is one of their key points to noted for. But in that game, it was Ken who's doing the overextension, which is literally his role as a Phobius, and he's very effective at the moment.
Yeah, Ken is too strong on the Phobius. I think sorry for leaking strats, Zays, but I think it's very clear that if you're facing Team Flash, if you have Ken on the other side, you perma-ban the Phobius because he's too strong on it.
Fanny.
No, Phobius.
Fanny as well.
Oh, Fanny. Fanny both for Icon and Hades, right?
Both of them.
But if you notice, Hades actually missed quite a lot of cables over there. I'm very sure Team Flash admin will also do some content out of that one.
I remember this time it was Vanix who used the Fanny, right? They created the content themselves, if I'm not mistaken. but that is really unusual for the side of Hades to have some these cables. But again, you have to respect his assassins, especially the Fanny.
It is. I think, as we already said and established since season 6 or season 7. Sorry, I think season 7 is that Hades truly shines as an assassin. You need to give something that he's very comfortable in terms of mobility as well, that allows him to just jump from one place to another, and then all of a sudden he assassinates your game by taking away your base in a base steal.
Yeah, and there you go. The next Challenger team is going to face the Flash SG. It's going to be Everlasting Love, Fate QT here in the jungle, Kyushu here in the roam, Sasbamba in the mid, Akashi on the gold, and Willie on the EXP. So, as you mentioned, the cheesy composition going to expect. Is this going to be another Leo Mord and Freya composition against a team who loves to have cross-map plays? Let's see in a while here. But Everlasting Love, they surprised us with this cheeky picks. They did have very aggressive play style, and this is going to be a heavy action we're going to expect against Team Flash.
Yeah, and I think immediately right off the bat that you're talking about is Zays. We don't need to look at his roster again, to be honest. Sorry, but thank you so much for re-emphasizing this one, because I want to focus on mostly on Everlasting Love. It's like they have cheesy picks, they have weird picks, right? Blade, not Blade, sorry. Kyushu does have the Jawhead as well, and I don't know why somehow there was some like Jawhead nostalgia from JPL as well. So maybe Kyushu is actually sizing that up, but I'm actually definitely looking at Kyushu. I want to see how they fare against the OG, the legend, JPL.
That's the thing. I think both has similarities when it comes to the early game. Both loves team fight. Both loves to have those pickoffs and controlling the game. So gotta expect a heavy action here between these two this series. So the question is, because you have mentioned, of course, similarities when it comes to hero pools like JPL, right? So this is also a battle. Which roamer are they going to prioritize here? Clea, Joad?
What do you mean battle? You're
Because
talking.
what to do?
Do you want to fight against JPL?
Again, the site.
You want to fight against JPL?
No.
JPL is that Shaolin monk that has been studying Kung Fu for thousands of years on the mountain.
He's the silence.
Kyushu is just starting the first step on the stairs.
But you know the aggressiveness, man. Both
I
both
agree.
players have the same. So that's the thing.
agree.
It's gonna be a battle on how they be able to use this aggressiveness against each other.
Yeah, but then again, Team Flash knows aggression. They sometimes
That's the
use it
thing.
for themselves as well. And now the fact that, Ken is actually more comfortable in his phobias, or perhaps some
Yeah.
other heroes that we'll be able to look at, JPL can finally do JPL things. If you want to start fighting me in early game, you see a
That's
JPL
the
and
thing.
Hilda.
I'm excited, Jace. I'm excited with this
Support
series.
the roamer combat. We're gonna be able to watch
Maybe
some
I'm
roamer
excited
combat.
because I'm looking out for the roam. For the roam players, that's why I'm excited.
Yeah, the battle of the roams,
The
right?
battle of roams.
Yeah,
There we go.
Yeah, it's not laning phase anymore.
It's not lane-
It's we just need to observe. We just tell the observer to literally just look at the river because that's where the most of the action is
So
happening.
maybe our map, our monitors will be like this one. So let's see. Because the performance coming in from JPL, he that's why I miss his stick rail, but this time around it's more of the pick off roamer, right? Clea, maybe Jawhead, you have mentioned a while ago. Matilda is also be banned, right? So we haven't seen Matilda all throughout this game.
Yeah, definitely. Matilda is definitely like one of the high priorities bans, but if JPL is not thinking about fighting, remember his Rafaela
Rafaela.
before. Yes,
Wow.
in MPL stage. We're like, huh?
Let me
Really?
ask. Aggressive Rafaela?
Yes, very aggressive.
Let's see.
Sees everybody in the bush.
Holy.
That was during the Kagura and Kadita meta.
Wow.
So basically, you can't hide
Okay.
from him. And
Okay.
JPL is very strong in getting information. I think that has always been one of his strengths, knowing the limits of the hero. And the best part is, I don't know why Muntan designed Kalia to be similar to Cho, and JPL must be smiling. Like, yes, I can play something else apart from Cho.
Exactly. Which is, I can say that, the comparison between Jawhead and Kalea, right? It's much safer if you are on the Kalea one. So, yeah, of course, as a roamer, approve. I approve with this one. This
There needs to be a graphic. There needs to be a graphic where, look, no, you know what, you do this, and then it's like, then I approve.
Then I approve. So let's see. So again, the scores is really important here for Team Flash as well. First pick still, it is going to be Everlasting Love. And you mentioned,
I
it,
love
of course,
this.
yesterday, right? The Team Flash really shines on the second pick.
Yeah, definitely, right. Look at Zay. Right now, it's the battle of coaches, right? And I'm sorry, coach number, but
Coach
you know
user
match for
number.
Zays. You should. I mean, based on stats alone, Zays has definitely more accolades as compared, and he definitely will shine on the second pick because now he's able to respond towards you. You can throw anything at him. I hope.
I hope. I hope. But let's see. This is Everlasting Love. We have high hopes, of course, of this Challenger team as well.
Yes, sir.
So I'm just looking forward on how they are going to go up against same aggressive team there is. So first pick, first ban, rather, most likely we're going to see Ilda.
You're this kind of guy. Literally, it's like, I have a question. I have the answer for that question. But I wait for the answer to be reviewed. Then I'll answer it. And why?
There's some dramatic in that.
That dramatic suspense.
Yeah, the suspense. Dramatic.
No, it's not suspense. You're just waiting for the answers. That's Matilda being banned away by Coach Number as well. Standard bans as well. I'm actually looking forward to maybe the Leomod ban, maybe the.
You think so?
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe the Freya ban as well. Or usually, you know, being on the red side, you will ban away the Kimi, you ban away the Lucas as well. That's something that we always see.
Correct.
Red side bans.
That is true. So Lucas haven't seen the daylight in the land of dawn because it's always been banned. But Baksha still the Baksha is still being banned.
Yo, what is going on?
The trauma that this Baksha
is going on?
Dealt upon the Team Flash.
No, not only just that. I think apart from Team Flash, Baxia is actually kind of interesting bans because you don't really see Baxia bans until today. Maybe it's because of the anti-region that the Baxia was able to offer, for example, against the Gatakacha. Gatakacha does have some form of regen as well. Clear at the same time relies on regen. So maybe that's why Coach Z is even using that first slot to take away Baxia right off the bat. We just don't want to deal with that.
Okay then. So there's gonna be a prior ban here for the side of Team Flash. On the other side, okay, Kimi is pretty much open. So the question is, are you gonna ban now the Fanny here of Flash SG? So instead, it is gonna be Kimi here who's been taken away. Kalea is still pretty much open. Of course, if you are Everlasting Love, if you are Kyushu, you want that hero to be open.
Yeah, I want to see what Zay thinks about this team. If he goes ahead and ban away the Leomord or even Freya or something like that, yeah, that's massive news. Then that means that Zays are really, really afraid of any weird cheese picks coming in. But then again, you also got Coach Z's right now. Bans away the Harry for now. You know, standard bans still standard bans.
Are going to ban Moskov still against Vanix? Vanix really shines for the Moskov here. So if Moskov is open, I assume that is going to be Team Flash going to pick the Moskov in the early phase of our draft.
But is Coach Numbers going to handshake the Moskov? I think that's also something pretty interesting, unless Akashi decides to go for that Moskov as well. So, I mean, it could be either one either one of them, right? Fanny, of course, still one of the prior picks, banned away by the side of Everlasting Love. For now, Team Flash, what is the last ban? The Lucas is still leaked out, by the way. Yeah. Unless Coach Z decides to ban something utterly random, leaks out all these, basically letting the dogs out. Sorry, letting the prior picks out.
Lucas. Open Lucas. At least we can cast Lucas once.
You just want to cast Lucas, man. What is wrong with you?
Lucas is insane. Man, Lucas is very OP. So,
yes, he is. So that's why he deserves to be in the ban pool.
Yeah, there you go. Should be banned. Lucas is going to be banned. If not...
Are you manifesting it?
I'm manifesting it. It's going to be banned.
Yeah, because when you say it's going to be banned, it's going to be banned. I'm like, wait, where's Lucas? Lucas is not even banned at all yet.
Yep. It's going to be banned.
Zask is going to be banned. That's exactly what I was talking about. They're literally going to leak it out. Now Evo is forced to make a decision. Do they go for the Lucas? Do they go for potential chip as well, which we saw quite weird successes as well. We also got the fact that you have the Juicing lying around. We also have the fact that you have your, what's that called, the other one, Kalir. That's also white pick. So immediately, Everlasting Love has to go for the Lucas.
Okay, now Lucas has been locked in. First time going to see here in our challengers.
Aren't you excited?
I am excited, and this is very OP
I can
as well.
totally sense the excitement in your voice.
It's very OP as well. The crowd control, team fight, which is Everlasting Love really loves to do. So if the chip is pretty much open here as well, Chip Lucas is really incredible here. But Flash SG has a chance to take this Lucas, this chip rather themselves here.
Yeah, but Everlasting Love, to be honest, is like, this is going to be at least a game that you will love to cast, right? Lucas right here. Lucas provides so much value in terms of burst damage. You got it's almost like a Dyroth that is immune to CC. You cannot lock him down.
Plus the AoE, there's just so many things coming in from the Lucas. Crowd control is there as well. But Joy and Azushin actually has been locked in here for the side of Flash SG. And, okay, just surprised that we haven't seen really... In this day, particular day, Jace, the chip has always been banned or not been picked. But now, nothing you consider there.
This is really weird coming off from Coach Z's, right? They're like, Juicing and Joy, yeah, they're prior picks, right? But then again, you leak out JPL's Kalia. He's been doing wonders against JPL. And now you put these two, I would actually rank, you know, Lucas and Kalia on the same tier in terms of priority as compared to Joy and Juicing.
Correct. Oh, so this is going to be a different JPL we're going to see here. Phovius as well. the lineup coming in from Everlasting Love, man. Are they giving it away? I mean, this is one of the best draft that you can have, Jace.
Exactly.
Wow.
Against Coach Zays, especially against Flash SG. If you switch this around, this is something that I expected Coach Z's to drop as compared to Everlasting Love. Man.
Coach user number, okay. I mean,
Coach
he
number,
did pretty
okay.
good.
Okay.
Yeah, did pretty good. Like Moscow?
That I
that I approve. Okay.
Yeah, I approve. And now, if you're Coach Z, you have to prioritize Vanix right here, right now. But then again, you go for a Moskov
there
right
you
here.
go.
Okay, sure, you go for a Moskov, but now you're in a lot of trouble. Phobias loves that Moskov, right? You can dash around, but the Inferno Pursuit chases you down like no tomorrow.
Plus this draft right now coming in from Everlasting Life. They love this one. What we have seen on their gameplay, their play style, very aggressive, love to team fight. This is perfect here for the side of Everlasting Love. Now, of course, the Moskov is here, so you need some cross-map plays, again, for Team Flash. Because against Everlasting Love, you don't want to have a prolonged team fight. You don't want to have a 5v5 really here. And you need to have some cross-map plays. Moskov is one for the Assassin here for the side of Hades. I think Assassins will be the prior bans next for the Everlasting Love. Hayabusa is pretty much open.
Well, hold on a second. I mean, Lucas, unless you're implying that Lucas is going to the EXP lane. I thought Lucas was a more jungler.
Is better jungle.
Yeah, correct. So right now, if you're a Team Flash right here, you have to start to take away gold laners, right? You have to protect Moscow, make sure he has a decent game. Like, for example, there you go. The Ranger gets taken away. Coach number right here. Coach 2791827365 is going to ban away the Gato Kacha. It's so small on my screen. I had to squint. I'm getting old. I'm getting too old for this.
So JPLs will be the prior bans here.
Yeah, definitely. It feels like they're locking down JPL ban. I really like what Coach Number is doing right here. Coach Zace right here reacting towards the Everlasting Love.
Okay, Forza taken out. Oh, speaking of Forza, Cortese last time did a pretty good job. But anyway, he's going to be in the Zushin this time around. Badang is pretty much open in here as well, actually. At least to stop here when it comes to major team fights. So if you have a Kalea, you have a Lucas here who really shines in those team fights. Badang could also stop them for the wombo combo. Purify will also be locked in here, to be honest. Oh, are we going to?
I think you ban Jawhead or maybe
Tigreal.
I think Jawhead or basic, or if not, it will be a Cho. It's either one of these two. But no, okay, they're gonna go ahead and ban away the Hylos instead. So technically speaking, still a-okay. Oh, they don't need to be afraid of the Cho because they have a Phobius as well. Jawhead.
Tigreal.
Yeah, Tigreal makes sense here. Can work. It works very well in making sure Justin slam down the passives, and of course, the implosion also works very well for Joy's alternate. But I think right here, do you go for JPL's picks or do you go for the EXP picks? Because I feel like, both these. I think it doesn't really matter in terms of priority right here from the side of Flash SG.
So we're going to talk about the laning here. So I think CC is pretty good against the Phobius when it comes to laning itself. So they can use this one and then rotate. Also, it's kind of...
Right now, the problem about Flash SG's roster is that they don't really have a lot of strong tanks, strong front lines, right? The next best slot for Team Flash is maybe perhaps a glue. Something that basically can absorb... Oh, no, they're going to go put a Badang instead.
Oh, there you go. Okay, Badang.
Okay. Team Flash is literally going to say that, okay, I'm going to handshake you in a fight against Everlasting Love. Now, looking at Team Everlasting Love right now, they're lacking a gold laner. They're lacking of a mid. In terms of mids, I think you can potentially look like maybe an Aurora, right? Something that could basically deal with Joy with your passive.
Louis? Louis?
Louis also works. Yeah, Louis also works.
Louis for the,
yeah, it works well. And
at least the cross map plays as well. So at least they have the move.
Yeah, exactly. Good call on that one. Okay, that's going to be a Sicilian
instead.
Okay. You go for the Sicilian instead. That's good range, decent range. That claw as well. And just in case it all else fails, if Team Flash is unable to end the game in time, the Sicilian will truly shine. So I love what sorry,
What a
Everlasting
draft.
Love is doing. What a draft coming
What
on
a
coach
draft.
numbers. He's really calculating and have a computer inside his pocket. The carry works very well because Flash needs to put someone very, 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 very tanky. If not, Team Flash, they don't have a brick wall. They need some form of front line. And Badang, technically speaking, does have a wall,
Okay.
does have some form of front line, but I feel like they need more.
Okay. The only thing that can really reach the back line. Oh, there you go. You mentioned the glue, right? Okay.
Okay,
At
that's...
least-
Oh, hold on. JPL plays Badang? That is very new.
I thought you will not be surprised for that one.
No, I'm actually surprised. JPL playing Badang. I was expecting more like Ken going for the glue. Ken for the glue in that slot where they pick the Badang, right? So it's actually very interesting, right? Coming up from Team Flash, a pretty interesting draft. You got your front lines. You got a literal wall with the Badang. And it allows you to basically hold person back so that juicing really shine. So I feel like in terms of the damage, Team Flash needs to prioritize the damage from the side of Kurtizi and then Moskov as the late game insurance. But looking at the roster coming up from Everlasting Love, this is a very, very scary draft.
Very scary, and high meta heroes been locked into their draft as well. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the fights between Everlasting Love versus Flash SG best of 1 series with Lucas open first time here in our Challenger stage.
Yep. Right now, what's the game plan right here? You compare lane priorities right here. I'm looking at definitely Team Flash has to play around the mid lane, has to play around Justin. JPL as the Badang does have a lot of damage in the early game in the sense. If you notice how JPL, oh, hold on a second. JPL,
Really? We just mentioned the aggressiveness from both teams here, but JPL doing such stunt is only shows here that they really want to control the early game.
Yeah.
I think right now Kyushu, remember Kyushu here is the Kalea. We have seen the combo.
and oh my god. When you think Ken can't, Ken says Ken.
Can.
Literally, that's a Phobias going up against the glue, and I'm actually very surprised that the glue was able to do so much damage against Willie in the early game.
And I think this is what the priority right now coming in from the side of Ken is doing pretty well here, harassing
definitely.
the Phobias. So far, Willie is having a hard time here. That's used the flicker as well.
Oh my goodness, flicker in like 1 minute and 30 seconds. That's not really good timing, especially when the turtle spawns, you won't have a flicker already. So that's a massive information given over the side of Flash.
This is going to be now the opportunity for Flash SG to actually harass the top side here. And look at this one, Kyushu going to go for the stun here. 3 versus 2 situation. Kurtizi backs away easily here, going to go for a counter attack. Kyushu uses flicker as well.
Yeah, burns away another flicker, so that's wonderful information. No flicker for the first turtle fight.
Oh, there you go. There comes the Lucas. There comes the Ninetales. Going to go, but he's out of position here. He needs to be very careful. That's going to be first blood. Ken secures that one.
Yeah, Lucas thinks he's Naruto, but unfortunately he's just food for the side of Team Flash. 4 members onto Naruto right here, onto this Lucas, man. That's how much. So that's how do you deal with the Lucas?
I'm just hyping the Lucas up, and that happened. But he's out of position, though. I mean, he cannot really take out many members here for Flash SG in that kind of situation.
Lucas is not Ken on the Phobias, unfortunately. Cannot 1v9 as of now. Yeah, probably needs more items going into his pocket before he can actually start 1v9.
There you go, Kyushu again. This is level 4 JPL compared to level 3 Kyushu here. I think Kyushu needs this ultimate in order for them to actually initiate the team fights.
Yeah.
But with this very aggressive, much aggressive movement coming in from JPL, I think Kyushu has been stopped when it comes to his rotations here. Oh, they're looking actually on the bot side.
And I feel like right now, this is what you remember we talked about how this is a bit of a supportal combat happening, well, roamer combat right now. Definitely JPL is winning, right? JPL winning against Kyushu. Kyushu finally hitting level 4. That's a massive EXP gap in between, and that's gonna work wonders. Albeit this time around with Kyushu hitting level 4, all of a sudden that advantage is dwindling.
Look at Ken here. He has given so much vision. He is very aggressive as well. And so far here, Everlasting Love doesn't have the answer. Okay, when it comes to the scaling, you have to look out the Cillian as well. And the carry. But with this constant aggressiveness coming in from Flash SG, the map is in control for their one.
Yeah.
They're looking here on the bot side.
Actually, Kalia is looking at this, looking how Flash is playing, and it makes me feel like the Badang actually counters Kyushu, right? Yes, you can Tsunami Slam me, but all of a sudden, hey, you bring me closer to your team. What's next? Thousand Fists.
Yeah. Plus, he doesn't have. Okay, now Kyushu has the ultimate here. So let's see if Everlasting Love going to initiate the team fights here, especially with the Turtle Pit.
Oh.
Turtle rather is going to spawn here. Oh, look at Curtizy with the SOD hits. That is going to be bringing back with the auto attack coming from Vanix on the back lines. That's a kill.
That's a kill indeed, but Kyushu tried to follow it up, jumps over, using the flicker at the same time.
No
Cortese
way.
Actually following up, defending Vanix as of now. Ken somehow is here as well, joining the fight, cutting off the reinforcement of Sus Bomba. JPL going in, that's the ultimate that we're looking out for. Kyushu tried to get on the way. Ken right now has to run for the hills as he peels for Cortese. The bomb coming off from Lucas right here, but Hades will be able to join the fight on the Joy that goes into the ultimate, burning down Kyushu right where it stands. Fake QD right here. Tried to output the damage, but members of Flash SG disengage.
Oh, but still, they're going to still continue this team fight here. And look at this one. Oh, there's going to be now Willie trying to provide the space. And now Ken and Hades going to control this turtle as well. And the thing is, Flash SG gets the turtle and gets back.
Yeah. The best part of it is Flash, yes, they need to sacrifice Ken, and that's wonderful prioritization unless Hades can outplay this one.
This is what we are talking about, Jay's non-stop action between these two aggressive teams, and now it's going to be Willie trying to go for the fights, and now it is going to be Curtizy falling down this time around, and JPL lying around, turning back for now, and the invasion still continues here for Everlasting Love.
Yeah, Everlasting Love, man. They're finally up in the ante in terms of the aggression. They finally picks it up. They know how to deal with Flash right now. Hades, don't forget, once he doesn't really have the ultimate, there's not enough damage coming up from Flash right here.
That was really very long team fight between these two here. Flash SG though, yeah, even though they had the turtle into their side, Everlasting Love is not backing out. They still want to go for more brawls here. And with this Fate QT right now, the ultimate very prepared. I think they can go for a brawl if they want to.
Yeah, can actually forgetting. No, actually he left the lane at a very good timing, right? Thanks to Observer for pointing that out. The Siege Minion actually doing quite an amount of chip damage all the way up top. Thank you very much, man.
And now Joy here, Hades going to go for a split push. They know about this one. Oh, they're just too late. They could not react. I think there's going to be a time for Everlasting Love to actually force the team fight without the Hades, but then again, they decide not to.
Man, Willie leaving that lane right there is a mistake. Tunnel vision by Ken. Ken, I'm not too sure who actually made the rotation first, but when I start to realize that the Siege Minion is actually taking up top, Ken and also Willie is actually in the mid lane. Take a look at the items right now. I think all eyes is on Sus Bomba. Sus Bomba needs to start picking up his items. Does have the mana boost. The glowing one should be a Clock of Destiny, if I'm not mistaken, to get more tankiness and also add on more mana. But I'm talking about this because Flash SG is on a timer. If this game goes to 15 minutes, and it seems like we may go there, Flash SG could be in problem because Sicilian does a lot of damage.
Oh, this is the space coming in from Willie right now, going all in, and the rest of Flash SG backs out. They cannot fight this Phobias anymore. And look at the split push coming in from the side there of Vanix. So giving away this turtle for this turret takedown is incredible good for Flash SG.
Yeah, and no started from the sequence I was talking about, right? Ken leaving that lane right there. Yes, you can take the turtle, but it's okay. I deal damage up top, and now, you know, Vanix is just gonna spearhead, no pun intended, all the way up top, making sure that they have a stronger lane or stronger side of the map around the top side.
The cross map plays that we have highlighted here for Flash SG, this is their specialty. This is why you don't give Vanix the Moskov. It's just too good. And now the outer turrets is gone here on the top side. There's going to be an opening here for Flash SG to actually abuse the map control against Everlasting Love.
But don't forget, Everlasting Love is starting to pick up the damage as well in terms of the skills, and they are not too shabby either when it comes to these team fights, right? Remember that they remind me of the old EVO, not only just the fact that I look at their abbreviations EVL and it reminds me of the old Team EVO abbreviation, and not only just that, they also fight like Team EVO.
Speaking of fight, Wait QT here, 2 versus 1. They decided not to force that one from Flash SG, and now the mid is still hanging on from both teams here. Ken constantly running through here across the river. And this is Lucas' way out here. Fate QT, I believe Flash SG has the vision. They are going to force this one out. Now there's going to be Possess here coming in. The side of Ken, the follow-up here, the fist crack. And now there's going to be a Tsunami Slam coming inside of Kyushu. Backs away, no follow-up whatsoever here coming in from Everlasting Love. This is now the time for Fate QT trying to join the team fight, but he is far away out. Still, it is going to be Flash SG winning the fight.
Yeah, Fake QT is always at a bad place at a bad time, right? And even if the case when he's a bad place, he's always doesn't have the really good timing when to join these team fights, and it's actually starting to hurt Everlasting Love. Now, top side is cleaned up. Flash, like what I mentioned, they need to try to end the game before 15 minutes. I think they're on the timer right here, and they know it. They're starting to feel the pain from Sus Bomba. They also start to feel the pain for Akashi, especially Ken. Ken needs to be careful from the damage of this carry.
The Lord is up. No one from Everlasting Love here knows about this one. This is going to be a blitz we are seeing here coming in from Flash SG, but instead it is going to be Akashi here as well as Kyushu trying to pick off Vanix, but the Purify has been used there, and there's no contesting the Lord.
Worth it, right? Right now, Everlasting Love shows two members up top. They're just going to try to brawl it out. Vanix, you need to pull the Clash Factor right here. He tries to kite all the way back. The members on the side of Flash SG is not there to reinforce, but this time around, Everlasting Love may have been JPL coming in with the 1000 Fist Crack, and now he may actually receive most of the damage. Kurtizi right here tried to kite end zone. JPL is playing as if like he's a damage dealer right here. He goes to Immortality. Lucas coming for the flank as well. It's okay for JPL to go down, but at the very least, Vanix gets out alive.
What? Vanix survived there? Yeah. He still survived, and this is gonna be the help, of course, for a Flash SG to reinforce the team fight as well. Now the Lord is pushing through here on the top. Flash SG, are you kidding me? And I thought Everlasting Love is going to go for Vanix pick off for that Lord sacrifice, but nah, it is still going to be outplayed here for Flash SG.
Yeah, right now it's just, oh, hold on a second, Ken possessing. Ooh.
That's going to be now Tsunami Slam there out. Ken in that situation. Now the Lord is going to be taken out. So there's going to be a reset here. But remember, Outer Charge has been secured already here by Flash SG.
Mid lane, you crack the open bottom side as well. But unfortunately, Flash is not ready to basically take down the bottom lane turret. Everlasting Love is still holding on strong, but I'm looking at the timer, man. It's around 3 more minutes. Sorry, make it like 4 more minutes. I forgot how to count. 4 more minutes, Deadeye. If not, Everlasting Love is just gonna overpower Flash SG.
So far, really, I'm looking forward for the Lucas to be present in any team fight, in every team fight for that matter. But we've seen the KDA coming in from Fake QT. Even we have 4 kills coming in from Everlasting Love. He has only 1 assist here, so it's really concerning here. If you want to really take advantage of a Lucas, you need to be there on major team fights.
Yeah, Fake QT, I think the positioning is a little bit wrong, and I think it's the first time that the likes of Kyushu going up against someone like JPL, right? He don't really care where you are. He would just do weird things towards you. He's basically leaking all the information over to the side of Team Flash. Man,
this is the similar sequence we're seeing here. It's now Fate QT on the other side of the map. He's the one who's actually controlling this pressure here, this lane pressure. I think, do you think this is going to be a switch here? I think really, or any other heroes here, players going to do that thing? Fate QT, his presence in team fight is badly needed.
Yeah, definitely. Right. I don't feel any presence from this Lucas Deadeye. As much as you're excited to cast for a Lucas game, I don't feel Lucas at all. Lucas doesn't tickle. He just there.
Meow.
Meow.
Yeah, that's the thing. Instead of a roar, we're hearing a meow here. But kid me not, man. I think this Lucas is really OP. We've seen the capability of this Lucas, man. So team fights right now is being taking advantage here of the side of Flash SG without Lucas into the fray. And it's always Lucas who's responding to this pressure coming in from Hades. Look at Hades. This is, again, the cross-map plays that we have been talking about. Pressure on the top. Now, in the sequence, it's going to be Fate QT again responding. Okay, now we're seeing here a change. Really is actually here on the side.
Yep. Right now, the Lord is being threatened right here. Everlasting Love, what is their play? They're around 3k gold lead behind. It's not too shy instead. But, oh, okay, Kyushu, maybe he can make something work.
Oh, there you go. Kyushu want to initiate the team fights here, but to no avail. Cross map plays once again on the bot side. Vanix here, just securing the outer turrets. No one responds here from Everlasting Love. Once again, outplayed coming in from Flash SG.
Man, Flash is winning in terms of the macro game. They forgot the Vanix is all the way down bottom. This is exactly where you taunt your enemy. Are you blind on your map? Are you not looking at your mini-map? And with that, Flash takes away the Lord right underneath Everlasting Love's noses.
Oh, this is really difficult here for Everlasting Love. Okay, they have a Sicilian, so as long as this game scales, the Sicilian stocks gonna be rising into his advantage here. So we're waiting still for the timer here, 15 minutes, as you have mentioned, right? But at this moment, without the map control needed, will they be able to do a major comeback in this situation?
Right now, bottom lane, the Lord's coming in. Don't forget, this Lord will do serious damage against your turrets right here. And now Flash SG just leading the charge around the mid. Carry Akashi, ooh, doing a lot of damage right here. His wheels are starting to hurt.
Yeah, indeed. And now there's going to be a siege here at the bottom side. Everlasting Love is pretty much ready. Now this time around, Fate can join in the battle. Let's see if they can defend with no response still whatsoever. It is going to be Flash SG still wrecking havoc here on the bot side.
Yeah, Flash SG cracked open bot. I feel like Everlasting Love is lost. It's always, it feels like sometimes you think Everlasting Love knows what to do, and then after a sudden you blink, Everlasting Love has amnesia. They forgot the game plan, and they don't know what to do, and they're just rotating around, and hopefully something works.
Oh, Tsunami Slam. It's going to be Flicker coming in from Ken outside here. Fate QT popping his ultimate as well, but look at Vanix here suddenly destroying the inhibitor charge. JPL out of position, but still managed to escape here. The chase continues coming in from Fate QT, but to no avail still. Flash SG secured inhibitor chart, and they can't escape for now.
Well, one Lord, you crack open 2 lanes as well, but don't forget, this is the time that I was talking about. Look at the time of 15 minutes and 30 seconds. Sus Bomba should have good damage, but don't forget, Sus Bomba looks very scary as a Sicilian secures the Divine Glaive already. On top of that, you've got Akashi on the carry as well. Thank you very much. You also have decent amount of items already. I'm expecting a lot of damage coming up with Sus Bomba already if Flash SG decides to end the game right here, right there. If Flash actually makes a mistake trying to take down the base, it is gonna be bad for Flash.
This is very crucial as well. I think the next big thing here for Flash HT is the lore takedown. Oh, actually, they're forcing this team fight. Kyushu popping his flicker. Look at the damage coming from Vanix, and look at the fish crack as well. And now there's going to be the Vanix on the back lines, having so many free hits. And there's going to be Wheelie here providing the space on the back lines as well. And this is now really going back. Oh, this is just insane. Oh, Sus Bomba. His attacks here, his magic damage now pulling through the killing spree against Ken.
And this is exactly what I feared, Deadeye. If Flash make a mistake about trying to end the game or even take down topside turret, they are actually overcommitting for that one. Man, it's just... This is where Sus Bomba will start to shine. You start to see Sus Bomba actually slapped, and it really hurts this time round.
Oh, the Lord is up right now. They have the vision here. Everlasting Love has the vision. And Curtizy trying to find a way also to provide vision for Flash SG. And this is the cross map plays once again. Vanix is there waiting for the right moment. And the defender is going to be Sus Bomba. Okay, we're seeing a split map on the screen here, and Vanix trying to go for this push, but instead here the Lord dance. It is gonna be Flash SG cleaning up the battlefield. Kyushu being pinned down, and he's gone. But Fate QT still managed to survive. That's gonna be now the attack, the burst damage here. Going to go for the chase. JPL trying to back away, and still survives in that onslaught.
Hi, Vanix.
Yeah.
Right now, the best part is Flash actually, you know, was still able to take down 2 members, Akashi and Kyushu right here, but they lose Hades. So that could potentially be a problem. But Everlasting Love is a little bit confused. Do I take this Lord fight or do I go back to defend? Because technically speaking, Vanix is always around the base, just looking at a wide opportunity to try to end the game.
Now, this is the thing, right? Yes, you do have great stacks for Sus Bomba here at this moment, but the map control is truly in favor here for the side of Flash SG. It's really difficult for them to contest this Lord Dance anymore unless they are going to go for a risky play here. And Flash SG knows about this one. They had the advantage. They just need to counter it if ever Everlasting Love is going to go push through.
Yeah. Right now, Flash, I think they realize they cannot take the fight with Everlasting Love inside the base, because that's where Sicilian truly shines, right? You funnel everybody into a 1-on-1 spot. You're basically, it makes Sicilian very easy to play, right? You're very predictable where your enemy is coming. You can actually land your bad impact and back claws from there. So how Flash is trying to do right now is try to bait Everlasting Love outside, away from the base, so that Everlasting Love tunnel visions, because they know that Flash actually has a better macro. Let's go back to Everlasting Love.
This is the advantage of having Moskov here. Even Moskov is on the other side of the map. His SOD is very capable to go in and join the team fight anytime.
Yeah, but I like what both of these two teams are doing. Number one, they're not revealing a lot of information where the enemies are, where they are. And number two, it's just how Flash is actually just doing this signature dance, but now it's going to be Everlasting Love pulling their hand.
Oh, look at the damage here. Ken Steele barely survives there, and he did. And this is going to be the counter-attack. Fate QT going to go for a fight. The clean-up play, and Hades is going to pop his beats here. And look at the force attack here coming in from Fate QT, and the SOD hits. And this is going to be now Vanix trying to go for a cleanup against Fate QT, but Fate QT just burning them out. Oh, no, Vanix! Vanix giving the counter-attack! No way! This is just insane coming in from Vanix himself. The clutch play, and Sus Bomba left alone, and Flash SG going to clean this one up, and they will shut down, and this could be it, Jace. They are going to finish this game.
Definitely, Flash SG, wonderful activation in terms of the sequencing, man. First of all, you don't even show any information that Vanix all the way up top. Kyushu also had the right idea, doesn't show himself, but when the time they show themselves, it is over, because Team Flash is the one that pulled the Uno reverse card against you, and then after that, they clean up your base. And don't forget, this Moskov can be anywhere and everywhere. And this is exactly what I was talking about. Team Flash, they realize that they cannot win Everlasting Love inside their base. They have to pull them outside. That's why Sicilian is the most vulnerable, because he needs to look at every different angle as compared to looking at the back.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the Lucas that I've been waiting for is not what I expected in that situation.
I love it.
I haven't seen Lucas really popping off, especially during the early to the mid game here. The team fights were not really in favor there for the side of Everlasting Love. Flash SG knows how to work their way here into the series.
Yeah, and right now it goes to show, right, how this feels like the Team Flash that we know. Even though, yes, they taste a little bit of the fight, Everlasting Love seems like they do have the damage and do have fists a little bit. So what do? They change the rule of the game. They started kicking instead, and that's what they did, right? Like, you see how that sequence right there, Vanix hiding right there, hiding information. They start taking it down, turrets left and right. Everlasting Love, they don't know what to do. They don't know how to react against a macro play like this.
And plus, of course, the turret takedowns coming in from Flash SG early to the mid game. They controlled mostly of the map, so it's really difficult for Everlasting Love to go for across map plays on their own. So as you can see, Vanix just waiting patiently. Once that team fight brawls out in the lower dance, that's the moment he just goes in. And Sas Bomba, no choice. He has to leave, to stay in the base rather to defend.
Yeah, and how did it feels like this whole game is just a showcase of the MPL macro. Yes, you can bring in your rank drops into Challenger stage, but this is the MPL macro that we're talking about. Team Flash is the one that mastered the MPL macro, right? This is the reason why they're so dominant in this kind of play style in MPL SG, because they've been through internationally. They are the receiving ends of this macro game. And I would like to also highlight some of the there's a wise person that actually told me about the reason, because remember earlier just now we're very confused about the Joy pick in the second slot. Yeah, don't forget, Joy can activate the ultimate anytime. So you have two sides. If you notice, for around the mid parts of the game, when the Moskov starts to join the team fights, the Joy was hard pushing the sides. Moskov, after that, towards the later parts of the game, when the rest of the members from Team Flash is able to identify that they can actually leave Vanix on his own, because he has his items already, right? That's why you start to see a bit of switch around. And I love this. This game feels like initially we thought it's going to be a roamer combat, the Badang versus the Kalia, but turns out it is a game of cat and mouse, and it is Team Flash that played the mouse instead.
And look at this stats right now we're seeing here. Fortunately for the Lucas pick here, he has only 2 kills, expecting much, of course, on the early aggression. But instead, it is going to be Flash SG just doing most of the work in the early game. You mentioned, of course, the switcheroo coming in from Joy and Vanix on the side lane push. And with this response, we only see Fate QT really joining in that one. I think Fate QT really deserves to be in a team fight. But if
He's
ever...
never there.
Is never there. But the
he's-
question is,
yeah.
which hero are you going to respond for that lane push? It should be Akashi, I think, especially during the early to mid.
Yeah, that's the question, right? Like, if you send Akashi, she's the carry's a sitting duck. I think the best person you can send is Willy, but you remove Willy from that fight, all of a sudden...
Difficult, right?
Yeah, you don't really have a lot of front line, right? Unless
Uh-huh.
Fake QT can do something to burst somebody down. But then, yeah, it's just... I think the best, and the worst part is even if you send Akashi down there, you actually allow Akashi to farm. If you notice,
Yes.
Akashi is starting to pick up the items, he's actually doing a lot more damage. But you send Willy over, it's like, okay, I don't need a gold, by the way. I'm building defensive. Defensive items are
Yeah.
cheaper, right? So yeah, there we go. I think Team Flash just showed us a lot of interesting chess game play, right? Mobile is not only just about how you execute in your micro, it's about how you outmaneuver your enemy.
Correct.
And they definitely outmaneuvered Everlasting Love
When
right
it comes to the laning as well, Ken did a pretty good job. We have to highlight this kid, man. Then Ken actually
told
on
you.
the EXP
I told
did
you.
pretty good. I think Willy is having a hard time on that lane.
Yeah, Ken couldn't.
Ken
Ken really can.
Ken really can.
Ken really can do this because it's just the fact that I love this, right? I love how Team Flash is doing now. Ken feels like a perfect fit among this roster right here. It feels like this is the Flash that we always like to see. JPL is allowed to do even more weird JPL things as compared to babysitting 2 lanes. Vanix right here, knowing that, okay, at least I have a winning side lane here on the other side. The other side, at least you can either neutralize it or play it safe. So I really like this this Team Flash roster coming in for the seeded stage. For the challenger stage.
Yeah, we highlighted also the composition coming in from Everlasting Love. They have the Kalea, they have the Phobius, they have the Lucas. All the kits are on their side, Jace. Just like that. You do have a great composition, but when it comes to execution, how you be able to deal or use this hero in your winning conditions. That's one of the cases as well.
Definitely.
That Everlasting Love have to put into consideration.
Definitely. If you look at the rosters coming from Everlasting Love, I feel like the coach actually did everything right.
Yes.
They literally equipped their soldiers with the best ever weapons, but they got defeated ultimately because they ultimately don't know how to use those weapons.
Yeah, and Flash SG, they won 2 straight games in a row against challenger teams here,
Yep,
and
which is
which
great.
is badly needed into their team, and this will change the rankings for now. So this is what Flash SG totally we are going to see, hopefully consistently as well.
Yeah, definitely. At least a lot more consistency
Yep.
coming out, right? Game number 1 was also dominating as well. Game number 2, you can start to see that, they don't really care. They're just going to smack you left, right, center, out macro you. This is exactly what we like about Team Flash, right?
Team Flash, no cheesy picks whatsoever, no something we've seen out of the meta, but they're doing a great macro. This is what I love about Team Flash, their macro sense and how they be able to adapt in that situation. You've mentioned, right, Joy, it was first Joy's doing the split push. Now, once Joy has the momentum coming up, now it's going to be Vanix doing the split push. So anyone can really
that's
pick up.
why it's very fun to watch Team Flash because you never know what's going to happen. Vanix is one of the few gold laners in Singapore that have the clutch factor, and that's what makes it exciting. You saw the clutch factor earlier just now, right?
I saw it.
You put that situation for me, I die. I die.
To be honest, when I casted that, I thought Vanix died. And then suddenly he was there still having this spear.
He's one
walking.
dot and he's still whacking people. Yeah,
What?
exactly.
I thought Vanix was bursted down there by Fate QT, but I was wrong. That was insane clutch factor, as you mentioned.
Yeah,
Wow.
exactly. So with that said, we're gonna wait for the MVP because man, this has been an exciting match. It's really great to see Team Flash coming back on form just slightly, albeit a very weak showing in terms of game day number 1 in week 2. They need this momentum going into the next few games.
Who do you think is the
during
MVP?
playoffs? Well,
Ken of the series.
I
think-
will let you guess who's the MVP instead.
JPL.
I kind of know.
JPL.
JPL. We
Yeah,
gave
but,
JPL was a MVP in the previous game already. You're gonna give him again?
He's doing pretty good.
Yeah, I think he's doing pretty good.
Yeah.
I actually am surprised at performance coming up from
Ken?
by
No.
JPL in terms of Badang, because that's something that you don't really see, because what JPL likes to play are very mobile heroes, right? For example, like the Cho, for example, like the Kalia that you mentioned, that we mentioned. Jawhead, technically speaking, does have the movement speed boost, right? Badang doesn't. He's immobile. He has a small little form of dash, but you use that dash to basically hard engage as well. And with that said, I'm going to let you guess who the MVP of the game is.
It's Hades.
We reviewed and you answered, brother. How do you do you go for exams by actually looking at the answers first, then you copy the answers down? But of course,
Hades.
of course, it's gonna be Hades for this one. As the Joy, we're gonna fix that. It's not the correct hero, but don't worry about it, because I think the main focus should be the fact that Hades was the one that set the tempo. If Everlasting Love is not allowed to basically do their own gameplay, their own play style, whereas we love to clash. And Joy and Hades doesn't allow them to split, to basically try to pull them apart. And all of a sudden, if you notice, Everlasting Love doesn't really have a map. They don't know what to do. They are so lost in the game, and that's because of Joy split pushes.
We have mentioned, of course, the Everlasting Love loves to have a very aggressive playstyle, right? But so far, having the more aggressive team like Team Flash, they have been shut down as well. So Joy, of course, Hades on the Joy did a pretty good job when it comes to the team fighting, especially during the early stages of the game here. But to be honest, all of them stepping up.
Yeah, definitely.
All of them stepping up. I love to see this kind of Team Flash right now. This is this Team Flash I know, and Ken is there on the other side as well, filling up the roster. It's pretty good.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really excited for this one, because I've been watching this kid. I think I only started paying attention to him in the last season when he plays as Team Evil. It's like, wow, this guy can slap. He really can slap.
Yeah.
And he's actually he's a small puny kid. Yeah, he actually
He's
slaps.
like Bray.
Yeah, he's like, oh, no, Bray is smaller than him.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. And he really can output the damage. He knows his aggression, and now with the help of, a very wonderful international experience, seasoned players around him, he's definitely going to improve even more.
Yeah, speaking of which, okay, Team Flash, they're on a roll here. I love seeing Team Flash going in this kind of situation here. On the other side, it's not yet over, Jace, for our challenger teams, for they will face still another MPL SG team here later on.
There'll be two more. We've already done Team Flash. We also done King's Vanguard. And the first after that is Kingdom Esports.
Yeah.
Now we're going to be able to watch. This is the most confusing thing ever coming up next, because it is going to be Everlasting Love going up against Team Evil. Don't forget what I mentioned. The difference, later on you will see, the tags is just one letter away, and I am not a spring chicken anymore. Rest assured, I will be confused. I will have Alzheimer's casting that game.
Evil versus Team Evil.
I think I've actually said that. I feel like I've actually said that. And the worst part is they share the same playstyle, but Team Evil was there first. And with that said, we're going to go on a short break. Don't go away, because Everlasting Love going up against Evil up next.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに 復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっさよなら。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
MPL Singapore Season 8 ended with Flash securing a three-peat. But this season, everything changes. With a brand new format, new challenges await. The regular season journey has 4 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifiers, Challenger Stage, and Last Chance Qualifiers, all leading up to the playoffs.
In the seeded stage, 5 MPL Singapore teams from last season will compete in a best-of-3 round-robin format. Meanwhile, the Challenger Qualifiers give community teams a shot at the big stage. Over 2 weeks, the top 2 teams from each qualifier will advance to the Challenger stage. The Challenger stage will feature the 5 MPL Singapore teams from the seeded stage and the 4 community teams from the Challenger Qualifiers.
In the first 2 weeks, MPL Singapore and community teams will compete in a best-of-1 intergroup round-robin format. In the final week, community teams will face off in a best-of-1 round-robin. The MPL Singapore teams will be ranked based on their performance in the seeded and challenger stages. The top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, while the bottom-ranked team drops into the challenger stage rankings for 1 more shot. In the challenger stage, the 5 remaining teams are ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team secures the playoff spot, while the remaining 4 will enter the last chance qualifiers.
In the last chance qualifier, 1 final opportunity awaits: a 2-stage battle to secure the last playoff spot. In stage 1, community teams get 1 last shot to qualify. The top 2 teams will advance to stage 2. In stage 2, they'll face off against the 4 teams relegated from the challenger stage in a best-of-1 single elimination bracket. Only 1 team will survive and claim the final playoff spot.
To summarize, in the MPL Singapore Season 9 format, there will be 5 MPL Singapore teams and 4 community teams qualifying through the Challenger Qualifiers. Based on regular season performance, the top 4 MPL Singapore teams will advance directly to the playoffs, while the 5th-ranked team is relegated to the Challenger stage rankings. In the Challenger stage, the 5th-ranked MPL Singapore team and the 4 community teams will be ranked based on their Challenger stage results. The top-ranked team from this stage will secure a spot in the playoffs, while the remaining 4 teams move into Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2. They will be joined by 2 additional community teams who advance through Last Chance Qualifier Stage 1, which serves as the final entry point for community teams. The winner of the Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2 bracket will secure the final playoff spot.
And then it all comes down to the playoffs. 6 teams, only 1 champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL SG Season 9 championship?
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
what's up, ladies and gents? Sorry, you just caught me vibing to the music earlier just now. But of course, we are now down to 2 teams of the MPL seeded teams, which the Challenger teams will be going up against. My name is Jay. Joining me right here is that I will be casting for the remaining 2 series. Oh, well, technically, remaining 2 teams from the seeded teams. But yeah, how are you feeling about our Challenger teams coming in?
Okay, we've seen they won against MPL SG team. They lost some MPL SG team. They're looking forward again if they be able to win against Evil this time around. So Team Evil is one of the runner-up on the last season, right? So they had a rocky start on the first day, but they had the comeback on the day 2.
Yeah, and then it just goes back to their regular MO, right? Team Evil is always bad during the regular season, right? They always perform poorly in the regular season, but then after a while, you start to see them picking up the steam, and then they play off monsters that we all usually know and love. But now, in week number 2, day number 1, you start to see them. They have fists. They threw fists as RSG, and the RSG couldn't take it.
Yeah, that was RSG, which we had seen they performed very, very well in the start of our regular season. Now, this time around, I think we are expecting the Team Evil will have the momentum building up, as you mentioned, right?
Definitely.
Momentum-based team. So if they're going to win this Challenger stage right now, it's going to be a big boost on how they perform the rest of the games.
Yes, definitely, right? And now coming up next is going to be Everlasting Love and... Why are you doing this? I'm not going to go and I'm not going to play.
Never
mind.
Why
are you like presenting me like some sort of trophy or something?
Because okay, never mind. Okay,
you're about to say something. You're about to say something. We need to talk about it because I want to know.
Everlasting Love.
I want to know. So coming up next is going to be Everlasting Love. Everlasting Love, what I mentioned in terms of the play style, it reminds me of Season 3 Team Evil. When they first debuted, they were so strong and very hyper aggression. They don't care about your name tags. But then, then you start to see the growth of Team Evil. Now, I want to see the same applied to Everlasting Love, albeit it's their first debut in MPL Singapore.
Sure, but on the previous series against Team Flash, they have to recognize also the macro gameplay and how they are going to push through here in the rest of the series. And Team Evil is ready for it, and they know how to play this macro play style as well.
Yes, definitely, right? Like, macro play style is something that it's very different, right? Ranked macro versus MPL macro is so different. As we take a look at the rosters right here, coming up next, these are your challengers from the challenger stage, none other than Team Evil. Sorry, this time around, we're going to show you Team Evil first. Vincent, Powerful, Sailor, Ven, and Gear. Of course, a rocky start, but they finally find a little bit of footing, and I want to see them maintaining that footing in these rocky waves of MPL Singapore.
Exactly, especially, of course, they've just won great points on their rankings here. They want to accumulate more, and looking forward, of course, for Powerful and Sailor to do their combo wombo. And on that previous, yesterday rather, Van on that Moskov as well has been popping up, and that's why Moskov has been respected on that previous day, because great performance in Van is one of the players who really pop up on that hero.
Yeah, and finally, right, Moskov has been one of the mainstays in terms of the MPL Singapore meta. Maybe I will also say, I want to see other things, man. I want to see other marksmen, because I'm starting to feel a little bit bored about the gold lane pool, right? It's always these people. Where are the Brodies?
Okay.
Yeah, where are the Mias?
The Mias?
Where are the Laylas? Give them some love.
It only shows that the Moscow, because of the cross-map plays, you had an advantage really to control
Layla can
the
cross-map play. The ultimate from afar. Okay, I'm just trolling. I'm just joking.
Unlike the Moscow, and this is now the Everlasting Love that I have mentioned. Very aggressive team as well. Fate QT here on the jungle. Kyushu here in the roam. Sas Bomba in the mid. Kashi here the gold. And Willy on the EXP. We've seen them, of course, very aggressive.
I feel like Everlasting Love, if you're a headhunter, ladies and gents, you're looking at Kyushu, you're looking at Willy, Sas Bomba as well. Actually, these 3 players are not really too bad and not really too shabby either from the side of Everlasting Love in terms of, the positioning. They know what to do in terms of when they have when they are dictating the game pace. These 3 truly shines. But right now, I think right here, they just don't really have the macro gameplay of MPL. They don't really have that that research or basically that knowledge to be able to execute this crazy movements that we saw that Team Flash use against them.
Now I'm looking forward on how they're going to adjust in the kind of sense. But when it comes to a draft as well, right? User number did a pretty good job there on Team Flash series.
Yeah.
And as you have mentioned, of course, they have been outplayed on the macro system. But could be not the lineup, the Lucas lineup. I've been hyping that all night. But then again, it was a loss, unfortunately. There, So if ever it's gonna be open again, for sure, for me, it's gonna be a higher priority pick for both teams.
You know, looking at this, if I were Coach Carrot right here, I'll lick the Lucas.
Really?
I don't even ban the Lucas.
Ooh, that's
Alright.
very bold.
I think right now, Team Evil definitely can. Basically, this opens up a lot more avenues for them to pick and ban. With that said, we're gonna go into the draft pick between Team Evil and Everlasting Love. Look at the abbreviations right here. This is gonna confuse me. My mom probably dropped me on the floor once or probably twice. I'm not really the brightest kid in the room.
Everlasting Love versus Evil with an I versus Evil. There you go. So Fanny is gonna be banned here on the other side. Come on, Chase.
I don't know what you're segueing into that.
I'm just stating here, Evil versus Evil.
No, it's not.
Evil with an I versus Evil. There you go.
Yeah, now you know my confusion, right? That's why for the past two series, for the past few games, I'm trying my best not to say evil because, like I said, I'm not the brightest kid. I'm not the smartest kid in the room.
Evil with an
Yeah,
I.
my brother is always smarter than me.
Oh, there you go. I know you're smart, Jay. You're one of the best analysts.
Bogey you.
Bogey you.
Throws back compliment. But
There you
anyways,
go.
let's talk about the draft right here. Carrot actually bans away the chip,
Yep.
bans away the phobias. They recognize the power of Willy on that phobias because he actually can play that phobias really well. So I like it. Everlasting Love on the other hand, coach number user 27918273645 bans away the Fanny and the Joy, prioritizing a lot of these assassin picks. And now it feels like they're gonna choke out all the assassins that Vincent is potentially using.
Speaking of assassins, Fanny now has been banned. Lucas has been banned. Okay, has been taken away this one for now.
Play it safe.
Of course, for me, still gonna be an OP. It's just the case that they have been outplayed by Team Flash in that sense. But here, speaking of which, Kimi is pretty much open still at this moment.
Yeah, definitely, right? Usually it's a red side ban, but there's also the Mathilda that's also wide open.
Yes, correct.
We're also looking at powerful. Oh, actually, they banned away the Moskov, so now
Matilda.
a lot of things are wide open, like the Mathilda, the
Kalea,
Kimis,
yeah.
the Kalia as well, and
There you go,
Evil.
okay.
Right here, prioritizing the Kalia. What's with the Kalia first picks? I personally always favor Kimi first pick because you can always bring her anywhere. But maybe because people are starting to realize how to counter the Kimi. You've seen it before. The likes of the Hylos to run it down, the likes of the Leomor to run it down, the likes of the Freya to run it down as well. Oops, did I give up a lot of ideas for coach number? User number 27918273645. I'm gonna be able to memorize this after a while.
Everlasting Love. So as you mentioned, so many heroes that are opening into their favor here. So Kimi can be one here. Are they going to go? Okay, instead it's Zushin. They have been securing at this moment in time. Got to catch out. Okay,
Jushin
Very
and
safe.
Gatokacha, very safe openings.
very safe.
And
opening.
also potentially good tools against that Kimi. So Evil right here, do they go for the Kimi, but they're going to prioritize onto the Suyo first. One of the mainstays in terms of assassins, albeit nerfed just slightly, but the power of the Suyo being popping off at level 3, super fast paced gameplay is something that a lot of Team Suyo identifies and they want to bring it on board. Harif, the pick from the side of Evil, going into the hands of Ven this time. Ven can play the Harif really well. We saw that yesterday against RSG.
Yeah, his Moskov also is to be noted for, but in this game it's banned here. So Art has been out, but I'm really surprised Kimi has not been really secured as early as the first phase of our picks here. But now it is gonna be Everlasting Love having the Zushin. Kimi, would you consider going into the gold lane against Harith? Kimi against Harith. I haven't seen that kind of matchup, but the DPS damage coming in from Kimi, I'm not sure if can still be at par with how Harith can poke.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like Kimi doesn't do it really well, in my opinion, against the Harith. Instead, they're going to go for the Grandeur. Someone who can poke from a longer range, someone who has a decent, better mobility because every time you land the shots on the Rhapsody, you actually refresh it in terms of the dashes, and you have a longer range at the very least, right? And you have more damage, albeit busty damage, right? You're not something of a DPS, whereas Harry deals well once they do burst damage. And now we take a look at the bans. We're looking at the bans onto that Luoyi. Pretty nice. So I'm agreeing with what Coach Number is going for. Coach Carrot takes away the Freya, afraid of the cheese that Everlasting Love potentially can pull.
Oh, wow. Okay, Hylas is pretty much open here as well. We can see also the Badang being opened up. We can have a great synergy with Garkacha. For the Harriet, though, so mobility-wise, I think on the other side, Team Evil here has the advantage. I think they can have a pick of comp if they want to, especially with the Clay up being locked in. Oh, there you go. The Hyla's been banned right now. On the other side, Team Evil on the other side here, they still need some control here. So I think Kalea will not be enough. They need the Skandari here who can hold when it comes to a team fight.
Yeah, definitely right. Kalea, you basically want to pull somebody in, and after that, you want to just jump onto him. That's basically the role of the Kalea in this kind of matchup. And you're right, maybe another secondary stun after the follow-up coming up from Kalea. You catch somebody, you want to really try to lock him down, burst this person. So this becomes, Team Evil becomes more of like a pick composition. And this is kind of weird because usually you expect Team Evil going for more of a team clash, team fight composition, right? But now they're going to go for more picks, and now that's a very interesting ban. Banning away the CC when there's no high loss in tow. That means that they're actually looking for more, for example, more tanky EXP laners. Like, for example, Glue perhaps.
Yep.
And what else that's more tanky in the EXP lane? Hilda?
So, Hilda can, Hilda can be one as well. So they need someone to absorb the damage here into their side as well here. But when it comes to crowd control, though, for the side of Everlasting Love, they need to follow up here from the Garakacha as well. Badang is pretty much open. I think Badang is a pretty good pick here for the side of Everlasting Love.
I definitely agree with you. Just take the Badang right here. If not, Evo is going to snap pick that right away because the Badang actually works really well. It combos really well. Garakacha combos really well. Juicing, but no, the Mathilda, okay. It seems like Everlasting Love, they're going to go for a more safer route, right?
Okay, so now they do have the mobility into their favor here, and Sweet Escape as well, especially with the pick-off composition coming in from Team Evil. So I can see that one. So on the other side, though, since they have the Matilda, okay, I don't know if this is gonna be EXP Baksha. You think so?
Baksha? I think it's more for Everlasting Love. The Baksha works wonders against Kalea and also the Harith because of the shields and regen from the Kalea. But now Evil here. Okay, they're not gonna go for the Badang. Well, they can definitely go for a Glue instead. Yep, they went for the Glue for here, and then Navaria. Pretty interesting. They're gonna go for picks. Like what I mentioned, this is really out of Evil's MO. Usually you expect them to basically go for these kind of clash composition. They're really emphasizing, you know what, this is a different Team Evil every season. New season, new me, basically. That's what they're saying. They're gonna go for the Navaria for the long range poke. Team Evil, on the other hand, there's still decent pokes coming out, but they need to dive. There's a very heavy dive composition, and this dive, with the help of the Mathilda, is a very safe form of dive. You can pull anybody out, especially the Juicin. You reposition the Juicin with the ultimate, man. Imagine the Juicin flying around in without... basically, this Juicin go in with ultimate without the flicker. Right? And now, to end up, we have a Leomord coming up from Everlasting Love. There's something that we've been expecting, albeit one of the ingredients not there, being banned away by Carrot on the form of Freya.
Okay, that is going to be a jungler Leomord we're going to expect here. EXP Garakacha and Rome here Matilda right now for the side of Everlasting Love. So this is now your potential damage dealer, especially going to the backlines. But with the same, let's just say Tsunami Slam has been committed here. You have the guiding wind. So make sure that Matilda is really in the vicinity whenever those pick-up strategy has been used.
Yeah, definitely, right? Matilda is a massive... It feels like is shaping up to a massive counter against Kalea, right? Tsunami Slam all the way. You just press on the button. You don't even need to burn the Purify. Purify is definitely one of the good tools, right? You pull one person back, and now your Tsunami Slam is worthless. Don't forget, Team Evil is on a pick composition, right? This is a dive composition at Everlasting Love. If Evil picks somebody up, Everlasting Love can either save or kind of dive with him.
Actually, the Purifies here. We're seeing now Jays on Everlasting Love. This is how they're respecting the Kalea. Not only the Kalea, of course, we have also the lockdown coming in from just in case with his slam. So there we go. Everlasting Love right now with Leo Morn once again to their roster. This is going to be an interesting battle between Team Evo and Everlasting Love.
Definitely, right? Now, we talk about the pokes, right? Van and against Akashi. Usually, yes, the Harif should fare... no, it's actually is more of a skill matchup. Van needs to be able to sidestep Akashi's Rhapsody. Akashi needs to dash out of Van's Fission.
Yeah. But both usually for me, Harris has been priority on the gold lane just because of his harassment in the early stage of the game. With that Salmon Force as well, it's going to be easy for him to dive and to actually go for a kill here. But speaking of aggressiveness here, Vincent is now level 3. We're still not seeing some aggressiveness except for Fake QT.
Fake QT though, level 4 on that Neomort does have the bar bill but wants to basically save it for the turtle fights right now.
Okay, there you go. Akashi trying to go for the bait here against Van, and Kyushu is in the vicinity here, trying to go back away this time around. So no action yet we're expecting here, but once you have a Suyo, usually we go very aggressive here, Jay. So level 4 already, Vincent here, Sayla was also can have pop up that burst damage on the Varia on the back lines. But so far, all is trying to hack her down here until this turtle is available in the pit.
Yeah, turtle is being spawned right now, spawning on the top side around the EXP lane, of course. Fake Cutie main wants to go for it, but look at how Evo literally blitz it down. Fake Cutie going on the chase.
Oh, this is going to be now Fate QT going to go for an all-outs, but they could not chase very much there. Sus Bomba backs away, Gear with a stun. Will is here as well to go for reinforced defense. No casualties there, but the ultimate coming in from the side here of Gear. His overcommitment on that situation gonna cost his life.
Yeah, really picking up the first blood right here. You can see what Gear wants to do, right? Basically trying to drag I think that was the Sus Bomba all the way back into the vicinity of his team. But Team Evo, unfortunately, the timing was a little bit bad. Everlasting Love just drags Gear down to hell.
Okay, actually Akashi is kind of winning this lane here against the side of Van, and now going to be very aggressive here in the bot side as well. So far we've seen that sequence, right? They had the Barbiel there. Actually, Leo Moore just trying to rush through, but I do love the blitz coming in from Team Evil, going to back off and then going in for the right moment to go for the counter punch.
Yeah, but then again, Evil losing one member there may not be a good idea, because now you get first blood over. Now your turtle's advantage is nullified, right? Just take a look at the gold lead. Everlasting Love is ahead.
But the irritation's coming in from Gear here once more. So we've seen him overcommitting in that situation, right? The slows are up, then there you go, the follow-up with a Tsunami Slam, and that's the burst we've been looking for. The counter punch coming in from Everlasting Love. It is going to be powerful here, holding his ground. Look at that sustain here, and on the back lines though, AOG, that's a pretty good counter here against the ultimate coming in from the side of Gear, and Everlasting Love once again wins the team fight.
That is a very interesting interaction.
Yes.
I've never seen that before, right?
Correct.
Your glue possessing Willy right there. Gato Kacho uses the AOG, brings the glue back into base, back into the turret, and actually forces Gear off of him. That's actually something I learned. I'm 2 years old learning this one.
Feels like a Tsunami Slam. But on the other side, man. But Everlasting Love right now is in the turtle pit. And Team Evil is pretty much ready here. There's going to be Kier once again. A certain vehicle has been used. Great stun against Vincent. Vincent will be the target here. There's going to be Fate Cutie securing the turtle once again. Tsunami Slam here, but no follow-up whatsoever coming in from side of Team Evil. It is now going to be a kill once more. Advantage here for Everlasting Love.
Yeah, Fate Cutie feels like he's very comfortable on the Leomore. Not only just that, he's also very comfortable on maybe perhaps other fighter jungles. Maybe you can start putting Fate Cutie on maybe perhaps Xbox jungle instead, right? Because if you notice his assassin gameplay, like your Lucas, not exactly ideal, but once you give him like the Barbiel, he's all of a sudden he becomes very scary.
As expected, Jays, this Everlasting Love, they love to have this heavy aggression in the early stage of game. Now the question is, can they control, can they maintain, because this is a momentum-based team as well. Team Evil, this is Team Evil they're facing. Team Evil is also having a good macro hit. They know their power spike And at this moment here, Everlasting Love so far is outplaying them when it comes to damage department as well as the sustain.
Yeah, map control wise as well, Everlasting Love is winning, right? You can see how Everlasting Love is a lot more confident stepping around the map. Not only just the fact that they have the damage in terms of the Kashi and also Fake Cutie really actually pick up 2 kills. They also have the safety net from Kyushu as the Mathilda, and that's the reason why Mathilda is almost 100% permaban in MPL Singapore.
The shields, the heals, the mobility with the guiding wind. And so far, Team Evil is trying to rotate here into the mid. I've seen how Gear right now is non-stop rotating here. Just not staying on the lane. This time around, he really knows that his target will be on the back lines. But so far, again, they have to take note that Everlasting Love is pretty much ready for them.
Yep. Novara, that's the Astro Echo revealing the members. I want to see more fights coming out from Team Evil. Like I said, it's very weird coming out from Team Evil to switch their MO so drastically in between seasons, and it feels like they're not prepared for this kind of pick composition.
Oh, Gear again, feeling the heat there. Everlasting Love with so much poke, so much damage. Now clearing the waves in the mid, transitioning here to turtle takedown. I don't think Team Evil could be able to contest this.
Not at all. Team Evil doesn't really. I don't think they can actually fare it.
What?
What?
Huh? Okay.
Wow.
I was kind of worried.
That would be a massive mistake from the side of Everlasting Love. But however, Team Evil will be able to crack open bottom side. I think Team Evil realized that, hey, you know what? We cannot team fight into this dive composition. We need to play it route. We need to try to split.
Yeah, I think that was a good trade for Team Evil. At least it opens up their bottom lane here. But so far, Everlasting Love, this is now where the time we're in. Will they be able to maintain this aggressiveness here? Because Team Evil is now playing it safe here. They're not forcing any team fights. It should be Everlasting Love to find those openings, to find those pick-off composition. On the top side though, their turret is almost going to break down as well. But so far, Everlasting Love kind of passive at this point.
Yeah, Everlasting Love feels like, you know what, they're trying it's actually not the fact that Everlasting Love is passive. They're reacting to Team Evil playing very safe. If you notice, it's very hard to gang right into Team Evil because they've got powerful on the Kalia to Tsunami Slam to disengage. There's also the glue to force them to disengage. Van can always dash away. It's very hard to catch anybody.
Speaking of catch, this is now going to be Barbil coming in from Fate QT, trying to go for the damage here, dragged by Sus Bomba, but not enough damage at this moment in time. Now the pokes coming in the middle lane, trying to concentrate their firepower on the top side. This time around, the dive continues, gets Vincent in favor for the side of Everlasting Love. Gear is here as well, trying to fend off enemies here, but they're not stopping. Everlasting Love goes for the double here under Fate Cutie's name.
Yeah, Fake Cutie is definitely going to continue on chasing the Barbie, being summoned once again, spinning around and powerful. Man, there's no way that Team Evil will respawn. Fake Cutie is a monster on this Leomorph.
And now this is going to be Ven. Zaman Force is no more here. He's out of position, outnumbered, and he is down as well. Oh, with a bonus coming in from Sayla there.
Yeah, one snipe though, but then again, the damage from the side of Everlasting Love is done. Van and also Vincent, especially Vincent, is really down to the count because Leomord has successfully scaled like tomorrow. It feels like Everlasting Love really thrives on these dive comms, these scaling comms.
I agree. I think they love this kind of composition here, especially with the Kyushu's guiding wind. They feel very safe in doing those kind of strategies here. Now the Lord is pretty much open here. Everlasting Love has the control across around this pit, and they are a 5-man here trying to go for a blitz though.
Have to check whether they basically rush it down. Powerful going around the sides. Susbomba zoning out with that one. Novara, that's Etro Echo. They're looking for a pickup right here. Evil will need to try to force it.
Oh, they're forcing indeed. And look at the damage once again. Who will take the load? Oh, that's a beautiful Tsunami Slam. They cannot take that Lord. And that's a steal for Team Evil. They're going to push through once again. Fate QT managed to survive. But the Tsunami Slams was the saving grace in that exchange.
Yes, definitely. Very powerful, setting up really well. Ven as well. Starting to pick up the items. It's already starting to hurt. Everlasting Love definitely get punished around the Lord Pip, and giving Evil some breathing room is massive for the side of Team Evil.
Oh, Zaman Force, that's a beautiful lay down there on that ultimate, and now this is going to be Fate QT left alone, trying to back away, but Ven is here with Fission. He's got the double in that situation as well.
Yeah, Van on this Harif is massive already. He's finally scaled and he's able to fight against Fate Cutie. What a turn of destiny! What a turn of fate!
Oh man, the Lord is still pushing through in the top side without free members here for the side of Everlasting Love. Team Evil controlling the game now. And this is very wary here for the side of Everlasting Love. Will they be able to defend all this outer tart? No, they are going to defend the inhibitor tarts this time around.
Yep. Now it seems like Evil is bringing the fight all the way back to Everlasting Love. They hunkered down sufficiently. Look at the gold lead. It's actually in the favor of Team Evil already. With a couple of bad team fights, Everlasting Love is losing ground.
They're really losing ground here, and Team Evil calls for a retreat, successfully taking down outer charts already here against Everlasting Love. They're not going away. Are they going to pressure more the side of here of Everlasting Love?
Yeah, they're continuously poking.
Oh, there you go. That's going to be a Zaman Force here. AOG from Willie has been committed here. Back and forth, back and forth. The Barbell has been committed here. And now there's going to be powerful left alone. Everlasting Love. Still a 5-man defense. Successfully fending off Team Evil.
Yeah, and right now Evil definitely overstate the welcome right there. Right there, stomping on the welcome sign of the carpet and making it dirty. Everlasting Love cannot have enough of it. They're going to try to push. And it all starts with this. A little bit of overcoming for the side of Team Evil, right? They're trying to use the Zaman Force to try to break open the top side turret, but ultimately got punished. Akashi is outputting the damage. AOG making sure they stay there. And once the burst damage is committed by the side of Everlasting Love, Fate Cutie makes it easy to play this Leomord, and after that starts swinging his sword around.
The sustain is there as well. Revitalized plus the shields coming in from Matilda. It's really difficult to pierce through against Everlasting Love. But so far as what we are seeing right now in the game, Outer Tarts is done here for Everlasting Love. The map control favoring Team Evil here at this moment in time. So far, Fate QT has been taken down once only. So the scaling that we are seeing here is going to be more into Akashi on that Granger. So on the other side here, you know, there's a timer that we are seeing here for Team Evil.
Yep, definitely, right? In terms of the timer, you're looking at the Juicing. Once you start picking up, okay, I thought I was going for a Holy Crystal. It seems like you're going to settle for a Blood Wings instead. That's going to allow Sus Bomba to be sustained even more in terms of damage, and also the shield provided by the passive so that he can re-engage just in case if necessary, and it suits well with the passive. And now it seems like it's going to be a fight. Kyushu engages.
Oh, there's going to be a circling eagle there. Remember, Fate Cutie doesn't have the retribution. Same thing as Vincent as well. So the Lord Dance we are going to expect here from both teams.
Right now, you dance around the Pokecom, right? Sorry, not the Pickcom, it's a Pokecom coming out from the side of Sailor. The longer you last, longer they dance around this, Sailor is starting going to poke you alive. They're trying to land it, but Sailor couldn't find the hits and the targets. I want to see more cross-map play coming out from Team Evil. Team Evil doesn't really do this as often as I thought coming out from Team Flash, and now I feel like they're paying for it, right? Everlasting Love is more than happy to basically dance with you because they do have the damage, and right now, especially when they've already equalized in terms of the gold lead.
True, because Team Evil has the advantage already here when it comes to map control. They could pressure the top, they could pressure the bottom here, at least taking away the attention of Everlasting Love to be a 5-man into the Lord Pit. But we are not seeing here Jays right now. So far, the top side here should be the priority here over Team Evil if they want to commit into this Lord Dance.
Yeah, Everlasting Love is not pulling the trigger as of yet. I think they're waiting for Team Evil to engage, make a mistake. But don't forget, Team Evil would not actually engage because they can't engage in unless they do something like this.
Okay, powerful. Going to initiate Flicker, and then it is a miss when it comes to the Tsunami Slam. There's going to be a reinforcement here on the flanks coming in with the Circling Eagle gear popping up, of course, the split right now. Everlasting Love trying to go for a brawl with Willie going in with an AOG, and Team Evil backs away. So many resources has been expanded in that switch exchange.
Yeah, battle spells all across the count. I can count 1, 2, 3. 3 battle spells already committed by the side of Team Evil. If they want to try to contest this Lord, they have to do it now. Vincent is trying to make some creative movements, but getting stopped by Willie.
Okay, Fate Cutie is going to secure this Lord right now. Look at this flanking maneuver coming from Van with the Zaman Force, but where's the reinforcement? He's left alone in that situation. The rest of Team Evil is just so far out.
That would have been a very good maneuver from Ven if the fact that Team Evil actually continues on with the team fight, and Everlasting Love is just literally waiting for Team Evil to make the mistake for them to overextend, and that's what happens. If Ven overextends, this is what happens.
Oh man, this is just difficult if you are on the side of Team Evil. You have a laning push, the lane has been pushed here on the bot side. He could take advantage of it actually there, and I thought the side of Ven is going to go for a split push. Well, they go for a flanking maneuver. Unfortunately, Team Evil was not there to follow up. Now the Lord is pushing through here on the top side. Will they be able to defend?
Yeah, top side. It's definitely very hard to defend this unless Team Evil was able to make a miracle play. This Astro Echo maybe can do something, but then again, that's not a massive ultimate. It's really hard for them to defend because of how close range Team Evil is, unless Vincent can do something like that.
Yeah, there's going to be a split push here coming in from Vincent. But here, they are going to delay the side here of Everlasting Love. Luckily, it is going to be Fate here. Just managed to recall back. And with this Lord now expanded, a 3 versus make it 2 versus 5 situation. Everlasting Love just outplayed Team Evil in that sequence, and Willie will be taken out. But then again, Inhibitor Chart is gone in the situation. That was very chaotic there, and almost that backdoor did not pay off.
I mean, Vincent tried to cosplay Hades or something, because I think I see why you have to do it. It's the best of both worlds, right? You hope to try to pull Everlasting Love all the way back, but then again, you lose ground. You lag the damage coming up because you don't really have the physical damage to basically make a difference. And now Van has to burn the flicker and try to get out, but at the very least, that sacrifice play coming out from Evil still holds. They're still in the game for now.
Yeah, this is still anyone's game indeed. Top Inhibitor Heart gone for Team Evil. Bottom Inhibitor Heart gone for Everlasting Love. Both teams trying to outplay one another here in this scenario. But so far, Team Evil, again, without Vincent in that vicinity, we have seen Ven stepping up when it comes to the damage. I think Ven is the threat here for Team Evil. On the other side, Everlasting Love, there's so many things for them when it comes to sustain. So Kyushu is really doing the defense.
Yeah. I mean, at the very least, even though that looks like a very bad play from Team Evil, but at the very least, that could potentially be the final nail in the coffin for the side of Team Evil by Everlasting Love. But they need to put out a sacrifice just for that. Yeah, technically speaking, there's nothing left to lose for Team Evil, but then again, at the very least, it can extend the game just a little bit more. But now you start to see Everlasting Love once again. This is their weakness, right? This all of a sudden base play, and the first time I see using Conceal play to basically get out of there instead of ambushing it in a person.
Defensive, yeah, correct. Defensive Conceal indeed. So it has been used here by Team Evil. Again, we have seen the lane pushes here on the bot side. This could be a perfect opportunity here actually for Team Evil to go for the Glory Dance, but unfortunately their positioning here is not cohesive for now. It is actually Everlasting Love going to start this Lord Dance.
Yeah, I missed Team Evil yesterday, right? Like the one that basically dominates against RSG. That's the kind of Team Evil we're expecting. But against Everlasting Love, it seems like they're not following that MO.
This is a numbers advantage here for Everlasting Love. I don't know if they spotted Sayla there on the top side. They could go for a blitz here and take this Lord takedown.
Certainly Ego is already committed as well, Deadeye. And now you see Everlasting Love. I think they're baiting it out, but they're not too sure where the Novara is. But whether the Novara actually brings up value here, it's kind of weird. And personally, if I'm Everlasting Love, if I don't see any Astro Meteors, Astro Shots, I know Sayla is not there.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. There's going to be a double stun here coming from Gear. Follow up in the back lines. Look at the bombardment coming in from Sayla. Zaman Force has been used as well. There's so many ultimates here. It's been expended. Plus, the side of Powerful here. No initiations right now coming in from Team Evil. They do have still the Flicker available.
Yeah, right now, Everlasting Love looking for Vincent right there and around the mid lane, but managed to wave clear everything that Vincent is trying to do. It goes to naught, and the worst part is Everlasting Love. The Lord is actually spawning on the weak side, right?
Yeah.
So Everlasting Love does have a lot of advantage compared to Evil. Evil need to wave clear even harder up top because it's an open wave.
Oh, unfortunately, the blitz is not there. Vincent going to go for a flanking maneuver. Follow up here by Gear and Zaman Force in the back lines as well. Van secures the kill. And now the rest of Everlasting Love trying to back away, trying to actually reinforce the team fight here. The battle bill has been committed. 2 down for Everlasting Love. Vincent going in for the kill here in the mid. And the rest here, Everlasting Love going to go for a recall back. Oh, will they be able to reach Vincent though? Van is here, the rest of Team Evil as well. And this is just an outplay coming in from Team Evil.
Yeah, Team Evil finally did something, right? Like what I said, they're finally being able to use their poke composition to whittle down Everlasting Love bit by bit. The key of victories for the side of Team Evil right here is to Sailor to basically land those shots like that, to basically poke down Team Everlasting Love over and over again. Now Everlasting Love, Fake Cutie was the one that got hit so hard right there he couldn't get up. And because of that, if you notice, Evil is the communication is a little bit funny as well, right? At the same time we're trying to poke, at the same time we're trying to put some pressure in terms of the macro, and at the very least you can see some adaptations coming out of Team Evil. And don't forget, this is actually a very powerful Lord that's marching down the mid lane.
Yes. Now without the inhibitor turret here in the middle lane, this is going to be a great advantage here for the side of Team Evil. Everlasting Love must be very ready here for the siege coming. Look at Vincent, he's in the front line, he's not afraid because of the saves here. Oh, the Summon Force, but that was the burst. Ven is gone, and now Powerful will be the second one in the chopping block, and he will die as well. 2 men down for Team Evil. This is again the Cecil battle we're seeing here.
Yeah.
Oh man.
It's a bit of a back and forth, a cha-cha that we're watching between these two teams. Even though Evil was able to crack open the mid lane, Everlasting Love still comes back. The wave clear coming out from Fake Cutie, Sus Bomba, to a certain extent Akashi as well. Yeah, these are very strong wave killers. To take a look at this replay right here, how it actually went down, because Akashi all the way in the background, and Ven, I think, overcommitted right there, taking a lot of damage from the turret, taking a lot of damage from Kyushu, allowing Fake Cutie to just proc their passive over and over again. Once Ven and Powerful goes down, there's not a lot of damage, and now we're fighting on the base of Team Evil.
Oh no, this is now Team Evil on the defense. Remember, 5 seconds until Van will respawn, and again, we are back into a similar situation here. 2 inhibitor tires gone for the side of Team Evil. Now the next priority lane here for Everlasting Love will be at the bottom.
Yeah, look, let's take a look at the item check right here. Almost full items for everybody. You're starting to also see that Harriet buying the Magic Lantern. He's always doing a lot of damage against God of Kacha. He needs more DPS against percentage HP, but maybe he needs more survivability instead, in my opinion. The Winter Crown, the Immortality, because he's overextending way too much. If he dies, the whole Team Evil crumbles. There's nobody that could actually do enough damage against the roster of Everlasting Love. But if you look at Everlasting Love, they don't really care about magic resist. They all care about offense. So much damage items coming out from the side of Everlasting Love.
Yeah, just because, of course, they have Kyushu here, they have the Matilda. It's going to be easy for them to escape in that situation. So now offensive items is really their priority here. Now there is going to be another Lord that we are seeing here. This is just insane, Jace.
Yeah, both teams need this Lord, right? This Lord will be able to dictate who's going to be able to win. That's the winning right here from the side of both these two teams. Whoever takes this Lord will be able to dictate the pacing of the fight, but they also have to make sure that they don't over-invest. Look at Everlasting Love right here. Maybe they're over-investing just a little bit for this Lord.
Yeah, so I think Eagle Sun 2 flicker in. Oh, Powerful. What was that? And now it's going to be Fate Cutie securing this Lord, and the rest here of Everlasting Love trying to back away from the Summon Force. But no! Fate Cutie decides to go all in, goes for the Winter's Crown. It is going to be now Powerful going to be taken down. This is a disaster here for Team Evil, and Fate Cutie is still surviving that Immortality, but the poke is there for Sayla. Secures the kill. Willie goes down. Immortality pops up once again, and Gear is here, still going to go for the split. It's not going to be enough for them to still continue. Here, Akashi with a poke. Ven is here trying to run away. Oh, this is just insane. 2 man down here. Gear will fall. That's a stun on 2. What a stun coming in from Kyushu. And now a double here once again for Everlasting Love. Sayla, Vincent left alone to defend.
Then I burn me your eye because I don't know what I'm watching. Everlasting Love.
What?
I don't know what I'm watching, ladies and gents. Evil and Everlasting Love is just literally throwing themselves at the body, but the Lord is the true MVP right here, because they're actually doing a lot of damage against Evil, and now the Lord is actually clicking, and Everlasting Love is just at the game right here. Sasmota, the auto attack. What? Deals a killing blow onto Evil's base. Your brain's broken?
My
eyes
brain
are-
is not braining.
Your brain's not braining.
The
Do you
Lord,
need a
do you
brain
see the Lord hitting Vincent?
Exactly. Exactly. So like it's like both teams are commenting as much as they can, and it's just so crazy. And you can sense the desperation from Team Evo to make things work. Van is trying to stay there for the fight, but then again, this is a Novara that we're talking about. There's a long cooldown in between her damage, and after that, there's also the fact that you need to land that damage as well.
Speechless.
Speechless? But you're still talking.
I know.
You're paid to talk.
I'm paid to talk.
And how can you be speechless when you're paid to talk? Okay, let me help you talk.
Wow, I mean, I didn't expect that kind of switch in that sense. I thought Team Evo could really take that game. No kidding.
Okay.
No kidding. But Leomord is having a time of
Leomord is something, right?
Leomord is something, man.
I feel like right now you need to ban fake QD's Leomord because he's actually really good on that one. So he's not really comfortable in other assassins. I think right now, if your coach numbers, you really put him on other fighter fighter junglers as well. Like what I even mentioned, like the X-Borg. Even no Lucas. Okay, Lucas doesn't work for him. Technically, Lucas is like an assassin. Even down to an alpha or something.
Alpha, yeah.
Something that could basically sustain and hold the line as well, and also do AoE damage. That's why I'm thinking X-Borg also fits his bill. But then again, I think that last sequence was really messy. So let me break it down for you. Right, the Lord fight was beautiful. It was them trying to outpoke each other, and remember I was saying that, hey, you know what, you have to watch out just in case if everlasting love actually overstays the welcome. They did. That's where Van strikes. But then Evo basically is running on fumes, nearing the end, and when the Lord start coming out, that Lord does a lot of damage as well. They forgot about it, and they got punished.
They have no time as well
Yeah.
to escape in that situation because Kyushu also on the Matilda gets into them with a stun on 2. That was incredible. It's really not easy for them to escape in this situation.
It is not, but at the very least, I think the call for retreat needs to be done earlier because you know that the Lord is already given out. You have to play base defense. Just go back and rest because, yes, I know the enemy is a little bit weak right now, but maybe you also go back and reset.
We've seen also the kind of sequences on that match that the macro plays was really not the priority. We've seen the Lord Dance, Turtle Dance, Team Fight 5v5. That was the main options for both teams here, Team Evil and Everlasting Love. But in the end, we've seen how powerful that a Matilda is when it comes to sustain. As you have mentioned, right, the priority items here is all offense here for the side of Everlasting Love because they are confident that it's going to be Kyushu there anytime to save them.
Yeah, and it's pretty annoying, right? Remember at the start of the draft, I was talking about how Matilda may be building up to be a counter for Kalia. Whatever powerful picks, Kyushu can easily pull the person back. And you're using an ultimate in the trade of a passive. Don't forget, remember what I was talking about. It seems like if Matilda is going to be able to do that, you need a secondary lockdown. I was expecting something like a Badang, something like a or something else, right? Like to lock down whoever pulls down powerful. Heck, even a Jawhead. Being Jawhead for gear actually works as well because, or even the Lapu, your bravest warrior, the stun at the same time because you need somebody to be able to instant stun the person that powerful drags.
But it's as the sequence that we have seen, it's enough actually for the Leomord to do that thing. He's on the front liner there, and Willie is there to have the saving grace or to go for the follow-up with that AOG. But on the other side, we've seen, of course, the split pushes. There's a sacrifice coming in from Vincent on the bot side as well, taking down inhibitor turrets. They had equalized the game as well, but Team Everlasting Love is pretty much ready. And I think they had the kit in them when it comes to a 5v5 brawl. But Sayla, his damage on this Novaria is insane as well, but it's not enough for them to really secure major team fights.
Yeah, and I feel like personally, the Novaria is kind of weird in this matchup because I feel like there's definitely other better slots the mage in this one. The Novaria, like once again, it's just not enough damage, not enough like consistent burst damage, right? Remember we're expecting more, maybe even an Aurora or something, or even maybe a Farsa or something that could actually work even better. Heck, even the Kagura works here, which is something that Sayla is so comfortable in back in the days. But now, even if we're talking about cheese picks, maybe it's time to show you Kagura.
Oh wow, well, I'm looking forward to that one. But Team Evil again lost this series against the challenger team. That is going to be Everlasting Love. But you can see the brawl coming in from these two, the heavy aggression. Still, I can say that Everlasting Love is one of the aggressive teams that have seen so far in all throughout the regular seasons here.
Yeah, this is exactly like how Team Evil used to play. But now Team Evil forgot their playbook. And Everlasting Love is the one that, hey, look at me, I'm the next Team Evil now, haha. Right? Literally.
But Leomord, going to highlight this hero once again.
Yeah.
I think this fits the bill. Do you think is only specifically for Everlasting Love?
I think it's just for Everlasting Love only. Yeah, because well, you do see Fake Cutie. You do see the Leomord being played by Icon as well. But I also feel like yes, there's a bit of a buff for Leomord, but I feel like he's still also easily counterable. Things like Aurora, things like CCs that literally locks him down. Heck, even a Kalia also kind of counters him because he. Leomord is so super. What's it called? Leomord is a very what do I call it? Very vulnerable, very soft, very squishy as well. He needs to constantly activate his skill in order to sustain. That's why you build a War Axe on him.
He's also going to be the cleanup party. He's not really the front line there.
He's the skinny janitor that cannot be hurt.
Skinny janitor cannot be hurt. But with this Matilda, I think he has the
definitely
confidence to do. I mean, go all out there in that kind of team fight that we have just witnessed.
Yeah, I think if you really want to point on something, I think I point at Matilda. Matilda instantly, like what I mentioned, counters both what Kalia wants to do, what the Glue wants to do, or heck, it also enables what Leomord wants to do. It also enables every single thing that Everlasting Love wants. So I think that's why you really have to put that Matilda into the banning phase.
There's one sequence we have seen as well that the second inhibitor gone in the middle lane against Everlasting Love, that it was been well defended by Everlasting Love. I think that was the turning point wherein Team Evil just cut off their momentum in that situation.
Yep, that's it. Let's take a look at the MVP for this particular game. It's going to go into Fake Cutie on this Leomord. My man is actually just going in and just demolishing everybody in terms of damage, just proccing his passive over and over again. But of course, that's the problem. We've always seen Fake Cutie in terms of his positioning as an assassin. It's not that, but hopefully this MVP, just goes to show that and highlights that, hey, he's scary on this Leomord.
Yeah, we've been highlighting as well that when it comes to a jungle hero, Assassins was really the meta here. But there are some players that could really shine on the fight or jungle role. And one you're seeing right now on your screen is Fate QT. Really enabled the Leomord in this series. Actually, this is Leomord hero is one of the cheesy picks we are now seeing here in day 2 of our Challenger team matches. That is just incredible. And how right now I'm seeing, Jays, the Challenger teams can really be at par with the MPL SG teams.
And to be honest, it's just super difficult for the side of Everlasting Love and Team Evil as well, because like Team Evil is making the same mistakes. I feel like they're not playing according to their strong point. Their strong point is when Gear goes ham with his slaps and everything. He tanks for his team. He's like, remember his good old days. His Lapu is also something is very crazy. His Yu Zhong's all the way back in Season 2 or something like that. It's something very crazy, but we don't really see it because unfortunately Yu Zhong is out of the meta, and of course apart from that, we also want to see Sayla really going back into his Vexana, even his
Vexana,
his Vexana or something, or even an Aura. I think that fits the build perfectly, right? You need more instances of damage,
more on the AOE team fight oriented kind of mages there. But don't get me wrong, Novaria has been picked because of course the Astral Echo can actually suppress the movement speed there, but with the buff coming in from Matilda, it's just for naught, man. I mean, they can still chase. We've seen the Astral Echo has been used to stop the chase, but it's not enough. Still, the Matilda has been one of the considered primary bans there, and we have now the results why it should be a permaban.
Yeah, and right now, it's just we're gonna actually load up the second game as well, right? Let's talk about this. This is going to be Team Evil going up against Ignite Gaming. Ignite Gaming, technically speaking, we've seen them before. Team Evil definitely has met them before. I used to Alchemy SG, Zectra, but then again, Team Evil, we talked about this before, about the mental fortitude. We talk about how the momentum. Team Evil, technically speaking, still momentum, but not as bad as Kingdom Esports, right? Kingdom Esports. You can see when they start losing, they literally lose their marbles.
The choke factor here. But let's see in how Team Evil will be able to come back here against Ignite Gaming this time around. I'm just really happy that, Challenger teams can really be at brawl with our MPL SG teams. But remember, all the games are best of one. So the difference between a best of one to a best of three series is really different. I mean, best of one, you really need to win.
You really
need to win.
Yeah, you really need to put your best heroes forward, right? Like, for example, that's why you see the fake cutie comes in with the Leomord, right? Like, that's why you see, like, you see some of the signature picks coming off of Team Flash as well. They identify that, hey, you know what? We need to win this game. In order to win this game, I need to play the best hero of this person as possible.
True. So could this be a respect ban on the Leomord when you're up against? Yeah,
I think you respect ban because
everlasting love.
Yeah, because I'm definitely tell you, coach number 2 something will be able will prioritize the pick on the Leomord.
Yeah, for sure. And with the performance they have been showing us right now, it is now a threat that for the side of Everlasting Love.
We should have the rosters ready very, very soon. So let's take a look at the roster for the next game. Don't forget this Challenger team will be going up against Team Evil once again. It's none other than Ignite Gaming, Icon, Jet, Blade, Chu, and Utah. Okay, players, once again, I think we've been repeating ourselves over and over again. I think some of the highlight players you have to take a look at is Chu on the Granger, Icon on the Fanny, Utah on anything. Because I think personally feel like Utah does have a lot of, yes, his gameplay, technically speaking, still needs a lot of improvement, but he is a very hard-working boy.
Yeah, and I'm going to highlight as well Blade Selena. We've seen the Selena coming in from Blade, right? So this is one also of the packet picks that we can rest assured to be into consideration here for Ignite Gaming's composition. So they are up against this time around, of course, for Team Evil as well. So Team Evil with that loss against Everlasting Love, they must have some kind of strategy here on how to be able to regain that point. And remember, these points is very important for them to rise into the ranks.
Yeah, like right now, so take a look on the other side of our Team Evil right here. Yes, they take one lose right there. So how are we gonna try to climb back, right? Like I think it's just all about the picks. I feel like Team Evil is entering this kind of team fights wearing weights. Right? You're not Dragon Ball, all right? You're not Goku or something. You don't wear weights going into, especially when, you're in a best of one. Every points matter, especially when Team Evil is kind of beaten down to the ground just a little bit. The last thing you need is Team Evil dropping down to the other stages alongside with the community, the challenger teams, and you are at the mercy of other people's performance, not yours.
Which Team Evil, we need to win this series here against their opponents. I mean, we've seen their gameplay, right? I mean, the macro gameplay wise, they need to take advantage on the pressure on the lanes. They have secured inhibitor, but we haven't seen this kind of gameplay like the Team Flash ones, right? The cross map plays. Whenever they go for this important Lord takedown and they see a pushing lane, they want to abuse the pushing lane. They want to take away the attention against the opponent. I think Team Evil here wants to do the same thing when it comes to controlling the game.
And what I want to see more is Team Evil stop doing the pick comms, stop doing the poke comms, go for what you're strong with. Play team fight comms, right? Because Powerful is a very scary setter. His macro gameplay mostly revolves around this. All of a sudden, if you give Powerful something a different tool, all of a sudden you don't know what to do.
This is where the chemistry between Sayla and Powerful, because Sayla is wonderful on the mages who loves team fight, who has the incredible AoE with incredible setters like Powerful here. This is where these two players shines really, and we've seen Van as well in the Moscow previously there. He did a wonderful job. So this is the time also for Van to really step up his game here.
Man, I really want to see. I'm really looking forward to this season, partially because Team Evil. I want to see them maintaining that position, right? At least second place, or barely third place. But it feels like they're having a lot of issues with this particular roster. I want to see more. I'm expecting more out of Team Evo, and especially after last season, they definitely garner even more fans.
Yeah, Team Evil last season very aggressive. I mean, they are
They made you a fan.
I was for that one, but then this time around, still I am a fan, man. Evil Magic is still there. Powerful Sayla. I'm looking forward for this too. Of course, stepping up, coming in from Van and Gears, joining this roster right now. As you have mentioned before, right? It is his comfort role on the EXP.
Yeah, but it doesn't feel like he's comfortable, right? There's a few moments. Remember the first game that we saw Team Evil going up against Team Flash. Gear was level 3 when Diablo is level 5. So that's basically what I'm actually expecting. I was expecting more from Gear. The redemption arc that I was talking about for the side of Gear, it's not happening yet. It's still ongoing. We need to see more of Gear.
Especially we are now in the mid of the regular seasons. The win is really a must here, especially for the seeded teams, the MPL SG's teams here. So if you are going to be on the mercy of another challenger team here, there's something really wrong here. There's something really need to be taken to the drawing board and check what's gonna be the most important part to adjust into our gameplay.
Yeah, definitely. But actually, to be honest, I will counter your argument in that one because I personally feel like maybe it's not the fact that it's not them making mistakes. It's just leveling. The other teams are leveling up. You start to see the Absolute Zero as well. You start to see Sovereign. You also start to see Everlasting Love. They're actually making some tweaks along the way as the day goes by because they're going up against better teams against them. I think, one of the things that I remembered, I actually interviewed another pro player, Adamir. Yes, Adamir. He was saying that some of the community teams don't have access to scrims with MPL teams because usually and that's why this is the perfect moment for these community teams, or technically I would say community teams on this one, even though they make it to Challenger stage because they're not in MPL. They're finally getting into MPL, right? This is the prime time for them to learn the macro. You can tell definitely Everlasting Love is like, hold on, how does Team Flash do that? We win them in 5v5s, but why did we lose? I think that is a very massive learning for Everlasting Love. But Team Flash did not earn anything from that game. Right? Technically speaking, they didn't earn anything. They just earned points. But I feel like for Everlasting Love, they learn a lot more. They are the real, in my opinion. I think if you learn more from a game, they are the real winners, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think the adjustment coming in from Team Flash as well with the loss, I mean, then they adjust. I think they somehow realize as well that, these challenger teams, they're not also the teams that to be belittled with.
Yep,
so
definitely.
especially now, we've seen Kingdom Esports also bowing down on their series there against these challenger teams. We're looking forward of Team Evil to recover. Because for me, if I am an MPL SG team, right, being taken down by a challenger team, it's really an eye-opener for me. I mean, you have the experience already. You get used to this macro, and then suddenly, out of nowhere, this team just toppled you off in a best of 1 series. So this is really, really alarming. Not only the points, but also, you mentioned, right, everyone's stepping up. But it's a different level of stepping up. I mean, it is the MPL SG team.
Yeah.
You're facing up again.
It's time to basically press the emergency button in Among Us, right?
Yep. I agree.
Now, which one do we kick out to the void?
No, not in that sense. I mean, on the gameplay, totally.
Who's the sus one right here?
But on the other side, you mentioned, right, everyone's stepping up. So it means challenger teams are really taking this seriously. They want that slot. They really want the slot there. Just stopping off the MPLSG teams. They really had hard-working strategies on how to really counter this one. On the drafts alone, we've seen user number, right, with the kind of draft is incredible draft.
I like
incredible
the draft. I like how he thinks. And of course, apart from that, it's how people always say that, hey, we can beat these MPL Singapore teams. Yeah, here you go. Here's your chance. Literally. Try it. Try it. Try going up against Team Flash.
Wow.
You get out macro.
We saw, we saw.
Macroed.
Yeah, we saw. But we saw some Absolute Zero is one who has just taken down Team Flash in that manner. It's just really incredible to see. We were surprised. Me personally, very surprised in how this situation has been. Even Kingdom Esports just taking down Flash.
Yeah, even Kingdom Esports as well, right? Yeah, but like what I mentioned, the curse of beating Team Flash is that you basically screw up the next day's game.
That's the thing.
Bad jujus, man.
Bad juju.
Never defeat Team Flash. The bad jujus come into play.
Now there's gonna be Team Evil right now. They have been taken down by Everlasting Love. Now it is gonna be the next challenger team who's going to go up against Ignite Gaming, and we've seen, of course, Ignite Gaming, right? Their characteristic as a team, they love to have this challenger teams this time around. Both Ignite Gaming and Everlasting Love, they love team fights. They love to fight.
Yeah, they do.
They love to be very aggressive.
They do, and I think in terms of as compared to Ignite Gaming and Everlasting Love, Ignite Gaming still, technically speaking, they have a bit of MPL Singapore experience, right? So they're less aggressive as compared to Everlasting Love, because Everlasting Love is like, let's fight.
Yeah.
Level 1, let's fight. Let's put our boxing gloves. Let's fight.
Yeah. So let's see on how they're going to go par with the Team Evil here, with the drafting later on going to pop in your screen. So first to pick, usually when we see first pick, Clay has been taken into consideration here, Jace. So I'm really surprised also here the day 2 of our Challenger qualifiers that Chip is not really as it's supposed to be the most contested hero. Pick bands, whatever.
If you notice, you start to see a Chip being forgotten in terms of that. Speaking of draft pick, here we go. We're not going to waste any more time. It is going to be Ignite Gaming. I almost say Infinite for some reason. Ignite Gaming going up against Team Evil. Cryptic going up against Coach Carrot. Now, Carrot has, I believe, made a few mistakes when it comes to draft. Leaking the Mathilda, I think, is a big no-no. It's a massive big no-no, especially this 100% ban. But maybe Carrot has his attention focused elsewhere as he takes away the chip for now. Joy being taken out by Cryptic.
So for sure, Team Evil will going to consider that Matilda ban later on and how it can deal when it comes to team fight as well, especially with a composition who loves to go for a pick-off in team fights. On Ignite Gaming here, Joy has been taken down. We've seen the Fanny open and Zushin is open. Kimi is open as well.
Yeah, I mean, still first phase ban, right? We haven't seen what Carrot decides to ban as of now. Of course,
I expected one.
Do we leak Lucas for Daikon? Will he do a fake QD on the Lucas?
I love Lucas. I mean, I want to see Lucas again. I want to see Lucas again here.
This obsession of Lucas, man, is making me very uncomfortable right here.
But Lucas, really, Lucas, if you are going to see the stats all throughout the MPL regions, Lucas is on top notch. If not going to be banned, it's going to be priority picked here.
Yeah.
But this time around here, we're not seeing Lucas here being prior banned right now. So Kalea instead is going to be banned because Kalea here in our qualifiers teams is usually going to be in the first pick.
Yeah, definitely. But let's take a look at this one, right? Like, Harif being taken away as well. No Zippy Zappy at all. The Phobius is also wide open. I'm a personal big fan of Phobius. That's why you really put it in the ban pool. Coach Cryptic will also take away the Fanny as well. And it's pretty surprising, right? You don't see these bans on blue. You always see other like assassins, right? Other Hayabusas. And if you notice, 2 assassins already banned away. Now, Icon, which means the Icon may lean towards a little bit more of a Leomord jungle that, you know, Everlasting Love has shown. And it also seems like he knows how to use it at all. But there's conditions for Leomord to be successful. And the conditions are you need somebody to start the burst before you enter. Things like a Kimi that could basically pierce, something like a Loi that could burst. To a certain extent, a Lunox Ruby DD style can also enable a Leomord.
Yeah, and plus mobility as well. Remember, Matilda is not yet banned here in our first phase of our draft. So Matilda is also a prio pick here for both teams if they want to. So Icon, we've seen him on the Assassin. So if you go for a fighter jungler here, could also do the same.
Yeah, but now Team Evil, I think, because they spend the bans on the chip and also the Kalia, which is something that we don't really see. We see Kalia being leaked out. The Lucas is free. And there's also the Mathilda that's free. And you don't leak the Mathilda, right?
Kimi as well.
The Kimi at the same time. So there's a lot of big ones. So they decide to go to ban away the Lucas once again. It seems like he was Carrot saying, hey, you know what? Game number 1, the Mathilda wasn't a problem. Seems like, you know,
because they
I
didn't.
feel like it is a problem.
Yeah, so
But it's-
instead, Kimi.
Nope, that's going to be a Kimi given
Yep.
over to the side of
Kimi?
Ignite Gaming, which is surprising because I feel like the Mathilda threat is a bigger problem because the
I
fact that a
agree.
lot of these heroes in this current meta is easily countered by this Mathilda, like the glue, like
I
the-
agree,
like
yeah.
to a certain extent the Cho as well.
Yeah, so Matilda could be chosen here on the side of Team Evil, but as as you have mentioned a while ago, this Team Evil loves to have major team fights here who can set. So Powerful can also do the Matilda, and then Sayla going for his safe picks here. As you mentioned, Vexana or Aurora or even the Valentina. We've seen Valentina also get that traction pulse coming in from the Kimi itself.
Yep, of course, once again, Ignite Gaming can always bring this Kimi all the way to the gold lane or the mid lane. So, like what I mentioned, this is why if you're blue side, you always first pick the Kimi or something like that. But then again, okay, maybe Carrot is up to something. First pick the Hub was a massive counter against Kimi and also something that Vincent can play. And also on top of that, they will pick the Phobius into the EXP, something that Gear can potentially play, counteracting against any form of assassins from the side of Ignite Gaming. But Ignite Gaming can, of course, go back into the Leomord that doesn't rely on dashes.
So okay, so I think this is going to be the priority here for the side of Team Evil, that they do have a great sustain. Okay, Kalea has been taken down. Matilda, I think Matilda is still could be considered here, Jace.
Yeah.
I think on the other side, Matilda could give you that sustain, that safety net as well, and the setup plays.
And you allow your carries to play even more aggressive, right? I think looking at where this is going, hold on a second, there's going to be a Baxia coming out from Ignite Gaming. Remember the days of Baxia jungle?
Yes, I could remember that one.
But is this Baxia going into the hands of Jet as a roam, or in the hands of Yuta? But we saw Yuta playing the Baxia EXP, right?
But okay, I'm now thinking, Jace. Actually, the Baksha is here because Matilda is very much open here, just in
Correct.
case for the
Correct.
Tortoise Poisons, for that heals or shields that we are just expecting here. So they are actually countering here, looking forward on how this draft will come.
True. That's actually a very cryptic message
there you go.
sent over to the side by the side of Ignite Gaming all the way to Team Evil, and now that Baxia, the Tortoise Poisson, also works well against the Phobias, right? Because it kind of limits the region of the Infernal Pursuit. So that's actually a really good answer coming out of Coach Cryptic.
They're
I'm seeing
really
it. I'm
prepared.
starting to see it right now.
Yeah, they're just preparing for that Matilda pick. And now we are going into the second phase of the bans. This is where maybe we're going to see a ban on that Moscow for the side of IG here, banning away that Moscow here against Team Evil. And we've seen also Ven, remember, did a pretty good job on the Moscow.
Yep, and also if you take away his Moscow, you take away his Harif, what is he going to play? Like maybe for the side of Team Evil, you can also go for the Irithel, right? Irithel works wonders. You can skirt around, skrit around the damage from the side of the Rhapsody and the Grandeur, and also the Kimi energy basic attack. And you also allow yourself to kite against the Baxia. So I think it's really good. And on top of that, now your Irithel can fly with the Mathilda as well.
Exactly, yes. I think this is a pretty good pick here if they're going to go for an Irithel who loves to have heavy itemizations in the later stage of the game. They can be safe at this moment in time.
Yeah, and now, with the Baxia being introduced into the fray, now the Juicing shields will not be as strong as compared to your, as before, right? Juicing goes into your ultimate. You don't really have as much shields as compared. Now you play even safer.
This is where maybe Baksha shines in the current situation, right?
True,
I think most of the team fights here really relies on sustain, shields, the prolonged team fight, but the Distorters Poisons coming in from the side of Baksha really negates it all. So, okay, let's see and how Team Ignite Gaming will be able to use this one either in the jungle or in the roam still.
Yep. That's going to be a Leomord ban. Carrot is also aware that Icon likes to play it. Don't forget, this is something that, Leomord truly shines against his roster.
There you go.
Especially, so this definitely taken away. Moskov also taken out by his side Ignite Gaming. Now, do you secure your gold laner here, or do you secure your your roamer instead? Looking at this roster, mind you, coming out from Team Evil, this time around. Oh, sorry, your roamer is already selected.
Yeah,
so you're
Matilda.
missing a mid laner and a gold laner from the side of Team Evil.
So we're going to see. Okay, This is going to be a team fight, right? So you need to stop the Baksha as well on his rampage when it comes to the chasing mechanism. So Aurora will be considered here. Do you think so?
I feel like a Juicin works if I don't look at the Baxia, right? Juicin basically could dive against the Granger, against that. There you go. Juicin against a Kimi. Yes, now you get nerfed a little bit by the Baxia, but it's still okay. If you're able to.
Crowd control,
yeah,
right?
the crowd control maybe is a little worth it, but something. Oh! Baxia Axis.
There you go. You're now going to see it firsthand.
Oh man.
You're now going to see it firsthand, Jace.
Oh man.
How broken this 2 is.
Not only just that, it's broken. That's why you go for the Baxia. And now the Baxia is in jungler instead. You're not going to be bringing Esmeralda to jungle, man. Churro somewhere is definitely sneezing right now because I told him Esmeralda jungle is bad. But of course, if you look at this roster coming up from Ignite Gaming, right? The shields, the heals, the anti-heals, and of course, if your backline is squishy, it works well for Ignite Gaming. And now, if you're Team Evo, you need to play cross-map. You need to play something else.
Wow.
Your cross-map option is already denied because you don't have the Moscow.
Okay.
Nathan, let's try.
Nathan.
It's too much. There's too much magic damage already. Coming up from side of Team Evo. Okay, we can play your game. That's what Team Evo is handshaking. You want to play cheese? We go cheese. The battle of the cheeses.
Battle of the cheeses, ladies and gents.
Yeah, if you're lactose intolerant like me, you don't go for this one. You don't watch this game.
You gotta see so many dominance eyes here, so many sea halberds here in this game as well. Okay, the Nathan is now going to be picked. First time going to see here, Jace.
Okay, to be honest, Nathan was buff in the previous patch. Maybe that's why teams are starting to play around with Nathan just a little bit. I personally like Nathan, but I haven't tried him at all. His recent buff is the fact that you don't really need your skills already to have your passive up. As long as you land your basic attack, it works. So it's technically speaking like a Claude, but a better Claude with, But as well, it also serves the same purpose as a Moskov, right? Moskov, you don't want to fight a Moskov in a straight line. Same over the side of Nathan, on the side of Van. But is this leaking a little bit too much information in the Challenger stage, though?
This is how they respect the Challenger teams right now, especially with the points is on the line as well.
Yeah, they're starting to pull out like unorthodox picks of themselves. These pocket picks that you don't usually review in the regular stage is coming out right now, and the Challenger stage players, the Challenger teams, are basically forcing it.
Wow. I've seen Nathan games, Jays, that can really take down turrets in as low as under 4 minutes. This is one of the marksmen who can do that. One is the Harith. Harith can really own the lane. Second one is the Nathan, if being protected well. And as you can see, it is powerful here, just trying to help him own the lane here on the top side.
Yeah, and if a part of that, if you start to notice, right, it is going to be Estes, Jet, escorting through as much as possible. And all of a sudden, it feels like a very different MLBB game. It's not the MLBB game you used to know where it's a 1-3-1 composition where the roam is actually rotating around, being active around the river. This time around, you're looking at 2-1-1. Yes. Which is a very, very old school kind of play.
Old school indeed. This is where you're trying to make a safe lane for your carry. And we've seen that one. And I've seen the priority as well here for the side of Ignite Gaming that they don't want the kind of situation. They are harassing the top gold, the gold lane here. So they have to take note here. Van on the Nathan, he needs to be very careful here. That's why Powerful is in the vicinity.
In the early parts of the game, I think the Grangers should have more priority because of a Rhapsody shots. Because Nathan requires that level 4 before he starts to be a little bit scary. But don't forget, he's basically being buffed right now, so as long as the Nathan played around his stacks, it's a lot better. His backswing, his animation, it was clunky before, and now Mental fixed it. It's now a lot faster for you to cast first skill and second skill so that you can go into your ultimate wombo combo. That's actually where Nathan truly shines.
The question is, what is the itemizations of Nathan this time around? We've seen,
should be the same. Feather Heavens.
Okay,
that's your prior pick, and after that, followed by a Corrosive Scythe. Sorry, not Corrosive Scythe. Stylium Scythe. That's usually your core items.
So this is going to be magic damage we're going to expect here for the top side here. Van, this situation. But so far, right now, They are really protecting here.
Yeah, definitely.
They are really protecting.
Yeah,
here.
definitely right. Now the fact is, for Ignite Gaming, True should have a very good game because now you got a portable base in the form of Jet, as long as mana still stays. And the way you deal with True or with Jet on the top, if you want to, you cannot harass, you cannot poke, you cannot waste your first skill. That's why Ben, if you notice, doesn't use his first skill as much as possible unless it's to last hit.
This 2-1-2 composition right now coming in from Ignite Gaming. The Team Evil could actually take advantage of this one. They want to harass there because, as you can see, as the positioning here. Okay, now we've seen Jet joining into the middle lane because of the turtle, and I thought it's gonna be Jet all throughout the early game here, trying to go with Chu in that situation.
Icon on this box here, though, you do have decent wave here because of that. Okay, he has to activate the turtle for points for now.
Oh, there you go. This is going to be a team fight. Icon secured the turtle path right now, but there's going to be a chaos here. Sayla secures that first blood as well, and now the rest here will be a cleanup party. 2-man down for Ignite Gaming. Make it free. And will Vincent going into the casualty here on the other side? Yep. Oh, this is just very chaotic here.
Nice cleanup though coming off the side of Evil. However, they take one massive bad casualty. Vincent going down for the count was actually really bad. Now your jungler is going to be slightly behind level. And not only just that, SS doesn't really have damage.
What? This is going to be now the outplay we're seeing here, and Chu will be taken down, but still, I have mentioned, like, Jace, look at the gold shields here on the top side. It's already almost obliterated.
Yeah, and not only just that, my point made is that Jet doesn't really have level 4 as of yet. If Ignite Gaming actually stall just a little bit longer, I think Ignite Gaming should be able to win that particular fight, but they handshake a very weird fight. The only saving grace for Ignite Gaming is that they are able to bring down Vincent, unfortunately, and Vincent, you know, being level 5 right now, look at Icon, he's level 7.
Yeah, it's a big difference. Big difference here. Icon level 7 here, and now Icon going in against Vincent. Now this is going to be Blade breaking out here. It's been chased here by Powerful as well as Sayla. Still the saving grace with the ultimate coming inside of Jets. But then again, to no avail. It's still being picked off. A double here for the side of Vincent, and Icon left alone. The 3 versus 1 situation. Make it 4 though, while Icon still managed to survive.
Man, you thought Ignite Gaming, you thought that Jet, once he picks up the ultimate already, he's able to, you know, save his team just a little bit longer, and Blade should be able to output the damage, and Icon being the solid front line for them, you should be able to do something, but Team Evo somehow managed to find the kills and also the damage, all because of Gear. Gear's a lot more comfortable on this Morbius, and you can tell.
Yeah, he's having a time of his life here on the bottom side, and Utah wasn't able to join the team fight there as well. They were outnumbered here. Ignite Gaming were outnumbered in that situation, and Team Evil right now going to concentrate here in the Turtle Pit, but instead, Ignite Gaming trying to go for the Blitz here. Utah going to go for the Falling Star Moon, trying to go for the stun, but he is now going to be stunned as well. No, going to back away, but Blade managed to take away the Turtle buff, cannot steal that, of course, objective takedown. Now Utah trying to go for a back out, still chased here by the Phobius. Gear trying to go for a slam once again. Powerful secures the kill. Icon and Jet with the combo of the heals still managed to survive. Oh, almost played, almost taken down there. Gear.
Yep, Team Evo doesn't lose anybody. Nice balance in terms of the aggression, but don't forget, True has been out farming all the way up top. Why are we giving True the Grandeur again?
What? What? They're living here the lane. This is beautiful here for the side of Ignite Gaming though.
Yeah, definitely, right? Yes, now they know that they actually cannot win this team fight at the very least. They are starting to take resources away up top. Yes, even though Van was able to absorb most of that turret gold, it seems like True is the one that's actively moving around, picking up a Sky Piercer right here. It is time for Ignite Gaming to make some plays around the map.
This is a big win here for Ignite Gaming, taking away the turtle buff, taking away the turret on the top side as well. Now converging here the bot side. Look at how confident Icon is here. Is really out there, out of position as well. But then again, with Jet on the back lines, he can't survive throughout all this damage.
Yeah, now Ignite Gaming, this is the time to shine, right? You got True picking up the necessary items, and so speaking of items, Blade pick up a glowing one. This is the prime time for them to start to make plays around the map. Team Evo on the other hand, maybe they need a little bit more time. Thank you very much. You're looking at the items. You got Hunter Strike already secured by Vincent. Vincent should be able to do some damage right now, but then again, I'm looking at Van. Van is still working on the Starlium side. Still need a little bit more time. Evil, on the other hand, I think they should bite for time for now.
We've seen so many aggressions here on the top side, especially for Team Evil. I'm just surprised that it is actually Ignite Gaming securing first the outer turret there. So this is a big blow for them when it comes to map control. Now this is going to be this turtle once again spawning in the pit. Will they going to force this one out? Because Jet is the threat. Man, his heals are just incredible. Icon is feeling confident here, even going for the dives.
Yep, if you can't go back to base, you bring the base to you, and here we go, a bit of a team fight.
Oh, Circling Eagle, and then still Icon secures the turtle buff. No contest here for the side of Team Evil. They cannot even pierce through in that exchange.
3 turtles secured by Ignite Gaming. That's the only saving grace for them, even though they're making a few bad calls in terms of these team fight blades. Not having a good time for now because of the Hayabusa, because of Vincent, but at the very least, with the help of Chu, they're able to crack open bottom lane turret.
2 turrets already here. Team Evil has been really struggling on how to be able to go for a counter, especially for the map control. So on the early stage of game, it was Van being protected every time. Oh, speaking of which, Utah left alone. Look at the pokes, and Van secures the kill.
Man, that's Ben being a Nathan right here. Yuta overestimating his own self in terms of this kind of damage. Of Vincent getting just quad shadow all the way back out. He's in a spot of trouble. The quad shadow takes too long to CD, and he will still at the very least take down the turret at the bottom lane for himself.
And plus the other top turret here, it's gonna be Van and Powerful just securing this one, and this is what you need on the side of Team Evil. Just like that, they have recovered their losses when it comes to objective gaming. And now here in the middle lane, Gear, Blade is out of position. Actually, there's this 2 versus 4. Now Jet joining in the team fight. They have the sustained Gear. Look at the damage coming in from the side here of Ignite Gaming, and Utah secures that one with the Falling Star mode.
Yeah, and really, like, you know, Team Evil cracking all the way up top, right? So at the very least, they're making some plays in terms of the macro because they know Ignite Gaming, this is their prime time to shine. Don't forget, Chu starting to rack up in terms of Sky Piercer stacks.
And now here, 2 kills here for Chu. He has the Sky Piercer, but so far, Ignite Gaming, we haven't seen their aggressiveness as compared to the early stage of the game here. And now Team Evil recovery with this map control. No more outer turrets on the top side. Now this is big here for the map control coming in from Team Evil. And we are looking out for Van as well. Nathan has been considered as one of the most dangerous marksmen as well, especially having the great itemizations.
Yep. Currently, the Lord has spawned, but team fight may perhaps be brewing in the mid. Blade has already used the tractor pull already, but yeah, seems like as long as Jet maintains on the ultimate, this Ube strat coming up in Ignite Gaming, still working, doesn't look well against Team Evil.
Vincent's going to go for a Shadow Killer in the back lines. Great stun here as well with a follow-up in Gear, providing the space is out of position. Now he will be picked off. Now Powerful trying to go back away. Van here in the other side as well. Trying to go for a poke. And look at this, the map has been split into 2. And Yuta Falling Star. Oh, Van with a counter. And still, he's been pinned down against the wall. And the rest is history here for the side of Team Evil. Then they will be swept there with 4 kills against them.
Who gave Chu the grandeur again, man? Team Evil should not even have given Chu the grandeur to begin with. Apart from that, Jet also. You see the Shadow Cube coming out from Vincent. And it only tickles Ignite Gaming because Jet activates an ultimate, heals everybody, counteracts the damage, and allows Blade and Chu to continue the fight. And now, because of that, Ignite Gaming regained that kill score, and now they're equalizing in terms of the economy. Team Evil has to play it safe.
Ignite Gaming going to go for a blitz here. Oh, the stun on 2! That was a beautiful play coming in from Jet. And this is now impossible here for Team Evil to go for the contest. And look at the split push as well on the bot side. Ignite Gaming is doing this one perfectly.
Yeah, Team Evil, you thought that, you know, I was about to say that, hey, the Uber straight maybe doesn't look really good against Team Evil, but then I immediately proven wrong. Ignite Gaming hits the item power spikes, Jet as well, and Chu at the same time. Look at that, 6 kills. He's nigh unkillable, and Blade is there to support in terms of the damage. Team Evil has to find a way. Vincent has to find a way to assassinate.
Oh man, Ignite Gaming is almost knocking out the door here with the Lord pushing through in the bottom side. Now going as well into the mid. The Ubis strat is really working. The Baksha as well as the Astas, and that is going to be down. The Trucker Pulse has been committed. Vincent trying to flank there, and the Icon has been controlled here coming in from Sayla. Utah with the Falling Star Moon ready, trying to go back out for now.
Man, right now it's just Evil being pushed up against the wall. The Lord is still marching down bot. There's still the holy defense from the side of Team Evil as well. Deadeye.
Yeah, I
Doesn't
know.
look really good, man.
I know.
He's getting punished.
Oh, look at
Rhapsody
you.
shots.
Chu is just dancing around with the Rhapsody there, and Gear couldn't do anything about this one. And now there's gonna be a shadow kill once again to pick up play this time around. Still the heals continues here coming in from Jets. Sayla is gonna be the target icon trying to run away, but the heals still continues. Stun on 2 with his guiding wind and the circling eagle as well.
Okay, Gear.
And now
Okay,
there's
Gear.
gonna be now Gear here providing the space, trying to slam everyone there, but the damage isn't there. Here comes Powerful as well to go for the follow-up. Oh my goodness, Chu just poking them up with that, of course, Rhapsody in the making.
Man, it feels like Team Evil should have actually reinforced his Gear right there. Gear is actually being left alone. Thank God Powerful was there to kind of peel and reinforce and also help him with the heals right there. But then again, Team Evil was just so tunnel vision onto Yuta. In fact, Ignite Gaming is just actually abusing these tunnel visions from the side of Team Evil and making it work.
This is insane. I think we can still see the Team Evil have a chance here when it comes to a team fight. All of the 2 sequences that we have seen, it was Vincent always trying to do the to activate the shadow kill first, just to fend off or just to force the activation of Jet's ultimate. Once that ultimate is up, there's going to be a time here for Team Evil to actually go for the full head-on force. But so far, Ignite Gaming with Chu here on that Granger, 7 kills in the stacks on that Sky Piercer gives them hell in that kind of situation. Let's see the itemizations here. Yes, we have Dom Eyes here coming in from that Matilda and the Sea Halberd here coming in from the side of Vincent. That's why they activated first the Shadow Kill to activate the passive of the Sea Halberd.
Yeah. Right now, Lord being pushed, Lord being spawned right here. Team Evil being pushed to the brink right here. Now I need to see Ven. Ven's items is starting to show. Does have the Holy Crystal already building, and I believe he's also got a Divine Glaive as well.
Glaive, yeah.
I think that should be a Wind of Nature being built up next. So basically, ooh, hold on a second, Blade, that damage though.
Almost. Then that's gonna be the save with the Guiding Wind here. The Traction Pulse has been activated as well. But look at here in the flanking, Utah waiting for the right moment to pounce in, and this is great positioning here we've seen so far coming in from Team Evil, and Vincent trying to back away. They're not going to commit here with the Lord Dance, and so far the push is on the top side as well. This is going to be a blitz or not?
Yeah. Right now, this Ube strat coming online and saying, whoa, the damage.
Oh, look at this one. Now Gear forced to activate his ultimate here, but he is out with Chu's incredible damage. He's out of the Land of Dawn on the back lines there. It is going to be Utah being taken out, but then again, oh, another stun! Blade on the Kimi, now activated here with a shadow kill, but Icon secures the Lord. This is insane for Ignite Gaming.
Man, Vincent has 1 goal. He's trying his best right here. He used the shadow kill, basically goes into the shadow realm or quad shadows or something, shadow kill realm, right? And then tries to outplay Icon because he knows that it's a better retribution damage. But unfortunately, when it pops up, the timing was just so hard to catch if you're Vincent, and he ultimately got punished for that one. And I think Van needs to also try to join the fights even longer, because right now Gear is being left alone to dry and try to appeal for his team that is not there.
Yeah, the battle was split there in that Lord Dance. Ultimately, it was Ignite Gaming has secured this great objective right now. We've seen as well the Blade on his stuns is incredible. On his the beams there, the Sarlium beam is really incredible as well. They need to look out for this Kimi's stun.
Yeah, like right now I need to see Team Evil playing as a clash. Right here, it still feels like they're trying to figure out a playbook, but then again, it's a little bit too late right now, right? This is Challenger stage. This is the second game against a Challenger.
Vincent! Oh, what just happened again?
True, man.
Starlium beam coming in from Blade. Kimi stunned time and time again. That was a major mistake, Jace.
Man.
That was a major mistake.
It's very hard to play against Drew right here, especially when he has full stacks on his Sky Piercer. So which means that when you play against him, even though you think you can outplay with his damage, but don't forget, the Sky Piercer stack actually kills you very easily. The Kimi actually breaks up out mid lane, and now Team Evil in a spot of trouble.
Oh no, no more inhibitor charts here. They are on the verge of defense here. 4 versus 5 situation. Look at the damage. Oh my goodness. And now Gear popping off, of course, his ultimate at this last moment. Will they be able to hold though? Try to go on the team fights. And Gear right now is out of gas. Look at Blade here. Trying to go for the DPS damage now. Going in. Vincent once again with the Shadow Kill with the clutch play. And Icon still survives. And look at the heals coming in from the side here. The Icon. And now there's going to be triple. A shutdown coming from Blade. And that's it. Vincent is still here, but will he be able to defend? Will he be able to do so? Icon has the immortality, and they have the push as well. And this is it, man. Ignite Gaming secures the series against Team Evil.
Team Evil not looking good in day number 2. You thought they had they had the gear rolling. No pun intended. They had the gear rolling in the game in day number 1, especially after they beat RSG. But then again, they come into day 2. It feels like they forgot their homework just a little bit, right? There's a lot of things I want to point out, especially from the side of Vincent. You can see Vincent really trying very hard, but his hero ultimately get countered by Ube. Apart from that, I also want to see Van to stick even closer towards the team, but he's playing a little bit too safe. He's unable to play. He knows that he doesn't have the mobility of this hero. So ultimately, even though Gear is peeling so hard, he's receiving so much attention, and it should be easy game for Van to basically go into to do the damage from afar, but ultimately it fails. However, Ignite Gaming abused that Ube, man. That is basically Blacklist International kind of playstyle. Remember the good old days of M3, M4? That's basically what they're doing. Just press one button. Jet, so easy to play. Jet just needs to stick close to true. Press one button, team wins. Unga bunga.
Oh, man, just can't believe.
If I quote abstract. Unga bunga.
Unga bunga.
Right.
Oh, man, that was really incredible here for the side of Team Ignite Gaming, pulling through. I believe it was Absolute Zero first showed the box shot in the Estes. Now it is Ignite Gaming doing the same thing, doing the same result. Actually, the same result there. The Ube strat is looking wonders on how they're going to execute. I only see, okay, Vincent had the Sea Halberd. Always the team fight brawls out. He's going to go for the Shadow Kill first.
Definitely.
So just to activate the passive of the Sea Halberd there. So for the heals or force Jet to use his ultimate at the early stage of game. The thing is, he's been caught by the Sarlium Beam. The stun coming in from Keen all the time.
It is so unfortunate. Vince, if there's if luck is a superpower, that is his weakness. That is Vincent's weakness.
Much.
Not only just that, there's also another team fight. Remember when Vincent had to try something, anything and everything, right? To go into the Shadow Kill, even though, yes, he's like one level ahead of Icon, the wretched timing, that Lord steal. If he makes that play, I personally feel Team Evo would have win because it delays time and allows Van to really, really build up even more items, allows Van to basically reinforce in terms of these the team fights, but it did not work. So with that said, we're going to go into the stats right here. Of course, this is a very ultra late game kind of build. You can even see Utah racking up 10k, almost at full items right here. Probably starting to replace some items, the Winter Crown, the Immortality. But Utah also did really well in terms of cutting off any form of retreat, cutting off any form of reinforcement, be it coming from Van or even powerful as well.
We've seen, I could remember that the Sky Piercer has been secured here by Chu when he has 1 kills only. So 1 kill. But then again, look at his stats here, 14-2. How can you stop this kind of stats coming in from the full stack Sky Piercer? So very incredible, and we've seen the damage against Gear on his Phobius as well. Don't get me wrong, Gear is really good on the Phobius. He did a pretty good job there on his lane against Utah on that Esmeralda. And Vincent here trying his best, as you have mentioned, right, on the early game as well. But then again, I'm looking for Van stepping up in this match. So we've seen Powerful just trying to save him there with Jet and Chu on the lane. I thought they will secure the turret first, but it was the opposite. It was IG securing
If you want to see how effective this Ube strat is going, just take a look at Icon. Icon has no deaths. He's constantly healing, and he's tanking. If you go to the next page, when you see, the damage taken by heroes, right? Man, he's just like, he's just having the time of his life. Jet is literally the base. You're fighting Ignite Gaming, in their base. Just take a look at the amount of damage that he's absorbed. Almost 200k. You combine Vincent's damage and Vin's damage, which is the two highest damage dealers from the side of Team Evil. It doesn't equate on the amount of damage that Icon has taken.
Wow, almost all the damage here has been taken by Icon, but still he survived. No deaths, right? No deaths we have seen so far. Jet has been this combo, man. The Baksha and the Estes has been really wonderful.
And there needs to be another column, heals granted. I think that will make every Roman feel happy about it, right? Yeah, heals given. Jet is basically giving heals to almost every single one for the side of Ignite Gaming. And of course, Utah, man, also absorbing so much damage. And true, man, he is the Reaper coming out from Ignite Gaming, man. He's just gunning down everybody.
Wow.
On this grandeur. He's too broken. on this hero.
I think Chu has been pretty okay on the early to mid. Personally haven't seen his really presence until this Baksha
Sky Piercer.
I know.
His Sky Piercer is the sacks start building, give him 1-2 kills, and Chu starts to kill.
Wow.
You can see Gear miscalculating the amount of damage he can take. People from the side of Team Evil miscalculating the amount of damage they can take, and they just instantly get kaput because of Sky Piercer's stacks.
But plus, of course, this shields coming in from Matilda, right? With the Tortoise Poisons, we see that it's not really that effective as well. With prolonged team fight, the damage is just really incredible here for the side of Chu as well. He has most of the damage as well, 43% here against the rest here of IG.
Yep, let's take a look at the MVP of this particular game. I'm gonna give it over to the side of Chu, man. Chu on this grandeur is just unstoppable. 14 kills, 2 deaths. But once he picks up the Sky Piercer, he stopped dying. It's like the Sky Piercer is some form of immortality for him.
There's a thing. He has, I remember he has 1 kill there before, and now suddenly, boom, he goes for 14. You cannot stop the Sky Piercer stacks, man.
It's exactly what happened to, I remember one of the Grandeur games, right?
Yeah.
Like once he picks up the first kill, it was like, oh.
It's a snowball from
Yeah, you know the WWE meme? The guy that starts getting a lot of these good things to him, and he just goes like bonkers Gunner mode from that. That's basically true right here.
Wow.
Once he starts picking up the stacks, and he's just starting to reap, starting to kill, starting to output the damage.
We have to consider as well, okay, the Estes in the Baksha pick. So now you have witnessed it, Jace. The Ube strat is really working. If you know the reaction of Abstract, was that Ube worked. Ube worked.
Ube still work.
Yeah.
And this is what I call the cycle of MOBAs, right? You see metas come and go. The previous meta is meant to the previous meta is always countered by the new meta, but somehow the new meta will get countered by the newer meta, which is countered by the previous meta, and that's the circle of life. Let's cue that music.
Actually, it's the back of my head.
Let's cue Lion King music right now. And with that said, we need a short break because it's such a banger of a series. Don't go away because the last team will be showing up from the MPL seeded team. Is none other than RSG. Needed this team, and they needed the points, and here they are to solidify their first position from the seeded stage. And with that said, we're going to go on a short break. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっさよなら。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
MPL Singapore Season 8 ended with Flash securing a three-peat. But this season, everything changes. With a brand new format, new challenges await. The regular season journey has 4 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifiers, Challenger Stage, and Last Chance Qualifiers, all leading up to the playoffs.
In the seeded stage, 5 MPL Singapore teams from last season will compete in a best-of-3 round-robin format. Meanwhile, the Challenger Qualifiers give community teams a shot at the big stage. Over 2 weeks, the top 2 teams from each qualifier will advance to the Challenger stage. The Challenger stage will feature the 5 MPL Singapore teams from the seeded stage and the 4 community teams from the Challenger Qualifiers.
In the first 2 weeks, MPL Singapore and community teams will compete in a best-of-1 intergroup round-robin format. In the final week, community teams will face off in a best-of-1 round-robin. The MPL Singapore teams will be ranked based on their performance in the seeded and challenger stages. The top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, while the bottom-ranked team drops into the challenger stage rankings for 1 more shot. In the challenger stage, the 5 remaining teams are ranked based on their challenger stage results. The top-ranked team secures the playoff spot, while the remaining 4 will enter the last chance qualifiers.
In the last chance qualifier, 1 final opportunity awaits: a 2-stage battle to secure the last playoff spot. In stage 1, community teams get 1 last shot to qualify. The top 2 teams will advance to stage 2. In stage 2, they'll face off against the 4 teams relegated from the challenger stage in a best-of-1 single elimination bracket. Only 1 team will survive and claim the final playoff spot.
To summarize, in the MPL Singapore Season 9 format, there will be 5 MPL Singapore teams and 4 community teams qualifying through the Challenger Qualifiers. Based on regular season performance, the top 4 MPL Singapore teams will advance directly to the playoffs, while the 5th-ranked team is relegated to the Challenger stage rankings. In the Challenger stage, the 5th-ranked MPL Singapore team and the 4 community teams will be ranked based on their Challenger stage results. The top-ranked team from this stage will secure a spot in the playoffs, while the remaining 4 teams move into Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2. They will be joined by 2 additional community teams who advance through Last Chance Qualifier Stage 1, which serves as the final entry point for community teams. The winner of the Last Chance Qualifier Stage 2 bracket will secure the final playoff spot.
And then it all comes down to the playoffs. 6 teams, only 1 champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL SG Season 9 championship?
見せてやるよシャリンガンの本当の力をな力が湧いてくる相変わらずやかましい奴らだ
And we're back, ladies and gents, for the last team, last seeded team, technically speaking. So we're looking at the last 2 games of the day, and of course it's going to be a banger as well, I promise you, because RSG has a lot of things to prove, especially taking the losses from Team Evil yesterday. My name is Jay. Joining me right here is Deadeye. We will be your casters for this one as well. What do you feel right now, especially for RSG?
Yeah, I'm hyping them up because on the first week they have been performing very well. But then again, yesterday they have lost against Team Evil, which now I cannot really set the ranking really straight into this one, because sometimes they win, okay, they look very strong, and then again, suddenly they lost into Challenger team. So I cannot really see the proper ranking compared to the Season 8 that we have really fixed in the regular seasons for that one.
Yeah, I agree with you. Right? It's making it very difficult because there's a lot of inconsistencies coming to play in terms of the statistics. And it's just very funny, right? So, like, for example, Team Evil, they should show a really dominating effort, especially from yesterday, what we see against RSG, right? And then all of a sudden, like, you know, the 2 Challenger teams, they lost both of them.
Yeah. So RSG, again, if they are going to be taken down by Challenger team, there is something really going on here. And you know, you highlighted, of course, that maybe Challenger teams or the MPL SG environment, totally the competition is going up. So, but this is RSG SG. I've highlighted this one, that this is the roster that I've been looking forward to on the top 4.
And it's actually quite interesting, right? Today we started the day with King's Vanguard. Actually, they're not too bad, you know. They're not too shabby either. Kingdom Esports, however, also lost quite a few games against. 2 losses, in fact. And after that, you also have Team Evil also going through 2 losses, and yeah, it's kind of worrying, right? At the very least, Team Flash is the only team. And apart from King's Vanguard, right? That's the only one that were able to basically take 2 games away from our Challenger team. But let's take a look at the roster. The first roster coming up on the screen right here, it is going to be RSG Singapore. A lot of things. We can definitely talk about this team really well, because you know them, you've seen them, you love them as well. Yon, Jay, Roy, CS, Closer. Improvements all across the board. You got stars as well in this roster. Jay used to be from Team Flash as well. Dr. J himself, very creative in his hero pick, very creative in his playstyle. Roy as well, very aggressive as a mid laner last time. And Yon as well, if he wakes up and stops yawning, he's a crazy assassin.
Basically the same roster as Season 8, except for Jay joining in, which actually Jay performing pretty good and fits into this roster. So RSG Singapore right now will be up against Ignite Gaming this time around. So of course, Icon here, the Jungle Jet on the Roam Blade on the mid, Shu on the gold, and Utah on the EXP. Now, we've just witnessed the performance a while ago.
Yeah, Ignite Gaming right now. Icon, Jet, Blade, Chu, Utah. I think you gotta have to take away that grandeur away from Chu, because he is way too comfortable on that one. It's the exact same thing that happened as remember Asterisk and also Exco. He's always have one hero that he's super good at.
That is
no, it wasn't a Granger back then.
Okay.
It was I think it was Roger for a period of time. Because Roger was so crazy, and now it seems like he's very comfortable on this Granger, and you've seen good results out of him. We really need to take it away if you're the coach of RSG Singapore.
Speaking of the Granger, we also considered the Estes and the Baksha picks. I'm not sure if there's going to be considered here, but it's really effective, though, especially in the current picks right now that we are seeing in the current meta. So is this going to be considered by RSG SG themselves?
I think so, right? I think with the fact that Ube actually did happen, especially you could be easily cheesed. Especially like assassins like Hayabusa, right? Like it's not something that you will do naturally well against a Ube strat, right? You see the shadow kill going in immediately, you know, you just gets healed, and everything that you do, all the damage that you do is completely gone. So let's take a look at the draft, because right now Amox needs to crack his brain, because IG can always easily pull something weird out of their backup tricks.
Yeah, and that is going to be their first pick here in the series. Could possibly be again, the pocket picks that we have seen. Matilda also won, actually. One of the scary priority picks here in our series. So they are going to ban the Joy first. So, okay, technically, it's going to be the same bans we're going to expect. The meta bans, Kimi, Fanny, Chip, and this guy, Lucas. So for RSG, if you are on the second pick right now, so of course you have a chance to react on what is going to happen here on the side of IG.
Yeah, and personally, Deadeye, I'm thinking like Lucas isn't that okay? Not Lucas, sorry. Chip isn't that scary as we thought as well, right?
That's the thing.
Yeah, it seems like the only way you can use the Chip if you don't fight front to back. You need to find a way to basically start to do a flank. That's the only time where Chip is effective. And in this current meta, there are ways to basically pull somebody all the way out of position, but we're not going to talk about that because RSG Singapore will go ahead and ban away that Chip away.
Yes, out of position, that is Kalea 1. You mentioned it right. Kalea can be 1. Louis is also doing the same thing as Chip here. And so far, we have seen few bans going on around here in the matches with that Louis. But now it's going to be Phobia's been taken out here.
Yep, Phobia's very strong as a EXP laner. You saw how long the Phobias really can last in a team fight as long as he procs everything. And don't forget Phobias, especially when everybody's stuck together, you knock your people up with your second skill, you can just immediately follow up with your ultimate over and over again. So yeah, Wise coming up from Ignite Gaming to basically take that away. But there's also weird picks coming up from Ignite Gaming. We'll also see the Esmeralda coming up, Yuta. That's something that Yuta does play quite well in one of the seasons, and I also remember his Paquito if they really want to try to cheese it, because don't forget, we talked about cross-map plays before. Paquito truly shines on those kind of plays.
So speaking of cheesy picks, right? If so many things right now, I only thought it was Estes and Baksha. Now we have to consider it as well. The Leomord.
Saber.
Oh, yes, Saber. Very aggressive as a roam. Saber as a roam.
Yeah, Beloyski roam.
Oh yeah,
Beloyski Saber. But there you go. Kimmy getting banned away.
Okay.
That's also the Lucas. But I feel like right now it's either the Lucas or the Mathilda that RSG has to leak out.
I agree with that one. If Lucas is going to be banned, for sure, IG had an opportunity here to take the Mathilda, and we see how incredible Mathilda is. Plus, going for that Leomord combo as well.
Yeah, man. This is also something that we also have to consider, right? Icon also plays the Leomord as well, so there's a lot of things that is on the table. Amos has to bend this smartly. He basically has to take away the fact that, hey, I'm playing against an MPL team, because these challenger teams that are coming into MPL Singapore, they are filthy. They don't go by the Geneva Convention. They will literally bring in the flamethrowers and just basically burn everybody in the trenches.
Are we looking for Xborg? I just
yeah.
Highlighting with this one.
Exactly.
Yes, I mean it's really effective as well, especially if you are going to a team fight. So actually, Estes, if they ever going to be picking Estes, actually Expert can be one as well to be a great counter here. Okay, Louis, no doubt.
Louis can easily counter against that Xborg. Kimi to a certain extent, but unfortunately, Ignite Gaming has already banned that away. So RG, we're looking at what is the last ban. It's a very important choice, right?
Very important. I do agree. It will affect how the draft will move on from there. So if they are going to ban the Lucas here, again, they are to prioritize the Rome here for the side of IG. So if they are going to ban the Matilda, so IG has the potential to take the Lucas in. But of course, we haven't seen yet the performance that I've been expecting a Lucas here in the jungle specifically.
Yeah, definitely, right? Like Lucas, I was expecting a lot more from him. I agree with you. Technically speaking, Lucas should be nigh unstoppable. How I describe it, it's like a Dyrov that has CC immunity. The one more combo, boom, 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 and after that he has chase, boom, 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 you are suddenly melted immediately. So that's something that you also have to watch out for.
So RSGSG with that loss on yesterday's stake there, so this is going to be a time for them to actually bounce back. Remember, RSG now on the top of the ranks, so they had incredible sweep there. They have a great point, so this is badly needed as well if they want to secure the top 4 and you don't want to go down below the challenger team.
Yeah, RSG, I mean, based on yesterday's standings, they actually hit top 1 already. I think right now is more of a flex kind of thing. To be able to be above the super team of Team Flash. At least that's something that you can tell your grandchildren.
Yes.
Okay. A bit too early, but
it's early, but yes. Okay.
Remember that day, that season 9, I was above the super team of Team Flash.
At least there's pride in there. At least that's history already. So they had the pride to say that one. But there you go. I mean, RSGSG. This is also still a time. A win is a win, a point is a point.
Yep.
So against Ignite Gaming here, this team you must not belittle with. We have seen incredible team fights, especially with that Ube strat that they have just shown us and this cheesy picks. So you have mentioned a while ago, this could be to be considered as well for Coach Mox here for this cheesy picks as well. Best of one series.
Yeah. Almost forgot the fact that yes, while the Challenger teams can pull off these cheesy picks, RG and SG themselves can also do that. We always forget about it, right? But now we're just gonna have to wait for the last ban. There's a lot of speculations, right? There's so many permutations how we can actually bring the draft around, but we shall see. We really have to see this.
I'm going to talk about Jay this time around.
Okay,
Dr.
talk about
J.
me.
So of course,
sorry,
Dr.
Jay,
J. He's the new player coming into this original roster compared to the season 8. Now he fits in very well. He's very aggressive. So I miss his Kufras, his tank sets there. We've seen also his Franco way back as well. Incredible. The nostalgia. So only season 8, sorry. Only season 8, but it was really incredible. The sets that he can make to provide opportunities here for the side of RSG to really go for all-in team fight. So this time around, okay, this is what I were asking. If Matilda is going to be open here, it's going to be secured here by IG. So how can you counter the Matilda? Most likely, are they going to use the backshot themselves?
You never know. You never know. You even start to see, Team Flash starting to basically, like, what do you call that? You started to see Team Flash banning away Baxias.
Yeah.
True. Because right now in this particular meta, your EXP laners are more regen-y. There's a lot of regen, a lot of tankiness. Your Hylos, your Hildas, your Glue, your Badang to a certain extent, but technically you don't really need it. But yeah, the sets coming out from Badang, they clear as well. These hero relies on heals and shields. Your Harith also gets countered by Baxia.
True. And speaking of Harith is pretty much open as well. So, okay, Moskov has been not yet priority picked here. So usually, right now, Harith, on the first week of our seeded stage, it was one of the priority picks. The Harith one, if it's going to be opened. Fanny is actually open as well. So there you go. Matilda is out. Lucas is pretty much open here. Let me see some Lucas action once again.
Kalia as well, but don't
Fanny.
forget, you also have to take into account consideration both of these two junglers from Ignite Gaming and also RSG. They are very prominent Fanny players as well. So I agree. Ignite Gaming wants to prioritize Coach Cryptic, wants to prioritize that one. But RSG, that means that they can go for the Lucas, they can go for the Kimi, they can go for the... sorry, Kimi was banned. They can go for the Lucas as well this time around if Yon wants to go for it.
Okay, Moscow. It's... Okay, unusual for the first picks, Jace. This is really unusual. You go for the gold lane and the EXP. Usually we see that one of the second
but Dunk can also go to the roam as well. So
true.
It's a good flex pick coming up from Coach Mox right here. But Moskov, this is actually kind of scary, right? The fact that not scary. It's actually true because you have a Fanny that's around. Moskov, technically speaking, does counter against a Fanny.
Moscow counters Fanny.
Yes. Cable. Go to wall.
Okay.
Second skill, go to wall. Stun.
Okay.
Easy.
Can.
It allows you to self-peel, right? Even though right now the Harith is literally completely forgotten by both of these two teams, Ignite Gaming goes ahead and then pick up the Grandeur and the Jushin for themselves. Once again, we're letting Chu have that Grandeur.
Scary indeed. So this is going to be one of the points that RSG have to consider if they are going to give breathing space here for this Granger. But of course, the Fanny first pick. Now this is now the time wherein the 4 Protect one comes in. So maybe the rest of IG here just going wreak havoc, especially with the Zushin. Fanny, very aggressive in the early. So they can actually harass, they provide the space needed here for Chu to rise up into the late game.
Yeah, Lucas completely forgotten about both of these two teams, right?
Yeah,
so you're being
Lucas.
selected by the side of Yon. I don't foresee Yon playing Lucas because it doesn't feel like his playstyle. But yeah, RSG go ahead, secures the Suyo for themselves. Which means that you basically don't need to think about the Lucas as well. Unless you bring in Lucas to the EXP lane.
And the Badang room. Yeah. Well, we've seen Lucas in the EXP, right? We've seen Lucas in the EXP, but if ever Lucas is not going to be picked here specifically in this game, it's the first time we see that Lucas is not being banned, not being picked.
Yeah, that's actually an anomaly right here coming up from RSG. That's also going to be Glue, banned away by Amux. Now it's up to Cryptic. What are we looking at in terms of the bans?
So bursts here for the side of Cryptic. Okay, you have still to consider the mage for the side here of Roy. So Kimi is Kimi is out already. Farsa is up. Actually, the Badang and the Federal Airstrike is beautiful there, but I'm really concerned for this Fanny as well here for the side of IG.
Okay, Valentina ban is actually really concerning. Feels like Cryptic is actually building up to something. As of now, if you take a look at how Ignite Gaming has selected for their first round of picks, these are ultimates that you're not afraid to give away.
Correct.
Right? So, yeah, that's pretty telling. And against Roy. Now, for the side of RSG, it feels like they're locking down in terms of the EXP laners or even more tanks. The likes of perhaps even a Khalid perhaps will also work well as a ban from the side of RSG. Because you don't really want IG to have a solid front line. Even the high loss to a certain extent should also go into the banning pool.
There you go.
Ooh, okay.
Banned.
Yep. Amos is learning from Team Flash.
Because they can go for EXP Baksha and possibly Estes Rome as well.
Oh man, here we go again. Yeah, Ignite Gaming can definitely do that if they want to. But Coach Cryptic right here, are they going to continue to lock down? I think you can continuously lock down onto the mid laner role, or maybe the Farsa perhaps, or even want to lock down on more high loss, because RSG, if you lock down the if you take away the high loss, I think it's very hard for them to basically have a form front line. Balang, technically speaking, is tanky, yes, but he's not known to basically absorb so much damage. He's more of an initiator.
Speaking of initiator, Gatakacha is pretty much open as well.
True
here.
that.
So Gatakacha, Badang, very good combo. So on the other side, I think they need the Gatakacha themselves as well to be on the front line here. So for me personally, the Gatakacha is on the priority here for the picks for both teams.
Yeah, Gatakacha I think works well for both of these two teams. More specifically, I would say for the side of Ignite Gaming, because the Gatakacha really will lock and basically taunt anybody from the side of RSG, especially on the Moscow and especially on the Badang. But no, hold on a second. I was thinking more on the Farsa, but it's a Zaz being secured by the side of RSG, and it makes sense. The Dominator's Descent provides you with a secondary health pool so that you don't get busted down by the Fanny.
Correct. So it can also, as you mentioned a while ago, right, can also dive down onto the formation of the lines here against IG in that sense. But it's not as bursty as the Farsa compared to the Farsa, right? So because of this lineup coming in from RSG, you want some heavy lockdown, then instant burst. So I'm not sure if this is going to be the same burst if the Zast has been locked in here for RSG.
Yeah, I think if you're Ignite right here, you secure the Gatakacha. You need something like a frontline. Say Gatakacha and a high loss or something. Or perhaps even a Hilda. It also makes sense because you do need some lockdowns for the Fanny to finish that kill. And Gatakacha and Hilda,
there you go.
Why not just go for both, right? Hilda goes into the and any other one can go to the EXP lane. But as a Hilda, maybe goes in the EXP lane because you don't expect a Hilda to basically hard invade a Suyo in the early game, because Suyo does hit his power spikes even earlier.
Okay, if you want some cheesy picks, is this EXP? You can go for the Rome Badang and EXP here with the Minsitar.
Actually, it works.
Look at it. Look, see, I told you.
Sitar works against a Hilda.
I told you.
It also works against a Taunt. Fanny cannot keep.
That's just
out,
well, just my take on the cheesy picks there. It can really lack down there, but
it's a little bit crazy.
It's crazy, but still, if they need something bursty here, Jace. When it comes to RSG, the only burst I can see is actually the Suyo. So there you go. The Cleed will be locked in. So
it's tanky. It fulfills. It's tanky. It fulfills what you do as a high loss. But on top of that, you have the early game advantage. You want to stop the Grandeur, and you want to stop the Fanny from basically scaling out of control. So Khalid fits that bill. So it's actually a lot better as compared to a high loss. So I agree with Amos in that one. So with that said, it feels like we've already secured the draft in a sense. We're looking at a very strong tanking front line in the form of Hilda and the Gatakacha. And from there, you work magic with the True on the Grandeur once again. You work magic with the Juicing to be able to drag the person back into the Granger's first skill to basically gun them down.
A very tanky lineup we are seeing here for both teams, Jay. So, the question is this a damage lead though on the EXP? Are we going to expect? So far, no, it's actually a roam Khalid that we are seeing here.
Yeah,
Jay
Roam
is
Khalid.
going to use that one.
Yeah, Roam Khalid's fine. I think it makes more sense because, like what I mentioned, you really need to try to basically counteract against the early game of True as well.
Okay, Jet is somehow suffering some damage there, popping that Revitalize in the early stages of the game. So far here, the Hilda also trying to invade the enemy jungle here against our GSG.
You Hilda, I mean, that's the power of Hilda, right? You have better wave clear as compared to closer, right?
Oh yeah, let's see right now here in this game. It's actually Jay going on the roam. I thought this is gonna be an EXP Khalid, but now, this is gonna be Icon trying to be very aggressive at this moment in time. But of course, to no avail for now.
Yeah, that's a good thing, right? As long as you don't give kills over to the Fanny in the early game, the Fanny wouldn't be able to scale. And something interesting, always I realized from Icon, usually you expect Fannies to have the lethal ignition, right? Impure Rage is something that goes for a more, how do I say it, a little bit more defensive. Not say DPS, a more sustainable kind of Fanny. You expect like first item, Blade of Hephaestus, and then after that follow up with a War Axe, right?
What that heavy damage, because as mentioned, right, the burst is really needed here, especially for the side of Ignite Gaming. But Icon, he's gonna be the one who's going to finish to be the cleanup party here. So now the turtle is up in this first phase of our game. And both teams have the vision for now. And remember, Jay doesn't have yet the ultimate available.
It doesn't really need to activate because look at the damage that Jay can actually do. Blade drags Jay all the way back, but he actually does a lot of damage back to Blade.
Yeah, flickers out, and now there's going to be sustained with the Sun Guard once again. So no contest whatsoever here. Even though IG has the vision, they cannot really go all in because Icon is far way out. And now Jay could have suffered the damage here, almost been taken down as well.
Yeah, actually, Icon burns away the ultimate at the same time, unable to finish Dom onto Jay. But if you notice how RSG is making sure that Ignite Gaming doesn't hit, especially for Blade, right? Doesn't hit level 4 by the turtle. Roy was the one that hit level 4 first. So RSG was able to secure the turtle for themselves even faster.
So we're going to sacrifice the first objective here on the game, but still it continues here with the roam coming in from the side of Jay. Now all ultimates are still pretty much available for both teams right now. So we're looking on the top side. So I think Moscow here, CS and Chu just doing it pretty safe here.
Yep. Supportive combat happening around the bottom side. Jay and Jet, the double J's fighting against each other. As of now, Blade, on the other hand, with this juicing, actually makes it very hard for Jay.
Oh, Jay is indeed out of position here with this Raging Sandstorm to turn the battle around, and that is going to be Utah with a flicker and the finishing blow as well. Jay will be the target trying to run away, and he did. And that was just a surprise attack we've seen so far.
Yeah, that's why we call Jay Dr. J, right? Like the fact that he's so creative in all this kind of formations when it comes to this kind of gameplay. Just a point-blank ultimate so that he could basically run away in the nick of time.
Wow, the flicker and the ultimate hit there coming in from Utah secures the first blood in the game. RSG knows about how aggressive Ignite Gaming is, and they will still continue here on the top side for RSG. Jay backing out, Jet trying to control, but that is going to be Spear trying to fend them off. And AOG missing its mark, and look at this one, the chase coming on against CS, but he is out of position. Utah right now is overpowered here with the numbers coming in from RSG.
Yeah, dominated this descent. Continue on the chase just a little bit, but you can start to see that there was a very good defense coming up from RSG to dissuade the pressure coming out from Ignite Gaming on top. There's 4 men right up there, man.
Yeah, is it me or the Icon is actually prioritizing split pushes here? I'm not seeing him joining the team fights in the early of this match here.
Yeah, I feel like Icon right now doesn't really have the items as of yet to basically assassinate. How do you assassinate against a Moskov? It's basically your counter, right? Or do you assassinate Closer? Closer can easily push you away So Badang is also a very good counter against a Fanny as well. So Icon is forced to assassinate onto the Khalid, but Khalid also heals and counter heals at the same time. So it's really hard for Icon to do anything in this particular game.
So that's maybe we're seeing right now Icon prioritizing the split push, but here in the Turtle Dance right now, Jets is alone in this situation. Closer pinned him, and that is going to be a kill once again for RSG, and Utah still has the vision.
Yep, definitely. RSG easily. With one man down, RSG is a lot. It gives a lot more room for RSG to navigate around the turtle pit, and that's when the vast difference in the experience come into play, right? Ignite Gaming, yes, they've been into MPL Singapore for once in a while, but RSG, you've got Jay, you got Roy, you got Closer and CS, who's really grown very well over the past 2 seasons in terms of player.
And Icon is having a difficult time here on the Fanny Jays. I think he cannot even contest the turtle takedown, cannot even go into the team fights. So he only prioritizes here the split push. So basically we're seeing a 4v5 all throughout this team fights.
Yeah, like Icon, I think he needs to wait for a right opportunity to basically find the assassination. I think the only target that Ignite Gaming from the side of Icon could actually do, perhaps even onto Yon, right? Assassinate the assassin. That's probably how Ignite Gaming could play this one.
I think this is now going to be a team fight we're brewing here in the middle of the river. And Jay is always there on the front lines. And the rest of Ignite Gaming is just playing it accordingly to the safety of their net here. And RSG going to go for the conceal, and the rest here just trying to go back.
The Conceal Blade basically push Ignite Gaming away, alleviate a little bit of pressure for CS. Don't forget, the longer game goes, CS should be able to basically pick up the necessary items. He's going to start even hurting.
Oh, Raging Sandstorm, but Blade will now going to back away. Look at the damage here. Utah flickers back AOG for the counter attack here. There comes now Icon trying to spin it, but no damage whatsoever. Now SOD hits on the top side, trying to fend off this pushing lane.
Yeah, it's really nice that SOD, he could just literally TP all the way back to the top side and defend that and get back the goal that he's missing because of the SOD. So a really wise play is coming out from CS, joining the fight at the middle as well. And basically, Ignite Gaming, they really doesn't. I don't see how they're gonna play this one, right? Like, whenever the Ignite Gaming is throwing at RSG, it wasn't sticking.
They still lack the damage here at this moment in time. We've seen Chu, right, popping up in the later stage of the game, especially with itemizations on hand. But so far right now, they only have to react or only have to evade those kind of situations RSG is trying to pull through.
Turtle is up. Icon on the other side of the map, but don't forget he's a Fanny. He can be anywhere in the map as of now. RSG does have a good setup around the turtle pit as well. Closer trying to pull it towards them instead, but you're looking at the amount of space that RSG is working. It's actually a very scary.
Oh, they cannot penetrate here. Rion still secures the turtle here. AOG coming in for the Jet. SOD hits as well, and now the pin down here with the fist crack as well. Jet will fall, even though with that revitalized battle spell.
Oh man, if Icon cannot assassinate CS right there, that's actually a big problem, because you're supposed to be able to assassinate the marksman.
Oh, this is really difficult here, especially now they have controlled the bottom turret here for RSG SG. Literally, Ignite Gaming cannot pick up anyone here against RSG.
Yeah, because your side lanes are actually really mobile. It counters everything that Icon wants to do, and now, unfortunately, look at that. Icon just not playing a
Oh man.
That's why the Badang and the Moskov counters the Fanny.
The pin down, the lockdown, and the kill. Icon really has a hard time here in this game. Oh man.
First pick Fanny is not working well for the side of Ignite Gaming. Now Ignite Gaming has to replay and rethink about this particular draft. How are they going to work? Don't forget, it's only best of one. You have to make Icon work. You have to make this Fanny work.
And now CS has 2 kills already. And now Convergence here in the middle of the river as well. Will they be able to go for a team fight? Now the taunt connects here. Jay as well with a Desert Tornado. Look at the damage here coming in from the side of Roy, and Jet backs away, and Chu trying to fend off this push here. And look at Yon flanking maneuver, cleaning up everyone there. A triple.
Man, Closer going
Wait,
naked a
man.
maniac instead, man. The sets coming off from RSG is unstoppable. Closer, the wall pinning everybody down. All four people right there.
This
On
is
top of
gonna
the
be-
Dominators descent at the same time. And then after that, Yon just spits at them. Everybody dies.
Man.
Because it's an execution.
This is just insane here coming in from RGSG. Just like that. Damage is insane coming in from the side of Yon. And I thought that they lacked the burst, but Yon is enough here with the killing spree.
Yeah, definitely, right? And don't forget, it's a very nice setup coming out from Closer. Roy was the one who dominated the descent, just slowing everybody down, the stun as well. Let's take a look at the replay. Hopefully it slows down for a little bit, even though, yes, Jay was there a little bit slower in terms of the pill. And actually,
Wow.
I can't even see anything right here. Suddenly, everybody dies because of the damage coming out from Roy. And also Closer.
This is insane indeed. And now no contest here in the Lord takedown. The split push that we are been looking for Icon here in this situation, going into the top side. This is the best you can take, but SOD is hitting his mark. Still cannot push through here. It's really difficult for Icon to really go into this macro play.
Yeah, now True is having a lot of problems. We thought that True really comfortable on a Granger, but then you've got Closer just to really initiate up. Is making it very hard for Ignite Gaming to do anything.
Oh, now the push still continues here. Remember, the Holy Shields is out already in the middle lane. This is going to be a perfect opportunity here for RSG to go ill. And look at the damage here coming from CES. Now Jay on the forward. Utah and the rest of the team here backs away. But Yon once again secures the kill there. And they have no answers here. Now joining into team fight is going to be Icon securing the kill against Roy. And now Inhibitor Tart gone here in the middle lane. Roy out, but the middle tart has been secured.
Man, it feels like RSG is on a speed run right here. They're hungry for dinner, and they're looking at Ignite Gaming. You're in the way of dinner. I'll just eat you instead. You're my dinner now.
And now they are going into the top side. This moment in time, Blade as well as Chu doing their best to fend off this siege, but they cannot do so. 2 Inhibitor Tarts in a row.
Yeah, it's just so difficult, right? Top side and the mid is already cracked open. It's a very fast-paced game. I don't think Ignite Gaming was also aware of the amount of damage in the burst. If you take a look at the goal lead right here, yes, there's so many money backs. 10k goal lead is massive. Thank you so much for the graph, but that's massive. There's a red Mount Everest being built by RSG.
Yon right now with a 612 KDA on that Suyo. One of the few games that we have seen that Suyo really popping up, and with his composition coming in from RSG is really incredible as well. This pin down coming in from Closer as well as Jay is enough for Yon to finish up the plays there. And look at the activations right now coming in from CS alone. He's almost full item now.
What do they do? 10k goal lead. Literally. Yon
Still
just smacking. He's unstoppable right now. That Maniac basically allowed him to escalate in uncontrollably. He's already a massive monster that Ignite Gaming doesn't really have the silver bullet to put down.
And they don't need the Lord to push here. I mean, they are very confident right now to actually go inside the base here. Anyway, 35 seconds until the next Lord will respond into the game. But as Ignite Gaming, in this current situation, really difficult to go contest on that objective takedown.
Yeah, it's really tough. How do you climb back up?
Wow.
True is not able to scale, right? He doesn't really have the Skypiercer stacks that we saw, but it only takes one good ultimate. And I'm looking at Jet to pull off the ultimate of history. It's not like a Badang where basically you can lock multiple people down. At the very least, Jet is the only one that I can foresee that have the same effect of a Badang.
And now RSG here with this composition is the tankiness. I think it's really difficult for Icon to pick off anyone, right? So this is why also the Zas has been secured. So it's really limited for Icon to pick anyone there against the side of RGSG. Now the Lord has been secured. This could be the last play that we are going to see.
Yeah, Jay, just that taunt. Ignite Gaming is afraid. It started with Jay being, you know, the main damage dealer at the early game. Also, just slowing down the mid
Laner's growth. Blade's growth is stunted because of the aggression coming off from Jay. And you can see how time and time again, Icon tried to assassinate Jay, but ultimately he is just countered by all 3 lanes.
Yeah, correct. If you are going to target Jay, all resources are going to be expended for sure. And you don't want that. You need to have prime targets locked in. And now the Lord is going to push through. Oh, look at the conceal coming inside of Ignite Gaming here. Oh, the Blaze did not connect! Oh, the row! This is going to be a massive meltdown here against Ignite Gaming. This is going to be now the finishing blow as well. A CS going for auto attacks. Concentrate here on the base, and this is going to be it.
This is how you counter the Fanny. First pick Fanny. This is how you counter it. The Moscow, the Badang. Now it makes sense coming off from Amonx, right? And if you want to try to, and remember we were talking about, some of the hideouts perhaps, right? We talk about, even the other kind of tanks, but none has the ability to counter the Fanny. Because don't forget, we are all typing up Icon's Fanny. He's really good at it. But then again, you have a Badang, you have a Moskov, you have a Khalid. You can waste, you can spin, you can spin to the win and cancel that. Use your ultimate. The Khalid can heal. You want to find that damage onto the Zaz. The Zaz goes into Dominator's Descent, and all of a sudden, what can the Fanny do? Fly away?
Limited target already coming in from the side of Icon, and we highlighted the Chew on that Granger. He can really wreak havoc if he can scale. So that's the point where the Fanny has been picked, priority there for the side of Ignite Gaming. Fortunately, Coach Amox, he knew the game plan right there, so he goes for the tanky composition, and plus the Zax. I also doubted the Zax. I mentioned also the Farsa could be good because they lack the burst, the Aurora, because they lack the burst damage. But suddenly, bam, Yon on that Suyo is enough to clean up everyone there.
Yeah, because don't forget, Suyo's second skill is an execution, right?
Correct.
If you're down to a certain percentage, you basically kill them off. So all you need to do is provide that small little burst, and I think that burst comes from the Zaz. So take a look at the stats right here. Man, what a game coming out from the side of RSG. This is the RSG that we need going into Team Evil early just now. Just take a look closer. Zero depths. RJ also 0 depths. CS is 0 depths, even facing against Shu and his most comfortable hero.
OMG. And I thought that Sky Piercer was secured by Yon, but no. No Sky Piercer there. It's just incredible damage we're seeing here coming in from Yum. Yeah, and it doesn't need that one. And it is enough really to burst out anyone against IG. It just feel bad for Icon here on his Fanny. That was the first pick. Looking forward for this pick-off engagement in the early stage of the game, but it has really not popping off. Even though, look at his itemizations. Heptaseas, Malefic Roar, War Axe. These are heavy physical damage that you badly needed for a Fanny, but we haven't seen that much of an execution play for this player.
Yeah, I'm also looking at a Jet in terms of AOG. We remember we were talking about how you can potentially turn around. You just need True to start to snowball, right? But Jet is unable to land a good AOG. Just take a look. If you land an AOG, you're going to get punched down by the Badang, and after that, Jay can also go in the Raging Sandstorm to basically counteract against your taunt. Then after that, you don't really have... I was thinking that, hey, Utah can go in with the secondary stun onto a certain special target, but there's so many tools and so many kits coming up from RSG that's able to counteract against what Ignite Gaming has.
Yeah, plus we've seen the cross-map plays executed by Icon because he knew that he cannot execute anyone. But then again, CS on Moskov, as you mentioned, is weakness of Fanny. SOD is there. He tried to push the top turret, but the SOD suddenly came up. Now the push has been expanded there. So it's really difficult there for Ignite Gaming to have some game plan, to rely most of the strategies here for the Fanny alone. So they need Chu to pop up, but it's really difficult for him to really scale as well without any kills.
Yeah, and to be honest, like we've seen Moskov going up against the Grangers, right? Moskov struggles in the early game, but CS, just take a look. If there is an award, if I have an award in my hand right now, the most improved player, I give it to CS. I give it to Closer because these two side laners from RSG, they have grown a lot.
And Jay is fitting this growth as well because of his game micro plays there on the Khalid. Just incredible to see and how they pull through on this ganks coming in from the side of RSGSG. Managed actually to prolong the team fight for the rest of the team of Ignite Gaming to have the counter punch.
Yeah, and
I feel like right now you don't draft a Fanny against Amux. It feels like they know how to counteract the Fanny. And this is exactly what Diablo once said, right? Like, it reminds me of that one content that one of the casters did, and I'm not gonna repeat that.
Okay.
That sounds very wrong. But Diablo actually said that the way to counter the Fanny as well as an EXP laner is a Badang, and this game truly shows that pointer as well. Moskov at the same time also counters the Fanny to a certain extent. Icon is not having a good time. So like what you mentioned, it's like a 4v5. Icon is basically just a flying minion right now.
Yeah, we've seen that instances on the bot side, right? That it was CS going for the spear, trying to go back, but then again, the Badang was there to cut off his escape as well.
You
So
cut off his
unfortunately,
escape, you fly into the wall.
yeah, unfortunately there for Icon in that situation. But of course, we are going to show the MVP. So for that situation,
We do have the MVP set ready to go. So ladies and gents, of course, I think right now it's just
think?
how. I think it's going to be
Later.
Later, we'll tell you. We're gonna tell you later. But okay, personally, I'll give it to Jay because I feel like he's the one that completes this whole roster really well.
Yeah.
Not only just in terms of this roster, in terms of RSG, but in terms of this particular game storyline, right? Like, you can see how Icon tried to assassinate the Roamer. If Fanny's actually... If they really can't assassinate, the side laners, what they do, they go for the roam instead. But how do you assassinate Khalid when he does a lot of damage in the early game? He can heal as well, and he knows how to, especially that moment when he used the Raging Sandstorm point blank to cut the enemy, to allow himself to escape. I think that's what we call creative gameplay.
And speaking of creative, was also Coach Amox now realizes the cheesy picks is going to be considered as well here in the game. They have taken away the Baksha there.
Oh,
in this
yes.
situation,
Oh,
right?
yes.
So this is also one of the things that it enables the composition here for the side of SG.
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to Everlasting Love and RSG because Everlasting Love is the one that would pull off the cheesiest of all picks because they're coming in from a fresh perspective mindset, right? So I want to see how RSG Amox actually draft against that one. That's coming up next as well. But
Correct.
before that, we do have a graphic coming up very, very soon. So hold on to you. But what about you? Who do you think is the MVP with this one? I put Jay.
Jay is, I think, Yon.
Yon, okay.
Yeah, because
Just
one...
because he kills?
No. One
KDA
of...
player.
KDA player. I mentioned a while ago, this is one of the few Suyo games that really pops up. So he knew how to use the Suyo here. But I doubted the Suyo could, again, do a massive damage. The burst damage, I highlighted that they lacked the burst. But Yon on that Suyo is enough, actually.
With that said, let's go. You said Yon, I said Jay. Let's take a look at the MVP slide. It's none other than Jay as well. It's going to be Khalid.
Yep. Okay. You're right.
105. What do you mean I'm right? Do you think I'm right?
And speaking of which, Jay, right? He really fits, as you have mentioned, right? Jay is pretty good here on RSG. He's going to be very aggressive. You've seen Jay also on the Jawhead. Have we seen him on the Jawhead on the Kalea at this moment in time?
Definitely, I want to see how he uses this one, or how he utilizes this one. But of course, like now that we've already concluded this particular series against Ignite Gaming, I want to see how. I'm actually looking forward to this one because I want to see how each different seeded teams how they actually handle a wild card, a dark horse, a wild dark horse card thing in the form of Everlasting Love. If we have the graphic for the roster, we are more than happy to show you once again, just to remind you guys, just in case if you guys forgot, because I'm looking at Fake Cutie. I want to see him more on the Fighter Assassins. I want to see, Fighter Junglers. I want to see...
Leomords. Again.
I want to see a ban on Leomords because he's too crazy on that Leomord. Or unless Amux wants to basically try to ego challenge that Leomord, put him where he
in the best of one. So that's the
best of
thing.
one.
So okay, we've seen the respect bans on the Baksha, right? So why not? So Everlasting Love has been showing a lot of incredible games with that Leomord as well. So they had the cheesy picks again with the Baksha. Let's see if this is going to be considered by Coach Amox at this moment in time.
Yes, definitely. With that said, let's take a look at the roster for Everlasting Love. Just so that you know, nothing has changed. It's going to be still Fake Cutie, Kyushu, Sasamaba, Akashi, and Willy. We've already emphasized that, hey, all eyes on Kyushu. His roam is actually not too bad either, not too shabby either. I think he just needs a bit of refinement. So I think it's something, and it's not mechanics that he needs to refine.
I think he has the mechanics. It's not the macro game he has refined. I feel like he does have the macro. It's just more about the game knowledge, the timings, about the rotations. I think once he improved that, I think he's MPL level.
Okay, so I think Fate QT also fits the same degree here on his aggressiveness as the fighter jungler here. So Everlasting Love. This okay. Speaking of the challenger teams, I believe this is the last series that we have seen already for Ignite Gaming. So same thing here for Everlasting Love against RSGSG. So this is really important as well for them to win against RSGSG. And there you go. There's gonna be the lineup here for RSGS Singapore. Yon on the jungle. Jay on the roam, Roy here in the mid, CS on the gold, and Closer on the EXP. As mentioned a while ago, Jay has been the MVP there on that Khalid. So I believe this is going to be the same thing or the same strategy they're going to pull through, being aggressive here on the early stage of the game. Yon on the other side, pull through the Suyo, which is rarely we've seen to have a great performance overall.
Yeah, and of course, Yon is a Fanny player as well himself. He knows the ins and outs, the tricks, the weaknesses of Fanny. Because I always feel like, yes, there's some very broken heroes in MLBB, but ultimately they are still answers. The answers of most of these heroes are very simple: CCs. Not CC the hero, but crowd controls.
Crowd control,
Yeah,
CCs.
yeah.
And we've seen the rise also of Ube as a pocket or a cheese strategy here, which is very effective.
Definitely.
I think twice in a row right now, 100% win that we have seen the box shot and the SS combo. So this is also to be noted for when it comes to the meta right now we're seeing here in MPLSG.
Yep, and I'm definitely looking forward to it. Don't forget, Everlasting Love is the one that has come in the cheesiest stretch, right?
True.
I cannot emphasize enough. I really want to see how Amos actually deals with this particular hero.
Yeah, you mentioned a while ago, right? Is he going to challenge or open up? Okay, use your cheesy picks. Let's try RSG. But again, the points is at stake.
Yeah, definitely, right? Like, points is at stake. I think, especially going into the challenger stage, I think RSG right now, if they really want Ego challenge it, I think they can, because they're comfortable all the way up at first position.
Okay, that's the thing.
That's
They
one
can try to risk, even though this is 1 point maybe, but let's see. Let's see this challenger team. But if challenger team, of course, we've seen Everlasting Love going to go win this against RSGSG, it's a total boost onto this team. I mean, RSG is one considered right now as one of the best teams in the first phase of our regular season. So I think yeah. Yeah, I think yeah.
Yeah. They can. You want to see Amox Ego challenge Leomord? Do you hear this, Coach Amox? I feel like we're match fixing right here.
Okay, speaking of which, hey, Leomord hasn't been defeated.
Almost.
Almost.
Yeah.
There's one game.
1 or 2 games. Oh, I think it's 1 game, but I can't really exactly remember because don't forget, my mom dropped me when I was a kid. I have goldfish memory. That's why I need my notes. That's why I'm always looking down. I'm looking at notes. I'm looking at the script.
But it's very effective, though, especially with the chase, the damage, and we have seen also the buff coming in from this Leomord as well.
Definitely.
So Yon here on the other side, we've seen him, of course, on the Tsuyo. Could he go for this fighter junglers as well? So this is going to be a surprise as well if we are going to see Coach Amox going into that route.
Yep, that's it. Enough speculations. Let's hop on into the draft pick, ladies and gents. This is going to be Everlasting Love going up against RSG. Why is coming for RSG, going for second pick? I always love it when I go to second pick instead of first pick. Coach user 279182733645. My dude right here actually does know how to draft. So we shall see how he's going to draft against Coach Amox.
Okay, again, it's going to be the same balance I expect. So Chip, Fanny, Louis, Kimmy, rather, has been considered as the first priority bans here for our teams. But again, you mentioned the Chip is slightly, specifically here, this is the day 2 of our challenger team, is not really the most contested hero right now.
Yeah, I feel like Chip is easily counterable as long as you stick together, right? You don't allow the Chip to basically come in the middle and cast it right in the middle of your team. Because if you cast it outside on the front line, if you cast it the ultimate on the front line, what you do is you just run away, you just walk away from it, right?
So Fanny also can be considered here, especially Coach Amox knows how to counter this one. So it could be an open ban here for Coach Amox. So he can't choose any other hero except for the Fanny and the Chip.
Very interesting coming out from the coach user number, right? Like Joy being first ban instead. I think they've seen how Hades used that Joy to basically split push really well. I'm not afraid of maybe he's saying that, hey, I'm not afraid of a Hayabusa for split push because Hayabusa Quad Shadows, the cooldowns are a little bit too long, especially without the purple buff. So yeah, more afraid of the Joy instead.
Okay,
no ego challenge.
Okay, no ego challenge, and they want to win this one. Of course, the point is very important here. So there's gonna be a respect ban coming in from Coach Amox in the first phase of our drafts here. So no Leo Mordo right now here for Everlasting Love. No cheesy picks right now, unless of course they're going to ban the Baksha once again.
Actually, yeah. I banned the Baksha because I know that I don't need to be afraid of Lucas, right? Lucas, and hence Fake Cutie doesn't really have much impact as we've seen in other games. But now Everlasting Love is the one that they need to look out for, even taking away Yon's Fanny. But then Yon is like, yeah, sure.
Okay.
I have the Suyu in tow as well. Unless you want to take Yon and Suyu away. I feel like that's coach number overreacting. That's 3 junglers banned away from the side of Everlasting Love.
Yeah. So there you go, Coach Amox. Will he ban the Baksha this time around? To consider, of course, respect ban and how OP this composition is, the O-base strat that we have just witnessed. So RSGSG, Yon, we've seen, of course, Suyo popping up. It could be also a deep hero pool here for the side of RSG. But if you are on the side of Everlasting Love, you have the first pick. If you have the Kimi pretty much open here, you could consider that one. So, okay, Matilda has been taken out.
Yeah, Matilda taken out, which is great. We've seen how powerful Matilda picks can be. It also counteracts what you want to do as a Kalia, right? Like, it's basically counter-picking. I feel like right now in this particular meta, there's a lot of picks composition. There's also a certain few dives composition. We don't really see a lot of clash composition as well until we see, like, you know, the likes of Farsas coming out, which I believe Roy is more than happy to play. The Moscovs gets taken away by Everlasting Love as well. I feel like if you notice, these 3 bans are basically heroes that are very good at cross-map plays.
Yes, that is true. And this is where Everlasting Love shines as well to force this team fights to go for a 5v5 fights. So without this... Ling. Okay, we haven't seen a Ling though.
We did see a Ling.
I mean, this day 2, we did.
Yeah, we did see a Ling. We did see. Sorry, not today, but we did see a Ling yesterday. Right?
Okay,
so,
yeah.
Sorry, not today. Icon. Yep.
Okay, but it wasn't as effective.
It wasn't as effective, but hey, it did get the job done, especially cross map plays, right?
So you mentioned, of course, Lancelot as well. So it can be used there. Hayabusa is still pretty much open. Can do the same thing if you're an assassin on going to go for a cross map plays.
Yep.
Kimi is open, guys. Kimi is open.
Not only just that, Lucas, Chip.
Lucas, yes.
Yeah, it's all these 3, but I feel like both these 2 teams may forgo the Lucas because I think if you want to basically fight against Everlasting Love, okay, fine. Everlasting Love is going to be going into Fake Cutie once again. RSG is like, yep, we're not going to respect your Lucas. We're going to do something else instead.
Okay, Zushin is up. Garakacha, usually we have this 2 picks here, and then they're going to ban the Baksha on the second phase of the draft, unless Everlasting Love going to secure the Baksha as early on as possible here in this game. But the Garakacha is pretty good here. I think Lucas shines on a very chaotic brawl with Garakacha in. He can't control this Lucas at hand.
Yep.
So, okay.
Yep, let's just hold for speculation just a little bit. I want to see what the second pick coming from RSG. Could Eco also be a Kimi, right? A Kimi, because Lucas doesn't really have a lot of strong let's not say lockdown, but like it can be easily kited around. I think the Kimi is a really strong pick from the side of RSG, but now RSG is going to make sure, okay, you know what, we're going to go even further. We're going to go into the Kalia in the form of Jade to basically start picking people apart. Everlasting Love, on the other hand, will go ahead and secure the Kimi for themselves and get the catch. I personally prefer, you know, RSG picking up the Kimi right there, but it feels like they are thinking from the point of view that, hey, I'm going to use a Kalia to basically try to proc that Juicing passive even more.
So Suyo can be considered here actually, but 1-1 is in. So it's very surprising for me on the first phase actually of the draft here.
Yeah, pretty interesting, right? CS going for the 1-1 instead. 1-1 is actually quite good. If he goes into crossbow and tank, if the Kimi is in the vicinity, that is the iframes that you need to deal with the Kimi, right? As long as you don't spend all your crossbow and tank on the Gato Kacha. And that is basically my problem all the time. I always
you need the stacks as well. You need the range to pull it through. So Malefic Gun is really a priority here for the side of a 1-1.
Exactly. Due to the new bumps, due to the recent items, right? What I also realized is that the Malefic Gun makes your crossbow and tank kind of useless.
Really?
Yeah, because your first skill actually is a little bit shorter ranges compared to your wider range already, and because of that, if you don't proc your crossbow and tank, you don't need to proc your crossbow and tank. Your range is actually crazy. Your movement as well, it's more than enough to kill you. You don't really need to go into crossbow and tank. The crossbow and tank is for you to outplay, to have more survivability as you do damage from afar.
I love the ban on the Suyo here because you need to follow up through with that Tsunami Slam coming in from that Kalea. So without now the bursty Suyo we have at hand, what more options here? Hayabusa is pretty much open here, but this is kind of tanky lineup here we've seen so far for Everlasting Love.
Yeah, Everlasting Love, I think they can also... they're banned almost 3 assassins right here. Counter banning onto the Yon, but okay. Florin gets banned. It feels like, RSG is going to double down, not only just on the fact that, hey, I'm going to double down on the assassins. The Florin also does well against a 1-1. It's an AoE stun. Your ultimate also counters my ultimate. So, hey, there's a really good coming off from Amos right there.
Yeah. So remember, Baksha Esta is pretty much open here right now in our draft, so it can be considered here for the side of Everlasting Love. There you go. Hayabusa has been taken out. So they're taking out this bursty or this assassins right now against Yon. So you have the Tsunami Slam, but you need the follow-up. You need to have that. Badang can, but you need someone heavy punch to finish. Kalea.
The ultimate of Badang is not heavy enough for you?
I mean, no, you need the assassin type. You mean Tsunami Slam, Badang, then those two ultimates already been spent. There you go. Then, okay, you need a follow-up. You need the true damage, which is Alpha can do.
Yeah, Alpha technically speaking, no, sorry, definitely Alpha should be jungle, right? You match fighter with fighter in the sense of Everlasting Love. You also allow you to do a gap close onto the Kimi, and Kimi this time around is forced to go for the Purify, right? And which means that you don't really have the flicker for you to reposition for you to continuously do the damage. So pretty wide strikes coming out from Amos right now, but I'm looking for a closer Badang once again. It's so good in the first side of RSG. Everlasting Love goes for the Irithel, is a very mobile. Both these two damage dealer can move and also do damage at the same time, which is pretty interesting because usually you see the Kimi and the Moskov, you have your penetration, all those kind of stuff, and now this time around, these two damage dealer can easily kite around and do damage, and that's also bad for the 1-1 because you won't be able to proc the crossbow tank effectively, and the Badang gets snatched away by Everlasting Love.
Wow, incredible crowd control arsenal we have seen right now here over the side of Everlasting Love. Badang's crack plus the AOG plus you have the traction pulse as well. It's enough to pull off that wombo combo here against the side of RSG. But now on the other side, yes, I really favor the Alpha as well. As I mentioned, the combo here for the Tsunami Slam. But now you need some kind of system. Yeah. But now on this situation here, okay, Cho.
Okay.
You have Cho and Tsunami Slam coming in from Kalea.
Yeah, that
isolation plays payoffs.
Yeah, it just reminds me. Remember back then when Paquito just came out? I was like, wow, how close. It feels Cho and Paquito works really well together. They're so mobile. They basically do almost the same thing, except for the fact that now Kalea is almost a clone of Cho, and now you have double pickups coming up from RSG, and that is actually scary. And now all of a sudden, RSG is basically doing could easily do a Franco kind of play style.
Wow. Unusual for me to see, Jay. It's actually this is an unusual draft for me to see for the side of RSGSG, just because they have so many kids for the isolation plays. But remember, on the other side, it's a more team fight oriented.
Yes, that's right.
So I think the gold lane will be the priority here for the side of RSGSG. They need to pick off that Irithel as early as possible. They don't want the late game to be popping up soon.
Yep, in that case, ladies and gents, we're going to go into this particular game. This game is going to be interesting, right? Because the fact that how Everlasting Love plays the game is very different, so RSG really need to take a slightly different approach. The slight different approach is, of course, Jay on his Cho instead, and we're going to put closer on the Kalia on the EXP, and that's something that we don't usually see. It's a Jay Cho coming out from RSG.
Oh, there you go. So Purifies have been secured. This is really important as well for Akashi as well as Sus Bomba. So we have so many pickups here, and that was 2 dragging here for the side of RSGSG. They have just been outplayed in that middle lane.
Yeah, it's kind of nutty, like the fact that Kyushu and also Sasbomba actually rotates, walks around together. It makes it easy targets, easy picking for Jay to park the knock-up, and also Roy's first lantern to basically pull people back.
I think this is the time also that Yon and the rest here of RGSG going to be very aggressive indeed. And level 4 almost been secured here for Yon. The Spear of Alpha really hurts so hard, and as expected, they are going to prioritize here the top side. But Lucas on the bottom as well, doing the same rotations here.
Yep, just counteract the rotations just a little bit more, but okay. It feels like, you know, it's very interesting to see a Kalia. I think it's one of my first few times casting a Kalia XP lane. Usually you realize you see a Kalia going around the map to basically do the necessary pickups for the rest of the team to assist, and it's gonna be interesting, right?
Yeah.
Is this gonna be a neutral lane down bot?
Let's see a while ago. But Kalea EXP, we've seen that one on the other regions. Because of the second skill, it can be easy to roam across the map as well. So he has the advantage when it comes to mobility there. But so far, we haven't seen that one. But on the bot side, they're trying. We're seeing coming in from Jay. He's really dictating the tempo. Time and time again, this pick of plays now going to this turtle.
Yeah, I want to also take note on the Purify, right? Remember why I mentioned Sasbomba on this team. He definitely needs to bring Purify because there's so much knockups from the side of RSG. You need somewhere to purify that away. And of course, don't forget, Roy also brings people up in the air.
There you go. Speaking of in the air, the Tsunami Slam has been committed here, but the Revitalized Battle Spell as well. Oh, look at the pin down here, the fist crack there, but it's not enough with the burst damage at this moment in time. But this is going to be Fate QT securing this turtle buff around. Now Yon trying to back away. Look at the damage coming in from the side of Kyushu, but Taunts has been effective here for closer. They're going to go back for now, but still the objective will be in favor for Everlasting Love.
Yeah, turtle being taken by Everlasting Love is huge, right? This time around, Fake Cutie is showing, hey, you know what? Don't look down on my Lucas. I'm actually doing something, and he's doing it. He's actually starting to stick more towards his team to basically do something. But I like how Jay, as a troll, is basically zoning out Sus Bomba earlier. Like, if you're basically on top of Kimi doesn't know where to shoot, where to aim.
Yeah. And now Kyushu has a vision here of Jay. Jay is just non-stop rotating here, Jace. I mean, he is really one of the players on the side of RSGSG dictating the tempo. There you go. Speaking of which, isolation play once again with Weight of the Dragon here. Kyushu will be the target trying to run away, but cannot do so with Row follow-up on the back lines.
Yeah, first blood already given over the side of RSG. That's Yon picking it up. Now you start to see the value of Spear of Alpha, like what you mentioned, right? I kind of doubted that Alpha just a little bit, but now it makes sense. It is AoE lockdown, same thing could be the same thing as a Badang, but maybe because Closer is already looking to play something else, and of course with the fact that you also need to match Lucas as a fighter in a sense, you need a fighter for yourself, therefore Yon.
And I'm really expecting here, crossbow of Tang has been committed here against Kashi, and Jay's just everywhere here. And now Kyushu trying to go for a retaliation here, but cannot again pull off the same thing.
Yeah, and it's kind of surprising the fact that, you know, Akashi actually had all the procs from the side of CS procs. Ooh, big damage.
Big damage indeed, but Yon forced to retreat here in our position we've seen so far for Closer, and now he's the target pinned down. Flickers back, trying to go for the now play. but it's not enough.
That was so close, man. No pun intended for Closer. That was so close. If Closer was able to use that ultimate to basically drag somebody back, and maybe there's some counterplay, some outplay mechanism, some clutch factor down the bottom lane. Albeit, unfortunately, Lucas is starting to scale. Fake Cutie probably heard what I said about him, and he's like, yeah, let me show Jace how I play Lucas, and he's actually doing well this time.
Yeah, numbers advantage here for the side of Everlasting Love on the Turtle Pit. They will secure it with no contest. Meanwhile, here on the top side, look at the positioning here for Yon. Trying to be very aggressive. Spear of Alpha almost hit, but Akashi still managed to survive, being dragged here by Roy. AOG never hits with a flicker out coming in from Roy.
Yeah, the hit and the run. Nice ultimate used by Roy to try to get out of there. The AOG, but hold on a second, Jay.
Oh, look at Jay. Wow, follow up here with the of course, counter attack as well. Ooh, look at this one.
Beautiful.
The ultimate, and now the Lucas out of nowhere joining in the team fight as well. Trying to blow on the team fight. Kyushu is here, still survives. Yon with an attack, but still it's not for naught. Still survive. Look at the damage coming in from the Lucas. You must not underestimate the hero.
Yeah, I'm actually underestimating Hero just now, but now I'm doubting my underestimation because what a turn, what a turn of events that's happening up top right now. You got like Yon that's actually unable to basically heal off. The fight actually went on a little bit too long, and you can start to see what RSG wants to do. All these tools coming out from the side of RSG, Kalia, the Yon, and even to a certain extent Jay, is to ensure that CS gets his proc, Roy gets his proc, and they're basically procking as much as they can from the side of RSG.
Actually, CS is winning his lane here, Jays, against the side of Akashi. And now Akashi is going to force again to go back away here, but CS, he cannot catch this 1-1.
Yeah, it's CS really, that's a power on 1-1, right?
Yeah.
Once he picks up the Malefic gun, usually I would say that he's so valuable on the 1-1 right now. You just have so much more attack speed, and then after that you have more range, and now that he's already secured the blade, DHS, he can definitely go for the Malefic gun already.
Yeah, he can also join the team fight right now. He has the damage, he has the kit. Now speaking of team fight, look at the convergence here in the middle lane. Jay trying to find some option here, trying to find some way to go for the pickoff. He is going to go in. No, it is going to be closer with the Tsunami Slam follow here, the backlines, and the Spear of Alpha, and that is really gone. And look at space coming from Jay as well. And look at Kyushu backing out. CS still going to go for the auto attack, but Fake QT once again with the burst damage.
Burst damage as well. Fake QT also on top, using the ultimate right here. Roy trying to drag in Lucas, find the shutdown. That's exactly what RSGs are looking out for. So it's Bomba with the bombs at the same time, and just artillery strike, just striking. And here comes Akashi. Heavy crossbow already activated, down a little bit low. You can see the RSG balancing out the aggression so well, but now it's gonna be the turnaround. Don't forget, Everlasting Love on Bomba and Akashi. They can do damage while chasing you down.
Exactly, that's the first interaction I've seen. Oh, look at this one. Roy will be the second target here, and Bomba secures that kill.
Man, RSG, they're losing ground already.
What? First interaction I've seen. Bomba as well as Akashi just auto attacks out of nowhere, and it was we've seen Yon cannot escape in that damage. Yeah, and speaking of range, right? Advantage really for Everlasting Love.
Yeah, not only just range, the fact that you can still do damage as you run away. You're basically Master Kiters right here.
Master Kiters.
Everlasting Love. This wombo combo with the Erithel and the Kimi. I was talking about it during the draft, right? You can basically kite non-stop. RSG, if they really want to fight this kind of roster, they need to lock down, which they do have, but they need to lock down and basically say lock down and lock in their mindset in order to basically pin down the damage dealers of Everlasting Love.
We've seen skirmishes always initiated here by RSG, but when it comes to Everlasting Love, it's going to be easy there for RSG to back out. So as we've seen right now, the taunt connects, but you have the Cho, has the Jeet Kune Do out, you have the Traction Pulse, but Cheon could pull off the Spear of Alpha away. Jay?
Akashi.
Yeah, he's been spotted there in the situation so far in the river. And so far here, we've seen that the RSG SG they have the mobility to escape in such initiations coming in. But Jay is just way out, going for the way of the dragon, now being chased here. The Spear of Alpha, that's just a bait. That's going to be a kill here. Follow up here with the AOG. Now going in for the auto attack here. Freak hits on the Sus Bomba. And now Tsunami Slam once again. Trying to go for the flanking maneuver in the back lines here. Triple kill coming in from the side of Yamada. He's been taken down with Fate QT. Going to be the cleanup party with a double on his hero.
Man, RG and Everlasting Love is trying to outplay each other to a very good extent. And I really want to see this replay. It's definitely going to break it down very well, because you know how Akashi being protected by Kyushu, that's very protected by Willy. And that's what I was talking about. These three players, Kyushu, Sasbomba, and Willy, they know how to play MLBB. Just trying, and Jay as well. You can see how creative he's using this this show, kicking and also dashing around, trying to buy some time. And the only problem from the side of RSG is that CS wasn't able to join the fight earlier.
Yeah, Jay just baited so way back. And the Spear of Alpha coming in from Yon actually dealt a lot of damage.
Yep.
But at the moment, of course, Fate QT has the perfect opportunity to go for the flanks here. But now we're looking for Lord Dance.
Yeah, 1k gold difference between these two teams. Sorry, not 1k. Yeah, actually 1k right now. Sorry, I can't math. Everlasting Love right there. Man, they're making RG working hard for this 1 point.
Yeah. And still, ultimates are up. Remember, Purify for Sus Bomba is out. So this is going to be now the side of RSG. Could dictate or go for the pick-off comp if they know the timers here against Everlasting Love. But so far, Everlasting Love here is being fended off. And now Jay has been the target here, trying to go back away. The damage is enough here for Fate QT as well as Akashi. Now 4v5 situation here in the Lord Dance.
Sorry for saying that, Fake Cutie. Doesn't really need to. You don't really need to care about that, Lucas.
Closer.
And now maybe something that can be done for the side of RSG.
Oh, the burst, Fake Cutie once again. Oh, you cannot really underestimate the power here of the Ninetales. That's another kill here. 7-1-1 for Fake Cutie on Lucas.
Yeah, I doubted Fake Cutie right earlier just now. Now he's starting to stick with the team. Now he's at the right place at the right time. His timing, his jungle timings is actually, not say jungle timings, his timings to join the fight is finally paying off and is working very well against RSG. Where is this Lucas earlier just now?
Oh, yeah. And now it's popping off here. And now Jay has been the target every time. Ooh, Roy cannot escape. Look at this Kyushu almost going to go for the taunt there. But Jay, in the early stage of the game, he started everything with the weight of Dragon. Now he's been fended off. It's not going to be easy for them to really go for the pick-off.
Looking at the pick-off, right? RSG slowly losing ground. This picks is starting to not come in really well right now.
True.
CS, I think, needs more time in terms of the damage as well. I think he should have the Malefic Gun as of now. But I'm still looking at Fake Cutie. If Fake Cutie busts down CS, there's nothing that, you know, RSG can do. Roy is also starting to get a little bit into danger, and Closer on the other hand is unable to last long. Don't forget, Fake Cutie does AoE burst damage against RSG.
Oh, you've seen some concealed plays here, going to go for the target. Indeed, a weight of dragon here. That is going to be Kushi going to be the target, and a Spear of Alpha. But look at the damage to the back lines here. Sasbamba as well as Zakashi and Fate just disrupting everything here with the damage. And now Jay trying to run off. Fake QT unstoppable here, picking off Yon, and Roy will be the last man standing.
Oh no, this is a disaster for the son of RSG. CS actually got a crossbow on Tempra, but it also the land on Kyushu. He's more than happy to handshake all this damage. And now Everlasting Love is looking for the hand. Ladies and gents, RSG falls against this Challenger team.
Ooh. Lucas for the win.
Lucas for the win. Sorry, Mux. I'm fake news. Don't believe me. I'm a troller. I'm a troller right here. I feel like one day RSG is gonna make a content and they're just gonna slap me as a troller with a mugshot at the back, because this is insane. I wasn't expecting Everlasting Love to be able to do this, because we saw one game at Fake Cutie, and Fake Cutie, man, he grew in that one day. All of a sudden, he's starting to make these good calls to join the fights together, and man, give this guy something, man.
Yeah, it's really incredible as well. But don't get me wrong, RGSG did their game plan on the early to mid. Jay actually dictating everything here with his isolation play. Same thing as well with the Kalea on the AXP. We have seen some isolation plays on the Tsunami Slam, the combo coming in Spear of Alpha, but then again, they have been shut down. The range difference when it comes to the Kimi as well as the Akashis, of course, Irithel has been done wonders actually for this heavy dive comp.
Yeah, and you got to give it to Coach Numbers, right?
Coach Numbers.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting this kind of interaction for between the Kimi and a Irithel, right? Because you can easily kite everybody from the side of Everlasting Love. You need lockdowns, and Elmos knows it, and he's trying to draft as much lockdowns as possible. But if you miss all your lockdowns, you're gonna get kited.
Yeah, that's the thing. Spear of Alpha misses, and now it's gonna be difficult for the Alpha to actually run away with arrows and beams on your back here hitting you.
Yeah, exactly. Because Spear of Alpha is basically a very all-in kind of hero, right? You just goes in. There's no way for you to escape. You need to pray hard to regen as much as possible on your swipes and for your first skill, and hopefully something happens, right? And your team backs you up, and you have to admit it was a wonderful team fight. Coming, not saying team fight, a wonderful team fights that the side of RSG is trying to do. However, they are not able to make it work.
Unfortunately, indeed. It's going to be Everlasting Love winning the series against RSG. Look at the itemizations coming in from the heroes of Everlasting Love. Damage is the priority. I'm not seeing here defensive items except for Kyushu, man. It's all going to be incredible. Like the Blade of Despair here for Fake QT. We are seeing here the Glowing One, the Divine Glaive coming from Sasbamba. Now critical damage here for Kaashi as well. This is just insane. On the other hand, even though they have anti-correct being locked in for Closer and Jay, just too much damage. It's not enough.
Yeah, it's not enough because your Hunter Strike, right? And on top of that, Fake QT does have the War Axe. Basically, he's regenerating from all of his skills. I don't see any Dom Eyes being built as well.
Yeah.
And it's a big problem, right? Yeah. And even though CS, if you take a look, I was talking about how, as a 1-1, your Malefic Gun is basically very
there's
strong.
No Malefic Gun.
He's not there yet. He actually had to go for the Sea Halberd because he needs to counter heal against the likes of Kyushu, the likes of Fake QT. That's, one way to do it. Or you can also rethink your strategy and go for a longer range so that you can kite even better. Don't forget, Akashi and Sasboba can easily kite you at this stage.
Yeah, we've seen also the combo from the side of Willy and Kyushu. We've seen also the dives, heavy dives coming in from Jay. Time and time again, he's overextending his show on the situation wherein it's really difficult for Yon to go for the follow-up. So at the moment in time, the kites that I mentioned, the positioning coming in from Everlasting Love has been the key factor as well in winning those team fights.
Yeah, I really also want to see Yon using the lockdown even better. But it's also very hard, right? Usually the lockdown needs to be initiated by Jay or even Closer, right? Then Yon follows up. I think halfway through, RSG kind of forgot to use that wombo combo, right?
Yes, correct.
Then after that, I think RSG decided to go for these clashes, but if you want to clash against Everlasting Love, you got to Lucas to deal with. You got a Badang to deal with. These are perfect to basically deal with these team fight wombo combo.
Yeah, I'm also expecting actually for the strategy of RSGSG is they prioritize the gold lane, right, against Akashi, but we haven't really seen that one. Most of it, Jay dictates them across the river, across on how they pick off here the side of really of Kyushu, those supports as well. But Fate QT, what I would like to point out is his timing to join the team fight as well. He's basically the gender, as you have mentioned a while ago, the cleanup party. He knows how to jump in. The damage coming in from this Lucas, the burst damage as well. All skills has been expanded here for the side of RSG. SG, this time Fate Cutie jumps in.
Yeah, and it's just I think RSG is actually, this is a good job coming off of Amos, but halfway through, maybe like Team Evil, Everlasting Love. Sorry, I tell you, it's EVL, right? EVL, and basically they have the same DNA as Team Evil, right?
Yep.
Everlasting Love is just literally saying that, hey, we are more than happy to handshake these team fights. I have a better team fight composition with you. I am ready to brawl.
This is also, I like to highlight the composition coming in from RCSG doesn't really have that much of a cross-map play when it comes to macro sense. Because they really need to initiate first these team fights. Go for the pick-off, then they go for objective takedowns. But if this is going to be fended off, they cannot really control the map.
I feel like, yeah, you're right. Like RSG earlier just now during the draft, we are kind of hinting. We thought that the Kalia would be going into the hands of Jay, right? Then that's where you get to see more cross map plays. You've seen the Roy. I think the first few picks are Roy. The Juicin, the Kalia, and then after that you end off the 1-1. Yeah, we're expecting assassins coming out from Yon to be able to play this cross map plays, and that's how Team Flash was able to crack open Everlasting Love.
Some kind of a one-dimensional composition we're seeing here for inside of RSGSG. But at this point now, we've seen that challenger teams, Jace, they also know how to play.
They know how to play.
The macro, micro-wise.
Well.
Ooh, I've got chills. I mean, the competition is really rising. It's not the fault, as you mentioned, right? It's not fault of MPL SG teams. It's just that challenger teams is really rising up. The competition is there. They know their stuff.
Yeah, they know the stuff indeed. And I gotta have to give it to that coach number, man. I'm sorry, I can't remember your number. But the thing is, he actually knows how to draft, and I do believe we do have the MVP up already. So let's take a look at the MVP of this particular game. Gonna have to give it back to Fake Cutie on this Lucas. Massive 912 KDA, 61 kill participation. Brother was doubted, and he broke that doubt of mine. And I'm like, say, yes, you can play the Lucas. Go and be proud of it. I'm sorry.
And we can see how powerful Lucas is when it comes to a team fight. The burst damage cleanup party here, it's going to be easy for him also to have those farms if the team has the capability to really win the 5v5 brawl. So Lucas really shines here. He has the crowd control, he has the burst, he has the chase as well. So all kits are there for the Lucas.
Yeah, and man, it's really inspiring me to basically go back and try to play a little bit of Lucas on gold lane.
What? Lucas in the gold lane.
I'm just kidding. Okay, but hey, this is a very interesting day, right?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, we're actually having too much fun. It's actually 7:24 right now. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Yeah, let's take a with that said, before we end this day off, let's take a look at next week's schedule. Don't forget, it is going to be nail-biting because next week we're going to have to look at these particular games. Team Evil going up against King's Vanguard, RSG going up against Flash SG, Kingdom Esports going up against Team Evil. Mind you, this is the last chance for them to actually secure some points. However, I've got news from production saying that RSG and Team Flash has already secured playoffs, and that is good news for them. However, there's a bit of a grudge match happening between Flash and also RSG. Will RSG take advantage when Flash SG is down and start kicking them down to the ground? Kick.
But we have seen, of course, the performance coming in from Team Flash, right? Ken joining in, and then boom, something happened here. It is the old Team Flash that we just witnessed right now. Last seeded teams.
Definitely. But of course, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, next week we will be, our offsite will be at Lot 1. So actually, it's actually very interesting, right? Lot 1 is still relatively closer for the Heartlands, and of course, you know, we're bringing it all the way to the Heartlands. Don't forget, this is also going to be your chance to register for the last chance qualifier, the LCQ. And the best part is, if you join this LCQ, you don't need to go up against the MPL seeded teams at all. You'll be battling among the other challenger teams to gather as much points as possible.
This is going to be your opportunity as well as your showcase, right? Challenger teams going up against MPL's SG teams on this moment. So what are you waiting for, guys? Just register now.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at the standings as well. We should have it up very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen. Well, hold your horses because of the upset coming up from Everlasting Love. I also need to tell you something as well. Let's take a look at the standings so that I can actually give you some graphics as we talk about it. Top 2 right now, it's Flash SG and SG Singapore. Like what I mentioned, they've secured enough points to confirm and lock in to the playoffs as what the production has told me. Kingdom Esports, King's Vanguard, but Team Evil still on the ground right here, and they need the points next week in order to go up and don't go down to the other challenger stage.
Yeah, exactly. So Team Evil, very crucial spot right now. Remember, only the top 4 will proceed into the playoffs.
Yeah, and don't forget, the reason why, even though like they have both, actually Team Flash and also RSG Singapore, they are actually even in terms of both total points. the reason why there's also no head-to-head as well, and unfortunately we don't have enough space to put Team Flash SGs and also Singapore in the same line because we don't really have enough space. We want to make sure that you will be able to see it. So technically speaking, they're still on par because the head-to-head will be happening next week.
Yeah, that's the thing. The last seeded match stage
Definitely.
that we are going to witness here. Team Evil, all pressure is on them, Jays. So these are the runner-ups on Season 8. Now they are in the bottom of the ranks. So the last seeded stage is very crucial for them.
Are you aware of the book?
What's the book?
You forgot about the book?
What's the book?
You forgot about the book?
I forgot about the book.
That's, how can you call it? Okay, we need to teach you about Team Evil. Definitely has to pull out the book. If you guys know and love Team Evil, the book of Powerful needs to be in their hands because that is the massive buff they need in order to go into the playoffs, and it's going to be very risky for Team Evil. With that said, ladies and gents, that concludes week number 2. Week number 3 is hyping up to be another banger of a week, so you don't want to miss next week as we go on a long break. We'll see you guys next week. My name is Jays. This is Dead Eye. Happy to cast for this show, and we'll be seeing you next week.